to also hit record on the YouTube video. So for those of you watching on YouTube, there's a couple minutes of me saying hello to everybody, but I don't think, just pretend that it was very thoughtful and interesting. Okay. But yeah, so the Perpetual Edition was something that was for the people who, I believe, bought it in the first week. So if you have this logo, you should have access to House of Light right away. Of course, I have been hired by Weather Factory to share their wonderful game with all of you. They are the ones who give the official word in terms of how these things work. But that's my understanding of the Perpetual Edition. And then for those of you who have come to the game a little bit later, the game is the expansion is currently 10% off. So just a word on the Perpetual Edition. This is a little bit different from the way that Cultist Simulator did it. Cultist Simulator had a number of sort of small DLC that were released over time. And in the case of Book of Hours, they actually just did one absolutely enormous expansion. And we're going to see just how big in a little bit. But in this case here, it's all sort of in one big release, and then that's of course reflected in the price as well. But of course you get 10% off right now when you pick that up. So that is why we are streaming today, and I'm actually very excited. It's a little mixed because of course I know with the release of House of Light, I think they are moving on to their next game, probably after a very well-deserved break. And of course, Weather Factory have been wonderful at continuing to support their games for the long term. So I suspect this does not mean that we won't that there won't be any updates or anything along those lines. But this is the big expansion. This is going to be sort of the most complete version of Book of Hours that you can play. And I, for one, am really looking forward to jumping into this because it's a really, really special game. If you are coming to this game with absolutely no background whatsoever, I am going to talk about my decisions and why I'm doing certain things. And for those of you who are familiar with the game, I do have a certain way of playing the game at, like, basically I play the game very slow. And I don't necessarily think that's inconsistent with the way that I think that's a good way to play the game. I think it's a game that really should be savored. But I'm also kind of conscious of the fact that people are going to want to see what House of Light looks like. And House of Light is really deeply embedded inside of the game. There are some things that you can do earlier on, and there are some longer term things as well. So I'm going to try and balance those two priorities to make sure that I'm playing the game in a way that I think is consistent with enjoying it. But I'm also maybe going to set aside my tendency to, to really dwell on certain decisions. So with that in mind, we are close to, I was going to try and start around 1, but this game came out a little bit earlier than I was expecting. So we're going to do a review of what's been added. We'll give credit where credit is due, and we will begin a new journey to Hush House. House of Light. In the House of Light. House of Light is a big expansion woven deep into the game. Here is a spoiler light guide on how to find the new bits. Food. Combine ingredients in the 3 kitchen workstations to create dozens of new dishes. You will need kitchenware items to find all the recipes. Tip, spice scales and the spices and savors skill will substitute for each other. A writing case. Watch for a gift at the end of the first spring after you've responded to St. Ronwin's Trust. Once you've received this gift, you can record addresses from the calling cards left by satisfied visitors and write to these visitors to invite them back to the house. Tip, visitors don't arrive instantly, visitors don't leave calling cards until you've helped them, and some visitors are easier to summon than others. Salons. Place food and drink in one of the 6 salon rooms and then use the bell to begin a salon. Do it right and you will be rewarded with sparkling conversation and lessons. Tip, visitors usually prefer food and drink which matches their primary interest, but some have additional requirements. Manuscripts. Use paper, ink, and a skill to write a manuscript based on that skill. These manuscripts may be necessary to satisfy thirsts for specific knowledge in further stories. Lessons from salons will help you improve those skills and write more useful manuscripts. Tip, you can't reliably control what visitors will discuss. It's a party, not an interrogation, but they will usually provide lessons related to their shared interests. In further stories, once you've completed an incident, follow it up in the Tree of Wisdoms. Visitors will need more specific help here, perhaps a book on a specific topic or a specific book. Tip, an affair opens to further stories once all the interested visitors have had the opportunity to ask you for help with it. Be aware that in some further stories, it can make the difference who you originally helped. Be careful. This is one part of the game where choices can sometimes have permanent consequences. And the Institute. This is, of course, the House of Light from the title. Look for the lighthouse out at sea. When your visitors are ready, use it to establish the true heirs to the curia of the isle. Further stories' outcomes can inspire your visitors to support the Institute for their own reasons. Their nature is constant, but some story outcomes can make them decide to emphasize one agenda over another. And finally, the authors. Weather Factory is Design, Writing, and Coding by Alexis Kennedy, Art Production and Marketing by Lottie Bevan, Additional Coding by Roman Laskudov, Knights of Unity, FRGM, Additional Art by Adrian Degan, Clockwork Cuckoo, and Catherine Unger, music by Meredith Solomon and Brett Barkman for Mickey Mar Productions Limited, RIP Mickey Erb, sound effects by Soundcuts. I'm going to give my apologies to all of the localization teams here. So we have the Dove Archive, Riot Lock, and the Steam localization. I have no hope whatsoever. I already struggle with some of the English pronunciation inside of this. So, of course, a very big thank you to everyone, because I think most people will agree this is a story that's really worth experiencing. And it's nice that Weather Factory and these people have put the time into realizing that for people to be able to experience. And of course, special thanks to all our beta testers, Riley Lebrecq for Steamworks.net, Fingal's Coffee on Trafalgar Road, Johnny Coughlin and Mark Lewis, Alex Tuddy and Anna Poulter-Jones, PK and Sonia, Matt and Taz, Sulo and Chi. I'm gonna turn this off and away we go. I feel very nervous doing this, but I know I'm okay because I already saved. All right, so the game does give you some tips at the start, but I do notice that it loads rather quickly as well. So let's talk about the very start of the game. Again, I'm going to be playing this game both with the expectation that there are going to be some people who have seen this from the very beginning, and some people who are playing at the start. So this is a story game. We got to read the text. Bancroft, March the 7th, 1936. There has been no librarian at Hush House since the fire, 7 years now. Suitable candidates are very difficult to find, but perhaps we have found one in you. Take care on your journey. The seas around Bancroft are treacherous. Thunder growling, waves pounding, and finally me, sprawled on the sodden sand of the beach. There is something in my hand. Health half drowned. Shivers rack my soaked body. Your health is failing. Find somewhere to warm up. Memory storm. There are storms great enough to shake the moon from the sky and one's thoughts from one's skull. And a drowned book. The one possession I kept from the shipwreck. It must be important to me. The aspects below tell you more about how and where to use this item. Mouse over them to learn more. So this is one of the most important things that I can suggest for all of Weather Factory's games, but Book of Hours in particular. This is a game that will not put a lot of pressure on you to get certain things done at certain times. There will be a couple of moments like that. But one of the easiest ways to sort of get lost and feel very confused about things is not to read and reread the items. So for in this case here, when it says mouse over to them to learn more, what we're going to be playing right now is basically the tutorial for the game, although it never comes right out and says the tutorial. So in this case, what is the drowned book? It's a thing. The gentleman makes things his servants. The petty man is servant to things. Master Zun. Readable. There are worse things to put in your eyes than this. A journal. I began before this book, but it will end when I do. And soaked. In peril of dissolution. Intervene quickly, but not hastily. We can also do this for our other elements as well. So we've already got some divisions here in terms of these little baskets. We've got memories and lessons, elements of the soul, currently no skills and languages, and no sundries. So if I take a look at my health, it has heart. The heart relentless beats to protect the skin of the world we understand. The heart is the principle that continues and preserves. Winter. Winter is the principle of silence, of endings, and of those things that are not quite dead. An element of the soul. The human soul is composed of 9 elements, and this is one. Most other things have simpler souls. Each soul card can be used once a day for the kinds of things you do with your soul. That usually means talking to people or crafting. It's afflicted by a malady. Something has snared or sickened my soul. Soul cards can be malady-tainted when you're exposed to dangerous influences. Sometimes when you fail a task. Maladies cannot be exhausted, but your soul is altered and weakened, and there can be serious consequences if they go untreated. And finally, it is also soaked. In peril of dissolution, intervene quickly but not hastily. Finally, we have got the memory storm. And this one has 2 of the heart aspect. It also has a new aspect that we haven't seen yet. Sky, wind, storm, echo, song. The intricacies of mathematics and the principles of flight. Law's touch is lighter than we sometimes think. Matters of balance, harmony, and necessity. and memories. Something remembered might be something understood. Memories can be used to help with crafting and to upgrade skills. Memories disappear each dawn, except persistent ones. So here we are. We are in a storm. We've washed up on the beach, St. Brendan's Cove. Here the sea ends and the world begins, or the other way around. After storms, fishermen of Brankrug Village find oddities washed up here. And in this case, we have a barred path. Brankrug Village. Brankrug Village, sanctuary in the storm. I'll need to climb the cliffs in the dark, and the locals are suspicious of outsiders, more than ever so since the restoration and the new king. Now, I don't want to spend too much time in terms of talking about sort of maybe meta concerns in that, but also because this may be the first type of game that someone like this has played. Notice that there's already two mysteries in front of us, but again, it doesn't put big lights around it. So when we're talking about the restoration and the new king, remember that this is the 1930s. This is not something that historically were, at least in my history, I don't recall any restoration. And it is also talked about a fire in the library from 7 years ago. And I think it is fair to say that there are very few sort of throwaway bits inside of this game. There may be things that don't necessarily seem relevant at the time, but what this game is going to involve is quite a bit of exploration, and we'll be learning a bit more about this place that we're heading to as we go by, but it's also worth keeping some of those previous details in mind. But I think probably much like what would happen if we did find ourselves washed up on the beach after a storm, perhaps we want to get out of the rain. So let's focus on that first. It gives us a bit of a guide here, so it has an essential element, so it needs to have sky and assistance. The librarian lives alone, but there's no shame in seeking assistance from others. Assistance can open new rooms or help with your studies. It disappears when used or at dawn. And then we have a restriction here, forbidden. If an object matches any of these, it can't go in the slot, so we can't put assistance that is skeptical. Trust can be bought or earned. So let's see what we can do here. There isn't a whole lot. We want to get to Brankrug Village, but we need to find someone to help, and there isn't anybody around right now. So what are the other things that we have? Well, we've got our half-drowned health, we've got our storm, and we've got memory. What do I have left to work with? So in here, anything that matches these aspects can go in this slot. We can put an element of the soul, a memory, or something that's soaked. Alive, approximately. I'm soaked, I'm freezing, but as far as I can tell, I'm still alive. You still have some health. Don't lose it. You need it if you want to be alive. What else do you have? Your single remaining possession is in a belonging slot at the top. I remember. Perhaps this book can help me put the pieces together. It says, what's left? The storm didn't take everything. There was a storm. It smashed the ship like an egg, but I seized this book as the sea seized me. And then the sea brought me here to Brankrug. And Brankrug is where I wanted to be, but it's hard to remember why. What else did I lose in the storm? So we still have our drowned book. But now we start one of the things that I really loved when I first tried this in this game. This game actually begins with a little bit of a personality test. So in Cultist Simulator, I was one of the types of players who always wanted to name the character. And there is no naming inside of this game. But what you get to do, there are multiple starts to this game. And it's going to be based on some of the decisions that you make here. So what else did I lose in the storm? In this case, we're going to pick elements of the soul for ourselves. So we've got core. Core is exuberance, instinct, rhythm. Do those mean something to me? Fet. Fet is the part of us which dreams. Are dreams important to me? And shaft. Shaft is eloquence and also understanding. The door opens both ways. Is my soul open to knowledge? So I believe I've done some version of a start with all of these. If somebody has a preference, I realize that there's about 6 seconds between me running the stream and between me doing something on stream and then people being able to react. So there won't be too much interactivity in terms of main decisions like these. But if somebody has a favorite element of the soul, I'm willing to consider it. I think I have an idea of what I want, but my microphone is a little bit off balance for myself, so I'm going to take the time to adjust it. I apologize for the sound. But if anybody just absolutely must have Yep. I just saw a message too. I'm going to just take a second to adjust this here, but if anybody would like to speak up inside of chat, that actually also helps us test. I know Arbella Dusk was very nice in terms of mentioning something inside of chat, but it may also just be people like to watch this material. So I do know I had a little bit of I did have a little bit of trouble on the previous stream, but I think we're good to go. Okay. Hey, thank you very much, Mercenary Scum. That actually really helped us with the testing, so I appreciate you doing that. I didn't want to hold the stream hostage, but... All right. Well, Shat was actually the one I was going to go for as well, so welcome. Hello, Johnny. Is it Sakoa? And we've got Yanko. Oh, we've got a lot of chat trans here, so wonderful. All right. I can't get my thoughts straight, but there's something in my hand. Your single possession is in a belonging slot at the top. So let's remember my shaft. What remains of me? Words. The human soul has 9 parts. Eloquence and understanding rise from that part of the soul we call shaft. Is my shaft strong? Recover this. The other 2 possibilities will be lost to the sea for now. Just Yang works? Okay, thank you. This is the coast where Brandkrug Isle lies. My sources briefed me thoroughly about the place, and I know there's no way I can cross to the isle in these seas. I will need to find shelter for the night. So I'm going to make my decision for myself in terms of the elements of the soul that we go with. But let's talk about the elements of the soul that we got. So Shapt, Eloquence, and Understanding. The door opens both ways. One of the 9 parts of the human soul. It has Forge. Fire, I once read, is the winter that warms and the spring that consumes. The principle of the Forge transforms and destroys. We've got Knock. The principle called Knock permits no seal and no isolation. It thrusts us gleefully out of the safety of ignorance. Knock opens doors and unseams barriers. We've already done Element of the Soul, and it's also Occupant. A visitor or soul element with this aspect can be placed in a guest bed to occupy it for a while. Well, Yang, I can actually tell you, Weather Factory very kindly let me use the, be a beta tester and stream it ahead of time. And I feel that they got a pretty crummy beta tester in me this time around. But okay, this is a good one, Emakar. So unless something has changed, my experience of it is that you do not have to start a new game. And they actually, I don't recommend going into the save file, but the save file actually has a lot of information inside of your... about your playthrough. So the decisions that you made as related to the further stories should actually already be part of the game. So if you want, you can just keep going ahead. I think you're still going to need to get the cards for the different visitors in terms of filling up your guest book. But in terms of continuing your progress inside of the game, if you want, you can load up House of Light. My view on this and my own experience as a beta tester has been that you would start a new save because you want to start a new save as opposed to having to start a new save. So I hope people do take advantage of the fact that they don't need to start over unless they want to. But yeah, we'll definitely get into this tonight. But I will say one of the things I've enjoyed the most about this is just kind of doing all the planning and getting everybody ready for the salon. I really do enjoy the cooking on this. All right, so we have, like I said, we had a personality test at the beginning of this game. So we have Metal. Metal is the capacity for meaningful choice. Did I prove my metal? Faust. Faust is sight, perception, inspiration, all the glory's gifts. Is my soul a bright soul? Arab. Arab is pride, compassion, hatred, and fear. Do those passions burn within me? And Whist. Whist is the name, the memory, the part which remains. Is it important to me that things endure? So there's lots to go with. This is actually one of the harder choices for me here, but I think today we are going to pick Metal. What remains of me? My strength of character? Metal is the soul's tempering, will, self-discipline, that part of us which makes the right choice. Hello, Blue Future. I'm glad that you're excited. Oh, Johnny likes Whist. Whist is a good one. I'm actually doing a Whisty playthrough already on my main stream, so I'm actually holding off on Whist just because I'm overdone on it, but it was a strong one. Streaming stopped. I don't think the streaming stopped. Can anybody else confirm this for me? Arab for you because you're an edgy jerk. See, this is it. This is the kind of variety that everybody's looking forward to. Well, the nice thing, Amakar, is that you can save the game. Like the saves just stay in your folder. So if you want to start a new save, you can always go back to your old one as well. But I think it's worth seeing through to the end. Perhaps here I can atone for all I've done. But what was that exactly? First things first, I remember there's someone in the village who will give me sanctuary if I can get there. Mysteries have been added to your journal. You can begin to investigate them when you and your journal are both dry. And thank you, everybody, for helping me out whenever there's the questions in terms of whether or not the streaming has stopped or anything like that. It's always tricky to keep everyone happy and on the same level. I will just say, if anybody is curious about this game, we are starting at the very beginning. I am doing the tutorial, but if anybody does have questions about the game or questions about the DLC, particularly because some of the things in the DLC will be coming in later, I'm very happy to answer them. So, all right. So we've got an old friend's address. Stenzel is the blacksmith of Brankrug village. I remember him from the war. If he remembers me, I can find shelter beneath his roof once I've reached Brankrug village. I do really like that Subtle Old Soldier just started playing when this comes in. That's got to be intentional. All right. Now, we still need to figure out what we're doing in Brankrug village, but we've got a new verb, shelter. Brankrug village must be nearby, but it's hard going, dragging my soaked body across the soaked sand with the teeth in the teeth of this wind. Which way? Great to hear, Johnny. All right. Fear. The oldest and strongest emotion of mankind is fear, and the oldest and strongest kind of fear is fear of the unknown. So here we've got it. Edge. All conquest occurs at the edge. One who dwells there is blind and cannot be wounded. Another is strong and grows stronger. Edge is the principle of battle and of struggle. And scale. Hard without, hard within. Hard to rouse, harder to subdue. What is left of the crude powers of the deep earth. It is a truly wonderful game, Yang. I agree. It's one that I find very easy. Actually, at work, I've got a couple of people who've only just started gaming because they've discovered sort of, how do I put it, more, like they've discovered that it's not all Call of Duty. And there's nothing wrong with Call of Duty, of course. But I gave them a trailer for Book of Hours, and they were fascinated. Like, they are really looking forward to being able to try something like that. So, and again, this is one of the reasons, if you haven't done it already, I'm sorry to turn this very mercenary, but Steam has added the feature of following developers. So from my understanding, Weather Factory does plan to make a third game. And so one of the ways that you find games like this is to follow creators who are interesting. So they do have a wonderful YouTube channel. They've got a Twitter account or X account, and you can also follow them on Steam now as well. So if you do like stuff like this and you're not doing that already, I highly recommend following up with them. All right. What can I do? Above me, the cliffs, lies Brankrug village. I'll never reach it in this storm, but if I can only muster my remaining strength to find help. So this is an example here where we're talking about the game having a little bit of a tutorial built into it. So we're trying to get help, we're trying to talk with somebody, and it's giving me a little bit of a hint here, right? I've got an empty slot, and it says it needs an element of the soul, so I'm going to ignore the fear, and I'm going to ignore the old friend's address right now. It's always a tough one, because they're all so interesting, right? And I always use it as a chance. This is the point where I start figuring out roughly what type of person I want to play. So I think this is the first time I've done this combination, actually. So we know we want an element of the soul, but we have 3 here. And of course, one of them could be heart, but it says forbidden winter. So in this case, it's got the winter. We wouldn't be able to add it in here. So really, we're down to 2, right? We want heart, knock, or rose. Now, I would say this is also an example where if we did what we did before, which was to read and see what all of these different elements of the soul will give us, we actually already know the answer is shaft because it has knock. But if we didn't know that, maybe we didn't take the time to take a look at the different cards. In this case, we can see, oh, okay, so this is Forge and Edge. That doesn't match anything in here. And of course, we could just try to put it in. You'll notice that it gives us a little X. Whereas if we click on the empty slot, it gives us a little bit of a highlight here. Alternatively, I could just also mouse over the knock, But if I did that for the heart, we wouldn't have realized the winter. So there's a few different ways that the game can kind of point you to what you want to do. A cry for help. Perhaps there's someone out there, even in this weather. I can fill my lungs and bellow for help. That would also mean I don't need to crawl any further. At last, I see the light of a hurricane lamp bobbing in the dark. As it approaches, a face glimmers above the lamp. The fisherman's assistant, a fisherman from Brankrug village. He can guide me up the cliff path, if he trusts me. The aspects below tell you more about how and where you can use this card. Mouse over them to learn more, or to see what other things also have these aspects. So he's got moon, secrets are soft, night is softer still, the sea speaks. It is not always wise to listen. We've got sky, we talked about that before, but here is the skeptical aspect that we were talking about. Trust can be bought or earned, but he is an assistant, and he's reluctant. Someone who will provide help, but only essential help. So here we go. We've got a fisherman, but we can't get help to Brankrug village because they don't trust us yet. Allaying suspicion. Come no closer. What's thy business? A name? Is there someone who might vouch for me with the villagers? Well, that's Denzel. Be someone that'll speak for ye? Of course, since 1930 and the Restoration, the locals have grown ever more suspicious of foreigners. But there is someone in Brankrug I know. Oh, Johnny, I could never forget this. This is an opening I have seen many, many times. But it's a great way to start the game. I think it does a really good job of telling you all the pieces that you'll need. What is your quest? I'll take ye by the cliffs then. This gentleman is no longer skeptical. Use him to unlock Brankrug village. Yeah, you can see here all of the basic ideas. For those of you that have already played this game, you'll know that essentially all of these different combinations and this idea of putting all the different aspects together, all of these are introduced in these opening moments, and the last thing that we'll be doing is unlocking a room in a little bit. But of course, the amount of variety inside of this and what all of that means, all of the different things that you'll be getting from through exploring Hush House, all of that is really something that lies ahead. So it does a good job of telling you what you need to do as a player, and then from here you're just going to be able to sort of let this story wash over you and really enjoy the experience. So, all right, Brankrug village is sanctuary in the storm. I will need help to climb the cliffs in the dark, and the locals are suspicious of outsiders, more than ever so since the Restoration and the new king. You know, I am sympathetic, Johnny. For those of you, some of you may know me from the YouTube channel where I've been playing Book of Hours, but the YouTube run that I did quite literally finished an hour ago. So I did the last episode just before this came out. So it had been over a year that I'd been doing those videos, although that's more of a statement to me. Okay, so there's tons of stuff that just unlocked here. Yeah, no, it's totally fine, Blue Future. It's sometimes tough when somebody's being like unkind. It's the hardest, but there's a 6-second delay. That is the shortest. Sorry, that's the shortest that Steam recommends. So in this case, I definitely don't think that people are like just trying to like parrot what I'm saying inside of chat. But in this case here, it does make it a little bit difficult. It is kind of an asynchronous way to communicate. So it does make for a little bit of a little bit of strangeness, but I definitely don't think people need to apologize. All right, Brankrug village. This quiet Cornish fishing village has lain long in the Isle's shadow. It might be as old as Hush House itself, and like Hush House, Brankrug village has provided sanctuary over the years for its share of misfits and exiles. Now, I did actually want to take a quick second here. I didn't highlight this before, but I should have. But it did say that some new mysteries have been added to the book. So in this case, it's got a knock aspect now, and it also has an edge mystery. So the book has in fact changed now that I've got Elements of the Soul. But I didn't bring that up at the time. I was trying to do a few other things. So we probably want to get out of the rain, but seeing as I am doing an introductory stream, let's take a quick look at all of the different buildings here. So we've got the Sweet Bones. After the Restoration of 1930, the new king's agents came looking for his enemies in these parts, and they weren't gentle about it. Since those days, the locals are suspicious of foreigners. No one in the Sweetbones will talk with me. Mrs. and Mr. Kill. Mrs. Kill, the midwife, is tall and gloomy. Mr. Kill, the undertaker, is slight and wry. In these troubled times, both are wary of strangers. You need a suitably marked introduction. Check the slot. The rectory. Reverend Timothy is a hospitable soul, but Terence, his housekeeper, guards her employer fiercely. She doesn't want his innocent theological enthusiasms getting him in trouble with the new king's men. The post office. The postmistress may have something for me once I know what to ask for. And finally, the smithy. Denzel Smith has more work than he needs, and he rarely opens his door to strangers. You need an introduction or a mutual acquaintance marked with edge, forge, or heart, someone with similar trade, or someone who can appeal to his secret passion for saffron cake. Well, we don't have any cake, but we do have an old friend's address. Denzel looms in the fire-bright doorway. The storm wind plucks at both of you. And in this case, it wants an element of the soul and soaked. Denzel looms in the fire-bright doorway. You? Here? How? Denzel only has one bed, but he can offer me a straw mattress in the smithy. It's smoky, but the warmth is very welcome. So when this is, sort of talked about as being a crafting RPG or that, we already have a story that's been told, but it's been told in this very unique way, right? So we have this story where we are a librarian of this place called Hush House. There's some kind of restoration in the 1930s that has occurred. People are suspicious. We were able to come back, become reacquainted with our old friend Denzel from the war. And kind of the rest of the game is going to be figuring all this out. It's going to be learning a bit more about, first of all, what lies behind all of this fog. This is a new feature, by the way. We'll talk about that momentarily. But essentially, we've got a little bit of a story that's already starting inside of here. And there will be more of that that's revealed when we find out what the drowned book is. We're going to need to dry this at some point. But Denzel pauses at the door as I wish him good night. Son will be back, he observes. Always do. We used to say that in the war, didn't we? The words linger as he clumps up the passage. The lamp flame flickers red, gold, red. So we get revelation. Some truths come to us from outside or above. Lantern. Life is a pure flame, and we live by an invisible sun within us. Thomas Brown. Lantern is the principle of the secret place, sometimes called the House of the Sun, and of the light above it. You do not need to start a new game to get to the DLC content. So I will say, though, actually, this may be worth... I expect we're going to get this question quite a bit, so I actually want to stress, for those of you who want to play the new material as soon as possible, you probably don't want to start a new save, because one of the challenges that I'm going to run into here is I want to show you all the cool new things, but the cool new things actually happen later on. You need to have a kitchen if you want to cook, for instance. So for those of you that want to jump into that right away, I would actually recommend that you play your existing save. But there's nothing stopping you, and there's nothing that would hurt starting a new playthrough. This is an opportunity for me to show people who are both interested in the game how it works and to go from the very start. And of course, it's just fun to do this opening again. But I did just want to stress that there's a lot of care that's been put into this game to make sure that people who want to be able to experience it from the start can, but that nobody has to completely reset their progress to be able to play it. So it's the best of both worlds. And I will say, like, Weather Factory is 2 people. So, this is actually extra work that they did. And of course, their time is quite valuable, right? I'm sure that they're trying to decide what exactly they can get done on time. So I actually really admire the fact that they did take the time to do that, because once this game gets sufficiently old, pretty much every new game is going to be a new game. So I really do think that they did something nice by setting that up. All right, your librarian is set up to host some parties. You got to prep. No, it's definitely true. Again, setting up for the parties is like one of the first things where I was like, oh, this is such a good extension. So, all right, we've Got through the night, our shaft is still fatigued, but our health is restored. The dwelling place of the soul, the ninth of the 9 parts of the soul, the only one that can be touched. So we've got heart, we already talked about that, but it also has the nectar aspect, the green wealth in the world's veins, the pulse of the seasons. Long ago, some called this principle blood. It also has scale, hard without, hard within, hard to rouse, harder to subdue. So we've got a bunch of different things that we can do. We already did a little bit of an introduction of all the different parts of the village. We've got some other places to unlock as well. So we've got the tidal flats. Brandkrug is a tidal island. At low tide, you could probably walk there, though you probably shouldn't. And this is a little bit like trying to get to Brandkrug Village in the first place, right? We've got assistance, we've got moon, we've got winter. Basically, we need to have 2 moon or 2 winter to be able to open this up. But I'm going to guess that the big building labeled Hush House is the place that we want to go to, seeing as we are the librarian of Hush House. So probably it makes a bit more sense to go over the Cucurbit Bridge. The mist-cloaked bridge. Every so often, someone builds a bridge to the Isle. Each bridge lasts 100 years or 200, and then the sea disposes of it. This was built in the 1890s, and that makes it the newest bridge, but that doesn't mean it's new. So in order to do this, we need assistance, and that assistance needs to have forge, lantern, or sky. Denzel Smith, strong as an oak, blackened by smoke. He will never surpass his father, and he's no longer a soldier, but he still has his craft. Denzel doesn't smile when he welcomes you in, but that's only because he's Denzel. So, yes, we do not need to deal with triple fascination, unless I guess you get 3 maladies on your elements of the soul. But then that's not as deadly. Okay, so we need an element of the soul to be able to talk with Denzel. For that, we need edge, forge, or heart. Of course, we have both health and metal. So let's use our metal with Denzel here. I'm always welcome at Denzel's smithy. Denzel will offer help for free as a friend. If you give him occult coinage, he will perform the service of division. Denzel rarely works for free, but he won't take payment for helping a friend. But if you find occult coinage, you can give it to him for the service of division, and it points it out here, right? We can give him something soaked, dry out a book, or we can talk with him. I think I'm going to hold off on drying out the book. I do want to see what's going on with the drowned book, but I also want to make a little bit of progress first. So, fortunately, the game does not penalize you for not drying out the book right away. Blacksmith's assistance. Denzel the blacksmith will lend me his strength for a day. Make use of the blacksmith's help before dawn. So he's got 2 edge and he's got 2 forge. Also an introduction. So one thing that might be worth thinking about is what we can use Denzel for. So the most obvious step right now is the Mist-Cloak Bridge. But we do also have some other options as well. So it's worth noting, right? What happens if we want to try and talk with Mr. and Mrs. Kill? Well, they're not going to just open the door to a stranger, right? You need a suitably marked introduction, check the slot. And in this case here, we don't have the old friend's address. What we basically, or sorry, we can't use the old, these are the forbidden ones. So we need an introduction, which Denzel has. But the question is, does he have any of the aspects that we have, that we need here, right? We need something with Grail, Heart, Lantern, Moon, Sky, or Winter. Now, of course, we mouse these over and we don't see Denzel light up. We could also just take a look. So in this case, we don't have an introduction to Mr. and Mrs. Kill. For Reverend Timothy, we need Knock, Lantern, or Winter. So again, Denzel isn't exactly the type who's going to be hanging out with the Kills or Reverend Timothy. So the final thing we could try would be the Sweet Bones, and in this case, the Sweet Bones will accept pence, metal, core, or shapt. Now, most of this is already occupied, but in this case, we have both diplomacy and bribery as well. Actually, I guess we don't have bribery available to us, but that's an option that we'll have later. So again, there's lots of different things that we can do here, but I did say that our goal was going to be to move to Hush House. So in this case, we will follow up on the Mist-Cloak Bridge, repairs. Actually, I think if I click on the empty slot, Hush House has been empty for 7 years. Those 7 years have rendered the bridge perilous. And in this case, it only takes a couple of seconds. Sometimes it takes longer to open up a certain region, but it depends on which room you're opening up. Hush House has been many things over the centuries, including in the nocturnal period of 1896 to 1929, a jail. No one remembers that period fondly, but at least it meant Nocturnal Branch paid for a new bridge. So we have another sort of obstacle, lodge at the gate, a cottage where Hush House's groundskeeper lived until the fire. If I can get into the place and make it habitable, I can use it as a base for reclaiming more of the house. And for that, we will need assistance, forge, heart, or knock. And to give you a bit of an idea in terms of how you can go through, so you'll notice that this game has been nudging you towards certain ideas, right? It's been reiterating the new king, the restoration. It's also been talking about the fire quite a bit. And that can be a nice little signal that, hey, this game really wants me to know this thing has happened or that this thing exists. So again, I'm not gonna point out every last little detail because there's a lot to read about. But these are always helpful little signs that there might be something that you want to pay attention to. And that particularly helps when you're feeling stuck in this game, where you start saying, like, what was an interesting thread that I was following that I didn't continue on? And this is why I'm actually playing the game with a notebook beside me. But anyways, if we want to get to the lodge at the gate, I'm going to need to open things up. The local blacksmith can defeat the door, the rector probably has a spare key, and the midwife knows how to jiggle the latch on the back door. So we can't access the midwife, we can't access the rector, but Denzel accepts edge, forge, and heart. So if we use our health, speak with Denzel, I'm always welcome at Denzel's smithy. Denzel will offer help for free as a friend. If you give him occult coinage, he'll perform the service of division. Sorry, I should stop reading the square brackets. Generally, the square brackets will be the game developers telling you, hey, we wanted to give you some extra information here. And here we go. And this is a little bit more representative of the time that it will take. So we've exhausted our elements of the soul. We didn't really have much that we can do with the revelation and the fear. There are a couple of other ways that you can approach this. So you can try and dry out your book and maybe get some money. There's a few different ways that you can do these things. But in this case, we decided to go over the Kukerbit Bridge and explore a room, because I think being able to go into a room will allow me to talk a little bit more about what the... I think we can talk a little bit more about the... we could talk a bit more sort of about what the game is about when we have a room available. All right, so our first room. Sorry, just one second. The Keeper's Lodge. For 500 years, in the times we call baronial, curia, nocturnal, there was always a keeper to watch the ways, weed the gardens, mend the roof when the sun was shining. There is no keeper now, but the lodge's roof still weathers the storms of Brandkrug Bay. So there's quite a bit in here, and this is also a point. In fact, they make a point. They make a point of this in the loading screen. Sometimes it's not clear how far you can zoom in, and the pause that we're going to, or not the pause, but the puzzle that we're going to solve next actually does rely on your ability to zoom in this much. So this is also another reason for talking about this. Yang says the song playing is your favorite from the OST alongside Hawthorne, a Rose Witch is also always so lovely. Yes, actually, for those of you curious, so this the game will tell you what tracks are playing, and I believe, I'm actually going to take a quick second just to look at the Steam page to double check this, but I believe there is an anthology edition of the game now, which will, you can definitely buy the soundtrack on its own. Yes, so the anthology edition gives you Book of Hours, House of Light, and the Book of Hours soundtrack, and there's a discount for that. I believe that might be a bit higher than the usual discount that you get. But it's a lovely soundtrack, and I don't want to spend too much time talking about things that aren't the game, but I will share one bit of news. I started a job at the beginning of the year, and in fact, it was the opening music. So I'd already been playing the beta of House of Light for such a long time. Oh. Sorry, I just read an email, so Um, I'm trying to I'm trying not to get too distracted, but um, there's that opening moment, right? There's that opening music that you hear when the storm is starting, and I can remember when I first played that demo that they put out, and I'd been looking forward to Book of Hours for so long, and just that music just hit really, really well. Just it's a special moment. That's the sort of thing that music can do. And in fact, that song was playing my first day at a new job with all sorts of, secrets and mysteries and all the things that you look forward to in a new job. And the job has gone incredibly well. Very much. I don't want to I don't want to overdo the analogy here, but just going through and exploring everything. So it's one of these things, right? It's very, very special. And this is one of the reasons why I keep playing this game and why I like sharing this game with all of you, is that there are very few games which wind up forging that very special personal connection for you. That, a certain piece of music happens to hook into maybe that moment of excitement that you had for the game, or something just fits really right, and it only really makes sense to you, but it winds up sticking with you. And I think in this case here, Book of Hours is really one of those games. It's one of those reasons why I stay with it. It's also one of the reasons why I want to talk about the anthology edition and all that too. I will also mention as a Canadian that the composer is Canadian, so gotta represent the nation as well. Oh, this is wonderful to hear, Chomp. And we thought about doing that, but we want to make people really appreciate. Yeah, I think so too. Actually, our Belladisc, if I may, please don't feel the need to tell any secrets. But when Settle Old Soldier started playing, when the old friend's address popped up, is that something that's hard coded into the game? Like, does the music play based on the character that is your friend, or is that just a wonderful coincidence that came up inside of the game? All right, we're going to talk about the Keeper's Lodge though, because I know a lot of you are here to see the game, and I don't want to get too too meta about this. So we've got the lodge. It's already kind of told us that this will be our base of operations for the next little while, but there's all sorts of fun little things inside of here to check out. So we have got dandelion wine, a homemade flower wine. We've got a basket of clean linen, a nighttime luxury. We've got the fractured mirror, cracked and fly-specked, a potted dragon tree, a determined spiky little survivor. We've got some uncatalogued books, the Curia, the Nocturnal, and the Baronial period book. We've got Traveling at Night, Volume 1, the annotated dream journals of Christopher Olopoli, sometimes called the only readable occultist, literate, entertaining, bewildering. And Traveling at Night, Volume 2. We've got a shaving mirror, snip snip. I will actually highlight as well, this is not just random stuff inside of the house. There's actually meaning to these things. So the fact that the shaving mirror has lantern and moth is not coincidental. I think people who are familiar with the setting known as the Secret Histories, and that would be the Secret History settings includes the original game Cultist Simulator, which is a roguelike card game that is also available from the same developer. There is Book of Hours, which is the follow-up, very different in tone, but an equally wonderful game, and also card-driven, although, of course, you have the wonderful setting in here. And then there's also a tabletop product that they have. So there's an Etsy store that is an Etsy store, which I should actually have gotten the address for. I'll take a minute. Always be closing. There you go. So you can get that boxed experience, kind of called The Lady Afterwards. There is also a PDF version of it, but the thing about it is that it's this nice physical experience, and you have a bunch of objects and things that you can touch, right? It's a night that you have with your friends around a table. But that's available on there, along with all sorts of other wonderful products available on it. So this is a whole setting, and so the idea of sort of shaving, hair cutting is associated with moth. And if you don't know any of this, that's fine, because this is a standalone game. But what you will be finding, and what I want to try and plant some flags for here, is that these little indicators here actually tell you something about the object, right? So I'll give you an example. We had our shaft, which says knock. Now, unfortunately, I don't, it's not active here, so I'll have to find something else with knock. I always keep getting this wrong with the honey scar scented candle. All right, I'm gonna have to settle for the hush house key. The principle called knock permits no seal and no isolation. It thrusts us gleefully out of the safety of ignorance. Knock opens doors and unseams barriers. And the cracked mirror, cracked and fly-specked, has lantern, but it's also got the knock. And you'll see associations with wounds and other openings in terms of knock. So again, there's not going to be a quiz. The game's not going to sit you down and ask you to explain the mysteries lying beneath the skin of the world. But these are little things that as you continue to play the game, they will start to make a bit more sense. And what you'll probably find is that things just feel right that you're doing inside of the game. And it's basically going to be this internal logic that's starting to work on you. All right, so more goodies inside of the house. We've got Don Lion coffee, a packet, coffee from beyond the great deserts. We've got the Cater and Hero Second Flush Assam. Oh, by the way, I should mention on that Etsy shop, there's actually a big release that's going to be coming up for them in about a month. The, what is it? Sorry, it's a stained glass tarot, but it's a lucid tarot, sorry. I'm trying to do my best to talk about all their big releases coming out, but I believe that will be coming out on Halloween. They're going to be doing a special edition with signed copies. And then if history is any indication, they tend to make very popular products that take a while to get, or not to take a while to get out, but basically they need to sort of do them in batches to be able to make sure that everybody is satisfied. So I think what happens with those, there's the special run with the signed ones, they'll be numbered, and then there will be sort of waves that are sort of released, and there'll be different windows so that people in different times will go through. I highly recommend, if you haven't visited it, weatherfactory.biz and sign up for their newsletter if you want to know about things like that, because obviously some streamer on Steam is going to likely get the dates wrong on these sorts of things. But I know for a lot of you, you do like that physical stuff. You like those physical experiences, and there's going to be a big release for that coming up soon. Yes, the thumb drive is good. I actually have one of those as well. So anyways, let's keep going. So we've also got the Pillis oat bread, gritty bread made with the hardy ancient oats that grow at Land's End. Now, one reason why I wanted to highlight this one was that you'll notice there's a few new aspects to this, from those of you who may have already played the game. So we have our good old friends Forage, Heart, Nectar, and Rose. But in this case, this also counts as a first course, generally eaten as a light snack before a main course. So once we start doing the salon, we will actually have to have the different courses lined up. And there's going to be a whole sort of decision process in terms of what we serve and who we bring in and so on and so forth. So in this case, we now know that we have a first course, although we'll probably want to be making some more for ourselves. So it is also a cooking ingredient, so you can do more with the bread if you want, but I wanted to highlight that. So there we have it. We've also got a bed, the Guest Bed Lodge, stout, rustic, snug. Use a matching soul card to move your belongings in and make this your bed, or place a matching visitor card to encourage them to stay a little longer. Yeah, so my answer for the postage thing, Chomp, is that what I usually do, like I save up a bit, and then what I try to do is I try to just do a big order. I mean, in the end, there's still going to be the postage that comes through that, but I just try and like mass it all together and then hit myself with the, just the one big bill, and then I'm happy. Which of course means I've got way too much Weather Factory stuff, and my coworkers keep asking me whether I believe in the occult or not. But it's definitely common. I also buy used books quite a bit, so that's my usual answer has been to just try and do them in batches where possible. All right. Now we do want to explore more of the house. So we've got the Great Gate of the house. We've got the Keeper's Lodge. We might be using this to, open up more of the house, but we do actually want to make the progress. So let's see what it takes to get into the library proper. The walls of the house tower above me. I had been told that it was abandoned after a fire, but there is no sign of any such thing. The building will no doubt need restoration, but it's in better shape than I'd feared. Books are the memory that does not die, reads the inscription above the gate. So this requires some special aspects. We're no longer just getting people to do the work for us. In some cases, we actually need to solve some things on our own account. And in this case, this is going to be, we have essential, which requires a key. That part of the soul called shapt is left outside the white door of the mansis as a key in the door, or as a sword outside a king's hall if you listen to the noble endeavor. We'll find out about who the noble endeavor are later. It has to be a thing, and it has to have at least 2 knock. So in this case here, bringing Denzel back isn't going to help us, but if we add the key, we can make it. And of course, we already talked about the Hush House key, heavy enough that it takes both hands to turn, heavy enough to brain someone, though you need both hands for that too. In this case, it has both the knock and the winter aspect. It is also a key. And so not every puzzle is going to be about the different people that you can hire. Sometimes it's just a question of being able to find things inside of the house, which is why organizing things helps quite a bit. And that'll take us a minute. Now we've exhausted our elements of the soul. There are a couple of ways that you can renew them under certain circumstances, but I don't actually have those available to me yet. So for instance, at the post office, I can give them readable journal, but it can't be wet. And then I could restore my elements of the soul at the sweet bones, but only if I've opened up the sweet bones. And of course, I'm already exhausted. So there's not much else for us to do. This will be a point where I might speed things up just because I do want to start talking about all of the different, sorry, I want to start getting to some of the DLC content in that. But one of the options that I have here, or not options, but one of the things I wanted to talk about was actually the different rooms and the different periods, because there was a reference to this earlier, right? We've got the nocturnal period, we've got this idea that Hush House has been different things in different times, and this is going to give me an excuse to talk about this lighthouse at the other end. But let's talk about the room that we got first. The Watchman's Tower, the Gatehouse. Back in the 11th century, Brian of Brittany built the tower and its gate to protect St. Brendan's Abbey, as Hush House was then known. Later, the Barons de Wolf strengthened the gate against their many enemies, but it's a long time now since Hush House was any kind of fortress, and by the time the scholars of the Curia took possession, this place had long been a comfortable waiting room for visitors to the house too minor to merit immediate attention. So we've got lots of different things to explore in here, but I'm going to just take a quick second and look at the other rooms that I can potentially open. So we've got the gatehouse stairs. The stairs to the room above are blocked with debris, and the plaster is peeling from the walls. I'll need help from the village to clear and restore the place. Now, I'm not going to talk about the solution right away, but notice here we've got the unlock option. This will take forge or lantern. And then we've got the cloistered garden. In this case, this will take lantern or nectar. I can make out a green and shaded space, but it's choked with weeds and thorns. I will need help to clear the space. So we're not going to be able to do any of this right now anyway. But these are the times where you'd say, oh, okay, so how might I solve this? What are some of the resources that I have available to me? Inside this room, we've got Serena Blackwood. This bust is carved from alabaster. We've got Reveline Summer, a dry spell in a still place. It feels like it's almost worth restarting for the calling card, seeing as you get them each time you help a visitor. That is correct, Chomp, although if you think about it, you'll spend about the same amount of time waiting for the visitors, whether you restart or whether you play again, right? The one advantage that you will have, though, is that you will have the further stories already unlocked with the visitors that you've already helped. And then, and then as you say, you got to open up the room for salons and cooking ingredients. So you'll be able to actually start making the different dishes right away. That's kind of why, again, I don't want to tell people how to play this, but if you're the type of person who really wants to play the new DLC content right away, there's a small argument that you may want to actually use an existing save. But on the other hand, if you want to experience the game as a fresh save, like I'm doing right here, the game has been built to accommodate both. And so, you know, I try to have a light touch in terms of recommendations for people, because I think everyone's going to have their own different experiences. Now, it's a little early for me to be talking about the different rooms, but I still think there's some value in doing so. So notice here it says the baronial period. In the 16th century, the de Wolf family became the Barons Brancrew, governing the Isle as their personal estate until 1759, when their line ended in madness and death. And here we've got the cloistered garden, and this has kind of a green border. It's not going to tell me exactly what that is until I unlock it, but there's different colors, and I can tell you that there's sort of the yellow golden period around here, the solar Gothic. There's the Curia period, there's the nocturnal period, and there is the dawn period here. The house is as much of a character as anybody else inside of this, and so this one thing that this game does a very good job of capturing sort of the experience of is going to an old, ancient manor and sort of exploring and just seeing interesting things. You can take sort of the paintings and you can consider them in the game, and they will tell you more about the things that you interact with, right? All that we know right now is that Serena Blackwood, the bust is carved from alabaster. But we could theoretically investigate this, and we would get a memory from that, and we would be able to, we'd learn a little bit more. And so one of the reasons why I wanted to highlight that is that a large part of this game is going to be just figuring out what's happened, right? We heard that there was a fire, but it sure doesn't look like there was a fire based on these rooms. And the game has been directing our attention towards that. And of course, we know that there's going to be a bit of a story in terms of what happened to the DeWolfs, the Barons. But the thing that kind of excites me is the House of Light, the Lighthouse Institute, behind the scenes. The Curia of the Isle is long gone. Once it helped preserve a little knowledge and a kind of safety here in Brandkrug, and established the position of librarian. Rowena, secretary persistent of the Curia, a complex entity who has long protected Hush House, is both exhausted and compromised, and so it is time for the librarian to return the favor and establish a successor to the Curia. Help visitors pursue their goals and develop their agendas. When you've found 6 suitable candidates inspired by agendas, you can suggest that they found an organization that's a worthy successor to the Curia of the Isle. If you cannot find a suitable secretary persistent, Rowena will continue to serve in that role, even as she continues to wane. So to a certain extent, you can kind of think of House of Light as being creating a new, sort of a new era. You're adding you're telling the story after Nocturnal, basically. You complete the event if you use a few of them for languages. I believe, so you don't need to talk to every, I don't believe you need to talk to every individual for the event to complete. However, if you want to help the individual and have them perform the action, you'd want them to do the action first, and of course then you get the calling card, and then you can bring them back to learn the language. Whereas I think if you get the language from them, it basically counts as them not sort of being satisfied. In the end, they're not able to do the thing that they set out to at the in the house. So there's a 1 hour mark, so I'm just going to make a quick note here, and we will be back to advancing through the house. I am going to do a few breaks over the course of the stream, but it's early enough now that I don't feel the need to sort of get up and have a stretch and things like that. So I'm not going to spend too much time talking about the different characters in here, but you can give the treasurer, you can see some candidates, they need to be inspired. But the roles will be the treasurer, secretary salvant, secretary vigilant, secretary enigmatic, secretary nunciant, secretary persistent, and then there's a slot for records. And that will be something that we do later on in the game. I think it would be better to have some interactions with the visitors before we go too far down that path. Hello, little songbird. Yes, Weather Factory very kindly invited me. They are paying me, so in the interest of disclosure. But I would have done it for free, but don't tell them. All right, so we've got a bunch of different things, right? We want to dry out our drowned book. We've got some uncatalogued books, which could be anything. We've got some existing books already here. We've got 2 different rooms that we can open up. But we don't have... yes, I will be uploading it to YouTube. I'm currently recording it right now. However, I will say that I am often very slow in terms of getting these things uploaded to YouTube. So I don't think too many people stay for the whole stream, but I will do my best to make sure that there's some kind of a record for it. All right, so I'm going to take advantage. I don't normally speed up the game here because I do think, again, this is one of these types of games where it is nice to just take the time and sort of dwell in the house and enjoy the experience. But I do want to get on with some of the new material, so you can speed up the game. I just used the number pad here, so if you use the plus side on the numpad, you can go up to 6 times the speed. And one of the things that will happen over the passage of time is that you will lose memories. So those will go away at dawn, unless they're a special type of memory called a persistent memory. But there is, if you have a bed, there is the ability to preserve some memories. Yeah, no worries, Yang. And again, I mean, this is an opportunity to show people the game. I know some people enjoy doing that, but I always feel that like my channel is my own thing, and I like to be able to leave a record for other people. And this is really for the people on Steam too. So, you know, people have lives. I'm not taking attendance or anything like that, and I do appreciate that I'm given the opportunity to be able to do those recordings and put them online after the fact. So yeah, if anybody's wanting to see this full playthrough, there will be an archive on it. I just need to make sure that all the recording. Obviously, if there's a technical problem, that's its own thing, but we should be good. Okay, so again, what are the current things that we're trying to do in the game right now? Well, first of all, we're going to want to try and open up a few more rooms. We now also have the different books. We can catalog them. And then we also want to dry the book and go to the sweet bones and such. So we have a few different options available for us. I think what I'm going to do for a start, I'm going to just get all of the work done, right? I'm going to get myself set up so that we're in a good position for the following days. So for instance, I talked about having a bed. Well, now we're going to set up in the guest bed, the lodge bed. So stout, rustic, snug. Use a matching soul card to move your belongings in and make this your bed, or place a matching visitor card. Place a matching visitor card to encourage them to stay a little longer. So in this case, I knew to use health because it says so right here. It's got to have occupant and heart, and it can't be fatigued, have a malady, or be a Pneuma visitor. What's Pneuma? We'll find out. I'll make this my lodgings for the time being. Move your belongings into this room. You can then use this bed to rest soul cards and recover maladies. Okay, so we were also talking about clearing out the drowned book and such. So I think in this case here, we're going to use Denzel for that. So Denzel Smith, strong as an oak, blackened by smoke. He will never surpass his father, and he is no longer a soldier, but he still has his craft. So for that, we're going to talk to him. We're going to use the Shapt, speak with Denzel. I'm always welcome at Denzel's smithy. And this time we're going to talk about the drowned book. Actually, the alternative that we can do here is try it out here, right? But no, we're talking with Denzel. Denzel watches with grave interest as I dry the book in the warmth of his forge fire. He provides wads of cotton to put between the pages, but otherwise he keeps his distance. He is wary of the written word. I'm beginning to suspect he cannot read. I do not expect he will ever tell me. Little Songber says, it's actually insane. I've been binging the Book of Hours series, and now that I got back into Cultist Simulator, now there's a whole sponsored stream. Counts you in. Oh, thank you very much, Little Songbird. No, I thank you for saying that. Again, I definitely want the focus to be on the game, but one of the so first of all, I think Weather Factory are very unique and special developers. I think they've got a really interesting relationship with streamers, and it's one that I've benefited from, even though I'm not a large streamer. But one benefit to me, and I hope this is the experience of a lot of you, is that there is a very nice community behind this game. And you can see this through their YouTube channel, right? They have their weather forecast, they talk about game development, and they talk about being able to try and forecast what sales for certain games will be. And there are people who interact with that, right? There's the comments, there's the Reddit. There's a few different ways that you can interact with Weather Factory, and I think this sort of stuff doesn't happen by accident, right? I think it's a reflection of two very thoughtful and interesting game developers doing something in a very, very difficult business, and it's all, of course, very rewarding to be able to see people interact so well to it. And of course, it's nice that I get to do this sponsored stream because it's a chance to be able to talk with some people who are familiar with my stuff. So thank you for saying that. All right, the scarred book. Goatskin, antelope, some scarred leather that catches my memory. I should know. So we've got a little bit more information on the book here. So what about the post office, right? In this case, it's readable and a journal. right? So we've got both of these. Is it soaked and reluctant? It is not. Something for me? The postmistress regards me with the chilly gaze of a goddess image in an ancient hill shrine. The librarian, says she. Yes, I have something for you. Wait here, please. The postmistress returns with an envelope addressed to the librarian, Hush House, Brankrug Isle, postmarked in Wales a week ago. So I have a letter to the librarian, a letter to me from St. Ronwin's Trust. The Trust's connection with Hush House is probably benevolent, but persistently obscure. And we have a 10-shilling note, half a pound, but not half a note, a recent innovation. Worth 120 pence. I've already made my joke about fantasy currencies and such, but I can assure you that some of the great world building that goes into this game is essentially the development of daft currencies that know... At least no... Oh, no, I've made that joke already. Yeah, well, that's part of the discovery, John. Let's think about... Sorry, I should have actually talked about where the different steps that we can go for. So, the librarian has her lens now. So, if we wanted, we could try and open up the Sea of Hostile Faces. We could try and talk with Denzel to open up another room. But I think I did say that I was going to try and get all of my work done. On the other hand, I do potentially have an opportunity to read a book that might be more difficult for me. So let's actually talk a little bit about how you can interact with the books. Nope, there's no chance of me reading Traveling at Night. So each of the books will have different mysteries. So in this case, greater challenges require stronger skills. And one of the things that we could do with the book would be, we've got Traveling at Night Volume 2. We could consider it. Some books are to be tasted, others to be swallowed, and some few to be chewed and digested. Bacon. Studying requires effort. You will always need a suitable soul card first. So we only have one soul card right now, which is the Medal. So Mystery and Mastery. Books are the memory that does not die. Add aspects to match the book's mystery. You don't always need to fill every slot. So currently we don't have a skill, but we do have a memory. And that memory happens to match the aspect that we need, right? The sixth sky. So walls creak, travelers bend low against the blast. So the challenge here is that this is only three sky compared to the 6 that we need. So we don't really have a path to open that up. Now you can also study at desks, but we don't currently have a desk. So the question again is, what do we do with my metal? I can open up the sweet bones, but then the question would be, what do I want to do with the sweet bones? I could use my metal to catalog a book. So in this case here, we can consider it. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Curia period, roughly the 1700s to the 1800s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. And that also applies to the journal here. And I think that's going to be what I do right now. It is tempting to open up the sweet bones, but I think in this case, let's understand a little bit more of who we are. My journal? The battered leather cover is familiar, but the storm so scattered my thoughts. I can also consider the letter, but we will do that in a little bit. My understanding of the origins of Cultist Simulator was it was an effort to try and take some of the ideas from clicker games and sort of apply that to a new type of game. And I think it does it very well. I think that's still present inside of this game as well. But the one thing I will say that's also true is that given that there are fewer verbs in this one, although there's lots of workstations, you do sometimes get these agonizing choices in terms of how you want to spend your time. And so in this case here, trying to decide how I want to use that last metal is always a bit of a tricky one. My journal, I'm sure of it. The storm scattered my thoughts, but each page I turn is familiar. I begin to recall now why I came here, to understand my curse and redeem myself. More about your origin and your aspirations in your journal. You can now also access the Tree of Wisdoms at the top of the screen. So there's a little reason why I did this particular one. Sandscarred Journal. I am the librarian of Hush House, and this journal will record what arose from my crime and my curse. The archaeologists' dearish wish when they came to the house was to record a history where their crime could be forgiven or redefined. But you can complete the game by recording any history. You might wish to begin your studies with the Skolakosophy wisdom. So in this case, Memories the archaeologist. I opened a tomb and found, too late, that it was a prison. The plague that I released is now my shadow, or perhaps I am its reflection. It is too late to set matters right, but it is never too late to protect the future from the past. In Hush House I can do no harm. Perhaps I can even make amends. So, here is a big special moment. If you ever played Cultist Simulator, you can remember there's that really exciting moment when you first go to sleep and you see the Mansis. Well, here you get to see the Tree of Wisdoms. Rescued Journal. My memories lie curled in my journal like a seed in winter earth. Once you've rescued and read your journal, use it to unlock the tree. So it has to be a journal. It can't be soaked, can't be uncatalogued. We've already done those. The roots of memory. There are always choices, and so there are always regrets. Unlock the tree and gain a Tryst card. Tryst, the change and the longing. So notice that this is actually our first new element of the soul since we did the little personality at the test. So I did talk about how you get that personality test at the beginning in terms of which elements of the soul you want to keep. So that is what determined what type of journal I have. So again, I think this is a really neat way of doing the game because it's not obvious to you what the consequences are going to be. And obviously it's not always interesting to just sort of sit down and say, okay, which legacy is the one that's going to get me through what's going to get me through the game faster. But you are going to make some decisions in terms of what you think is interesting or maybe what will give you the edge that you're looking for. And that will be reflected in the type of character that you're playing. Now, again, it's not binding. It does say that you can complete the game by recording any history, but each of these histories, each of these journals, do have sort of their own special endings, and the game does direct you towards them if you want. So here we do have Tryst, so the change in the longing. We've got Moon, secrets are soft, night is softer still. The sea speaks, it is not always wise to listen. The nocturnal, the forgotten. Moth, I knew a man who captured moths in a bell jar. On nights like this, he would release them one by one to die in the candle. Moth is the wild and perilous principle of chaos and yearning. It's also an element of the soul, and it has the occupant aspect. Now, I do kind of have an ideal path for myself through the Tree of Wisdoms. Whether or not that's reflected in this particular character, I'm going to have to decide later. But we don't actually have any skills to put into it quite yet. That's sort of a representation of all of the different knowledge that you get, and you'll wind up making some decisions. It's going to wind up being a place where you can get extra elements of the soul when the time comes, but we're not quite there yet. But we do have a couple of extra elements of the soul to work with now. So the question, as always, is how do I want to make the most of them? So one option that I have would be to catalog the books. Another option that I have would be to bring Denzel back with the Shapt, or I could also open up the Sweet Bones. There's a few different ways I can open up the Sweet Bones. I think before I do that, let's read my mail. So read a letter, a message for me. Read the letter. To reply instead, add ink at a desk. Yeah, I do the same, little songbird. Like sometimes there are definitely some paths which I think, like sometimes I have goals for myself, like getting the whole, getting all of the max level for all the branches on the Tree of Wisdoms, and there's obviously an achievement each time you get to the top level. So there's some mechanical reasons why you might want to do things, but I've always tried to make decisions. I actually got a little bit of flack for one of them. Someone didn't like the fact that because one of the gods from nowhere was referenced in one of the skill applications, that they thought I was wasting time for not committing that. Like, to me, I'm like, no, I'm scared of the apple bright. Like, I don't want to deal with that. So to me, this is really the part where it becomes a proper role-playing game. If you feel a little uncertainty, or if you're really struggling as to which you consider to be more sort of fundamental to that skill in terms of your commitment to the Tree of Wisdoms, I just think that's the interesting way to play the game. Okay, so let's find out about this organization that gave me some money. St. Ronwin's Trust wishes to congratulate me on my appointment as librarian of Hush House. The Trust assures me that it will provide the promised stipend each spring, but reminds me that its resources are limited and suggests I seek local assistance in restoring the premises. Let us know when you are set up and ready to receive visitors, the letter concludes. It's signed simply the trustees. Well, it's a great, with House of Light coming out, Hanya, it's actually a really good time to get back into it. So all of the progress that you've made will still apply to House of Light. And I will tell you, I've actually just recently finished a playthrough myself on YouTube, so it is a satisfying ending if you can get to it. But hopefully this will be something to give you a little more wind in the sails. But it's definitely a game that doesn't, it's not going to be offended if you take some time away and come back. Okay, so what I think I'm going to do next, let's open up the gatehouse stairs. We've got Denzel as an option with our shaft. I'm always welcome at Denzel's smithy. Denzel rarely works for free, but he won't take payment for helping a friend. One of the things that I haven't done with Denzel is talk with him. So this is a way that you can get memories. In fact, so one of the questions might be, well, how would you know to do that? Well, again, remember, you can click on an empty slot and it'll tell you what it'll accept. So it accepts skills, readables, lessons, caches, but it won't accept a reel of film, a phonograph record, or something that is fixed in place. And likewise, the talk verb probably won't surprise you that you can speak with assistants. You can also speak with visitors, beasts, and employables. Will you get the DLC content? Probably not, Lady Fowl, because the DLC content, it's absolutely enormous. There is a ton of stuff inside of the game. So one of the things that you will do is sort of create a successor to the Curia. So in this case, you've got, we would need to be able to fill these roles, we would need to get visitors up to inspired. So we would need at least 6 visitors that are inspired, and I would feel comfortable going in there. And then there's all the cooking and things like that. So I'm going to do my best, but it's too big for me to go through everything. But I am definitely going to try and get some of the cooking and all of that done. But with the knowledge that I know some people are going to be new to the game, and so I also want to give an idea in terms of what the basic experience is as well. Okay. But yeah, so we've got Denzel. We're going to open up the gatehouse stairs. The stairs to the room above are blocked with debris, and the plaster is peeling from the walls. I will need help from the village to clear and restore the place. So this was an easy choice just because we don't currently have somebody who has lantern. House of Light maybe next year? Well, is it hi? If you do get House of Light, it does integrate well into the base game, so you definitely don't need to feel like you need to start a new playthrough. That's actually come up quite a bit here, and I would say probably most people will get more out of, sorry, I shouldn't say more, but people who want to experience the new stuff right away will probably want to use their existing saves. I'm starting a new save because I'm doing a sponsored stream. And I think there's some value in being able to show what the game is like at the early stages, but by no means people should feel that they have to do the early or they have to do the early steps again if they don't want to. Still, it's not a bad game to play multiple times. That may actually be the only time I've got a name the first time, so thank you for saying that. Okay, so we're going to wait for that to open up. Oh, that's wonderful to hear. Yeah, I really do enjoy the cooking. It's just that the one drawback from the perspective of trying to show off the game on a stream I need to get to the kitchens to be able to show the cooking. Although, again, I did sort of highlight that we already have one of the new aspects in the form of the first course. And again, I mean, you do want to build up to it anyway. If you don't have people to invite to the salon, then it's not really going to be much of an event anyway. But here we go. We've got another room in Hush House. Watchman's Tower, the first floor. The notorious Ava de Wolf, first and last Baroness Brandkrug, liked this room, because this side of the house carried the fewest memories of her poor father Valentine, so she could eavesdrop on the conversations of visitors waiting below, or just because of how the pale light slanted through the windows in the last days of winter. So again, we already know that that's a baronial period room. We know that from the symbol here. Again, we've got a few more items, so I didn't do a full inventory of this room here. We had the expansive chair, we've got some paintings, we've got another bust here of Walter de Wolf. This bust is carved from serpentinite, a striking local stone. We do see our first tool here, Baron Silence's astrolabe. Thomas de Wolf used this armillary, a spherical astrolabe, in his calculations, but it's much older than he was. And this will be relevant for the desk. Now, this particular desk isn't actually going to help us with our with the book that we want to read, but I did want to at least highlight it. So here we've got Ava's desk, a magnificent 18th century secretary desk commissioned for Lady Ava de Wolf, last of the Brandkrug de Wolfs. So remember when I tried to put the book in here? This was Traveling at Night, Volume 2, and we had a soul, a skill, and a memory. So if you want, you can read a book, pick it up, go for a walk, and enjoy it. But if you want to study, you generally study at a desk. And the game will actually give you a little bit more to work with if you want. So if we take the book, we can add the papers here. We could add an element of the soul. So I'm a little bit lucky in the sense that the tryst fit. You can't put every element of the soul in every desk. So Ava's desk will take Edge, Grail, Moon, and Winter. You can also get that by clicking on the entry here. We still don't have a skill yet. We're going to work on that. But then I can add the Gale memory, or I would if this desk took Heart or Sky. And then finally, you can add ink or you can add a tool. And so essentially you get one more entry to be able to sort of help do the reading. Now again, this wouldn't be enough for us to finish off Traveling at Night. The best that we could do would be to get 4, so we would need another element of the soul to be able to get the sky to the high enough level. But this would be an example in terms of why opening up various rooms would be a good idea, just because it gives you access to some more things that can help you out. Sounds good, little songbird. And yeah, definitely, I hope some of you are playing this alongside, because as much as I like showing this to people, the hope here is that people are buying and supporting Weather Factory, or, well, buying the game and supporting Weather Factory. They are going to be making a new game, and I don't know what the financing plans are, but I'm going to assume that if this sells well, that just means it's more likely that they're going to be able to finance it. So anyways, we've got our letter to the librarian. So if we want, we can actually respond to the trust. So you do actually get to do different replies based on your elements of the soul. So the sea remains, the house remains. What else remains, we shall learn in time. I am something new, and in time, I will learn what that means. I think we're going to go ahead with that and get the letter done. Like I said, today was going to be a little bit more about just getting all the basics done. Yeah, well, I mean, it's not a time-limited one. For those of you that are on the fence about this, obviously there is the 10% discount, and the base game, I think, is discounted, was it 30% now? Obviously, use Steam to find out what the discounts are. So the advantage to getting it now is that you are able to get it at a lower price. But, of course, we all live in the real world. Cultist Simulator certainly is about the conflict between the things that we want to do and the material circumstances we find ourselves in. And so you need to take care of yourself first, and if you aren't picking up the game today, I do at least recommend that you wishlist it, both Book of Hours and House of Light. And of course, if you are the type of gamer that wants to wait for a sale, in this case, the wishlist would inform you of the sale. Although, you know, it's not that expensive. All right. So the watchman's floor, the top tower. The ceiling bows worryingly under a damp patch. There must be a leak in the observatory. The sun above knows what state it's in. I should seek help and enter carefully. I can tell because I keep seeing all the messages telling me how to play. um, so in this case, I don't have a direct answer in terms of the Grail or the Sky. I can't directly answer this with a character that I can hire. Now, with the Gale would potentially give me an option to do that, but I would need to get my. I'd sort of need to get my my house in order. I think in this case, though, I'll take advantage of the Gale just so I can show off something with the Sweet Bones. So, the Sweet Bones locked after the Restoration of 1930, the new king's agents came looking for his enemies in these parts, and they weren't gentle about it. Since those days, the locals are suspicious of foreigners. No one in the Sweet Bones will talk to me. So I actually, in this particular start, you get quite a few different ways to open up the Sweet Bones. It tells you right here, you can use assistance, so Denzel would be able to help us out. We can use pence, so we have our 10-shilling note, which we got from St. Ronwin's Trust. And of course, because we are playing as the archaeologist, we have the metal and the shaft. So we have 4 of the 5 sort of ways of opening up the Sweet Bones. So one of the things that happens is you do actually get a memory for opening up the Sweet Bones. But in this case, the money is enough, and we're going to be able to go a little bit further in the house. So in this case, I think this is money well spent. In the time of the Heptarchy, a ring giver was accounted generous. In this bright and civilized century, a beer buyer enjoys the same regard. You were expecting a hurricane to touch down today, so the in-game weather fits. Yeah. Well, stay well, Whisperfire. I think you were in one of the previous streams when we did Book of Hours. Good to see you again. I bought a round for everyone, and another, and one more for luck, and thus, as accounted not so bad for a foreigner, I'll find a warmer welcome next time. So we broke the note. We've got a crown, 5 shillings, 1/4 of a pound. The half crown, 2.5 shillings, obviously. A shilling, 12 pence, or if you prefer, 1/20th of a pound, and 6 pence, the silver coin of least value, but silver nonetheless. Relying on Denzel? He's a good friend with those quiet talks. Yes, Denzel, Denzel's some of my favorite descriptions, although I think personally for myself, I'm probably more of a Reverend Timothy myself. All right, the sea remains, the house remains. What else remains we shall learn in time. I am something new, and in time I will learn what that means. So I gained an intuition for the letter that I just wrote. We will reply to the trust, and let's go to the post office to get that done right away. So the postmistress keeps the gate to the wider world. In her left hand is the lightning, which is to say the telegraph, and in her right the thunder, which is to say the only telephone in Brandkrug. Before her lies the cash register, which accepteth the greater currency and returneth its lesser children. So if you want to make change, you can. But in this case, we will send the reply to the trust. Patience, thus the mountain awaits the fall of the snow. Thus Monday awaits the death of the weekend. Thus the postmistress waits for me to purchase the necessary stamp. In this case, it only costs 1 pence. King-marked stamp. Stamp, envelope, send. Will take 5 seconds. Now, I did want to open up the Sweet Bones for the simple reason that I can hire someone. So, the Sweet Bones has been the public house in Brandkrug since Cromwell's time. Its history is notable, its beer is not. Guests looking for discreet employment or for discreet assistance congregate in the snug. So if I want, there's a couple of options that I have, and this one might be a little surprising in terms of how much you can do. The game does actually tell you some of the different things that you can do, but I'll point them out here. So first of all, you can add yourself, an element of the soul, anything that isn't a malady, or you can add mind. So this would be pence, soiled, or soaked. So you can actually dry out your journal here. Now, one of the options that you have, notice that it will take a fatigued element of the soul. So 2pence will buy me a hearty meal and a quiet place where I can rest and gather my thoughts. I can also hire someone. Assistance from a miner. In spring, the local miners often travel to the Feast of Lights below. If one breaks his journey at the Sweet Bones, a shilling will buy his labor for a day. Miners offer scale, forge, and a little moon. I'll just mention here, so this usually will mean 2 of the primary aspect, and one, it says a little, it usually means 1. Alternatively, add a soul card to find rarer guests who might be seeking employment. Now, of course, this is already fatigued, so it won't work here. But this was actually one, I certainly took a while to find these special assistants, but there are actually more powerful assistants that you can hire, and the game is just directing your attention to that. I agree, Renbear. Actually, one of the things I do appreciate in the writing for this game is that I think all of the games that that this developer has written, they do have a wonderful sense of humor. But one problem with me is whenever I have something funny, I probably let it go too long, or I make it too... It becomes a little bit too much of the focus. And in this game, it's got a wonderful sense of humor that never upstages the main point. And there's a... Maybe it's just because I can't do that. Well, there's a lot of things I can't do that that are in this game, but it's one thing I've actually really appreciated about some of the writing that isn't always highlighted, I find, in some of the discussions about it, but something that I personally admire quite a bit. Okay, so we're going to hire the miner. The miner's assistants, thus they more or less ruled themselves with the help of their wild Celtic temperament, made wilder by the hardness of their lives and the truly ghastly conditions under which they worked. With all this, it is not to be wondered that the Tinners acquired the reputation of being scarcely human. It must be remembered that among them at all times were those whose characters could stand comparison with the best of men. L. Russer Muirhead. So again, as we talked about here, this one's I was a little misleading when I talked about this, so it would probably be more appropriate to say a little forge and a little moon. But in this case, again, the primary aspect to scale, and then you get the moon and the forge from the miner. So okay, why did I hire this guy? Because right now we need lantern and nectar, and we've got the Watchman's Tower, the top floor. This needs Grail and Sky. So right now this doesn't solve anything that I was immediately looking for. Let's deal with my letter as well. The postmistress examines the letter and deems it sufficient. It'll go with the next post, she assures me. Now we can expect visitors, correspondence, and a stipend from the trust every spring. If you don't do this right away, by the way, the game will give you a reminder, so don't feel like you're putting the game on hold if you don't follow up with this. So one of the things that I can do with the miner is talk with them. Speak to an assistant. I should encourage my assistant work with. I could encourage my assistant work with them, or for a little while. Exalt them, or I could just listen to whatever they might have to say. Add something to enhance your assistant's effectiveness for the day, or just talk. So under collaboration, we can talk to them about elements of the soul, memories, tools, beverages, and sustenance. Now, I will just stress ahead of time, this may not be obvious, but you can only do one of each. So you could use one element of the soul, one memory. You could do an element of the soul and a memory, but you couldn't do two elements of the soul. In this case here, I want to be able to open the Watchman's Tower, and I have the gale. So in this case, we can talk with the miner. We can talk about the weather, more useful than one might expect, especially in Britain. The influences of the turning skies can boost an assistant's abilities for the rest of the day. By the way, I will mention I don't use Obsidian for the Secret Histories games, but I've actually started using it for other things. I quite like it as a note-taking app, and I think it might actually be Canadian. At the very least, I think the developers met at the University of Waterloo. By the way, I talked about Baron Silence's astrolabe, but the mirror scope is also a tool. Take advantage of the weather while it lasts. So I know I didn't spend a whole lot of time talking about the aspects, but you'll notice here, right, we had the scale, we had the moon, and we had the forge. By talking about the weather, they now have 3 sky and 3 heart. So we can open up the top floor of the Watchman's Tower. The ceiling bows worryingly under a damp patch. There must be a leak in the observatory. The sun above knows what state it's in. I should seek help and enter carefully. Whisperfire, Obsidian is a note-taking app, so it's something that you can download. There's a paid version, but the base app is free, and essentially what it is it's a... You write down notes in a format known as Markdown. If you've been on a forum and you've like bolded your text, usually that would be an example of Markdown. And it's more of a free-form note-taking app, so what you can do is you can form links between the different nodes that you've written, the different notes that you've written. So for instance, let's say I said, it's like, okay, I've got the shaving mirror and I want to include a link to Lantern and Moth, and then there would be a node that says moth, and I'd be writing certain things about moth, and it would just be a way that people, instead of just having a big text file or a spreadsheet, and I do keep a spreadsheet for this game for other reasons, but essentially it's a way that if you didn't want to have it kept in sort of that sort of tabular format, it's a way that you can maybe have some more free-form nodes. There are a couple of other ones too, like Scapple would be an example of something that allows you to do mind mapping and that, but Obsidian seems to have really taken off among the fans of the Secret Histories games. Yeah, I do. I mean, like I said, the Weather Factory, sorry to highlight the Etsy store again, but the notebooks for the game are really wonderful. And actually, I'll just tell you how nice the Weather Factory people were. One of the first things that I got from them, it was, I think, the very first Steam stream I ever did for them. There was an old notebook that they did. It's not the ones that are currently on it, but it was the first notebook that they'd ever done. And they actually, I still have the wrapping for it because it's a nice little memento. But way back for Cultist Simulator, when I did the first one of these, they actually sent me one of those notebooks as a thank you. They also pay me, by the way, so it's not just merch that I get. But yeah, that's in addition to the fact that I like taking physical notes for the game. In this case, there are these nice little mementos for the game. And in this case, I do like taking physical notes and just being able to jot them down. But of course, digital note-taking is something that works as well. And people can share digital notes a little bit easier. So we're going to use the miner to open up the roof. Now, one thing that I can do, we now have two options available to us in terms of restoring elements of the soul. So one thing that I can do is I can go to the sweet bones. Now, I do this too much, so I'm just going to highlight. This can be a way of sort of making things a little tedious in the game, but I'm born and raised on going to Glover and Glover. If I want, I can take rest and refreshment. Tuppence will buy me a hearty meal and a quiet place where I can rest and gather my thoughts. I add my tuppence. It is spring, and the landlady has served me a slice of her stargazy pie with the pilchard heads poking cheekily through the hot crust. I will note, by the way, that you can make stargazy pie in this DLC. For those of you that don't know what stargazy pie is, I highly recommend that you do a Google image search. But one of the reasons why I'm doing this is that even if I don't want to use this for cataloging more books, because we did a pretty good run for today, right? We've got something that requires 4 knock, but we don't really have the remaining 2 available to us right now. We don't have somebody with lantern to open things up, but it takes about a minute to restore my element of the soul, and this will actually show another thing that you can do with elements of the soul in the Sweet Bones. And again, it's just a nice little way of being able to show a few different parts in the game. I'll also highlight that noise that you hear. That happens once it's sort of it's reaching dusk. Night from day, silver from gold, the vesper hour when the priests would honor the rising of the evening star Menascate. So that's usually an indicator that you want to get things taken care of. Anything that takes a minute, you can basically get a minute for this little branch, and then there's another minute for night. So it's a nice little reminder that you want to wrap things up before the memories go away. But in this case here, I've restored an element of the soul, a shop, and as it happens, fixing and mending. There's not much work on offer in Brandkrug, but I can find 6 pence worth of odd jobs, or add a coin to find visitors seeking employment. So if I add the coin, I can look for that unusual help. Of course, it's a little late in the day to try and bring in unusual help, so in this case, we'll just do some fixing and mending and pay for our supper. We, of course, since got a new room opened up. Oops, click the telescope. The Watchman's Tower Observatory. Thomas de Wolf, 2nd Baron Brandkrug, who they called Baron Silence, built this observatory in 1576, by happy coincidence, just in time to observe the passage of the Great Comet in 1577. So we've got some more books. One thing we're probably going to want to be working on pretty soon is cataloging all of these books. We've got 9 here, and then add that to the 3, so a total of 12 books that we haven't cataloged, and then the 2 that we don't have the ability for. And then, of course, we've got the mystery in the Sandscarred Journal to read as well. But on top of the books, we've got Kitty's Armchair. This looks like the armchair in which Kitty Mazarine, 2nd librarian, sat for El Breton's famous group portrait. That sky aspect. Miskissed Water. The faintest vapors still ghost the water's surface. This is a liquid, a beverage, and restorative. This is a workspace. So we did already have the desk, but this is the first proper workstation. So the scholars of the house watch the courses of the scars to determine their pasts and understand their future. So we've got a soul. In this case, it'll accept something with forge, moon, rose, and sky. So in this case, it'll accept the shaft because it's got forge. It'll accept the tryst because it's got moon. We don't have something with rose yet, and we don't have something with sky yet. Same with the skill, though we don't have any skills yet. And as far as memories go, it would have accepted the gale. Of course, we already used the gale. There's also, it'll accept another element of the soul, a lens or a tool, or it'll accept a lens, a memory, or a tool in the 2 extra slots. Notice that those extra slots don't have the same restrictions in terms of the aspects. So one of the ways that this game will work, it doesn't just give you, it's not free form. You can't study everything at any old desk. You're going to be restricted in terms of the types of things that you can put in place. So, and it usually follows common sense, right? So you can use a lens and a telescope, but maybe you're not going to use a lens in the kitchen. And then, of course, somebody's going to say, well, there's actually a flambe, which is, uses a focused laser or focused light to light it. But yeah, so that's the general idea here. The restrictions that you'll see will generally be common sense. But of course, what counts as common sense depends on what you, how much you're sort of vibing with the logic of the world and the different aspects. All right, now, because I have a bed, I can also preserve memories. So remember, we have these restrictions in terms of our memories. I can't keep the intuition because it's moon and rose, but I can keep the solace. Dream on a memory. Now that night has fallen, I can rest and perhaps dream on the day's doings. Dreaming on a memory will preserve it past dawn, allowing you to keep it until the following day. And we've got 14 seconds for my labors in the sweet bones. As I used to say in my youth, the day is done and so am I, but I've earned my pay. Now, if I wanted, I could keep, restoring things at the sweet bones. I could try and do things through night. There's nothing that really stops me, but it does make sense to just rest for the evening because you do restore your elements of the soul overnight, and if you have them occupied by a workstation, they're not going to get restored. So, as makes sense, right? I've pulled my fair share of all-nighters. I'm sure a number of you have. You don't exactly feel refreshed after doing that. So the game, whether that was intended or not, the game sort of models being groggy the next day. I've carried a memory like a flambeau safe through the mazes of night. This will complete once dawn has come. Okay. So we don't know what the weather is yet, but I do have some options in terms of what I can try to do for the day. Now, it's worth taking the time to sort of think about the different tasks that I have in front of me. So one of the things that I might want to do is make more progress in the house, right? That's going to require lantern and nectar. Now, I don't have an immediate answer for that in terms of how I'm going to accomplish it. I can try my luck with hiring somebody at the Sweet Bones, but that's going to require an element of the soul. I'll also say for myself, I know that if I want lantern, I can actually talk with Reverend Timothy, right? So I need an introduction or a mutual acquaintance marked with lantern, knock, or sky, perhaps someone who shares his interests in theology or poetry. So do I know somebody like that? Well, that doesn't sound like Denzel. So what about the Kills? Well, I happen to know that Mr. Kill is a poet. Or at least has tried his hand at poetry. So he might be suitable, but again, I would need to be able to get the introduction, and for this I would need, again, Grail, Heart, Lantern, Moon, Sky, or Winter. So one of the options that I would maybe have would be to hire a miner so that we can talk to the Kills. But I might want to just take my time, and I might want to see what books I have available and maybe get some skills before I go too much further inside of the game. Again, we have lots of different options, and some of this I think is going to depend on the weather. So I'm going to give up a little bit of time in the day, see what the weather is, and then we'll come up with a plan. All right, a sunny day. So this works pretty well for me, actually, because I'll be able to use Denzel. So there's a few things that I want to do. First of all, I think it would be good to start by studying the Sandscar Journal. So in this case here, this is an edge mystery. And I don't really need to do this here, but it doesn't hurt. So I can take the Sanskar journal. So some books are to be tasted, others to be swallowed, and some few to be chewed and digested. So I can master this mystery, enough edge to match mystery edge. So again, what you want to do is you want to make sure that your aspects match the mystery. In this case, this is just a one edge mystery. And we'll start studying this book. Now I get I get Denzil for free, so in this case it makes as much sense for us to just use the sunny day with him. We'll use the shaft in this case. Speak with Denzil. I'm always welcome at Denzil's smithy. Denzil will offer help for free as a friend. If you give him occult coinage, he will perform the service of division. And we'll talk about the weather with him. Talk about the weather, more useful than one might expect, especially in Britain. Now remember that we cataloged my journal before we could do anything with it. And in this case, we don't really have anything new to do with the existing book. So in this case, we'll catalog. I'm going to start with the baronial period book. And in this case, I can use an element of the soul. It won't accept something with nectar, scale, fatigued, or malady. So I can't use my health in this case, but I can use the shaft. I can also use the tryst. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's baronial period, roughly the 1500s to 1700s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. And that's only going to take 30 seconds. I had the option of doing that at the desk as well, but I wasn't using the consider verb for anything else, so we're okay there. I will also say too, obviously I'm going to keep going with the game as long as I can, but if anybody has any specific questions, whether it's about the DLC, because I understand that we do need to make some progress in the house before I can really start showing off the cooking and things like that. But even if you're new to the game and you're maybe a little curious about those opening moments in terms of the tutorial and things like that, please do feel free to ask some questions. I love talking about this game. One of the great delights of doing this has been able to encounter some new people and to be able to learn a little bit more about what people are interested in terms of this game. So I don't feel the need for an audience to come in and tell me, what's going on or what they're interested in. I can definitely hold a stream on my own. But if you are finding things confusing, if I haven't explained something well, or, especially if you're just trying to make a decision as to whether or not this game is for you, I have been hired by Weather Factory to do this, but I think I've got a decent enough track record of being able to let people know what the game is and whether or not it's for them. I would much rather people have a game that they enjoy and leave a good review for than somebody who's expecting one thing and gets something different. So I am happy. I've not been asked to say specific things for this stream. So if you do have questions, please do feel that you can ask about them, even if it's just, is this a short game? The answer will be no. So yeah, definitely feel free to speak up if you have anything. So the first book that we have cataloged, The Orchid Transfigurations of Birth, the second volume of a compilation of quasi-Rosicrucian allegories, supposedly by Robert Flood. This is in the original Latin. So it does have the Latin aspect. Now the librarian already reads Latin. There's a few other languages that the librarian already knows, but this will be important when we start having visitors to the library, because not every visitor knows Latin. This is also an 8 Grail mystery, so this is actually quite a difficult this is a difficult one for us to manage, simply because it does involve trying to get, first of all, an element of the soul that I don't have. So a good one for Grail would be Arab, or you could also use Core. We would also need a skill for this, because there really aren't, trying to get a super intense Grail this early in the game is not realistically going to be happening. I've definitely done quite a few of those videos. They're half-hour long though, so I think some of that is, it's not a short game, but it's also one that if I break it up in 30-minute sections, especially when I have a tendency to talk about some of the ideas behind the game, that's also going to translate into a longer runtime. But yeah, I had a lot of fun with that one. So for those of you that maybe want to get a grip on the game, I do have a YouTube channel which has a long list of, a comprehensive history of things inside of the game. Okay, let's take a look at another book. We'll catalog the Curia period book. We'll still do the consider verb for that. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Curia period, roughly the 1700s to the 1800s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. The other thing that I'll do is we'll do the trick at the Sweet Bones where I restored an element of the soul through food. So again, it's spring and this landlady has served me a slice of her stargazy pie with the pilchard heads poking cheekily through the hot crust. I will definitely be putting the stream on my channel, Her Jackal. The only thing that I wanted to caution about is that I am sometimes bad at getting them on time, particularly for the long videos. Sometimes there's a bit of a challenge in terms of getting them up on YouTube. So the intention absolutely is to put it on the channel. It's sometimes a little tricky for me to get the exact time, but unless there's basically, I think OBS is a bit better at this now, but the only thing that would prevent the video from going online is if there's just a hard shutdown on my computer. There used to be an encoder that actually couldn't complete. It would corrupt the video if it didn't have a graceful exit. I think OBS has fixed that now. That used to be the only condition that would stop it, but every intention is to put this stream on the channel. I may have a couple of days of a break before I pursue the rest of the playthrough, but I'll do my best. I know there is an appetite for more Book of Hours. Thank you very much, Hanyan. I appreciate you saying that. So definitely, if you're, I may be here when you come back, but I hope you have a good day. And again, thank you all for your kind words. Obviously, it's a wonderful game, and I get to go along for the ride. All right, the cloistered garden. I can make out a garden and shaded space, but it's choked with weeds and thorns. I'll need help to clear the space. Random lightning strike is common in Florida. Yeah, good point. So yeah, I've been pretty lucky in terms of the streams and such. But yeah, it's obviously, I don't want to disappoint people, is what that comes down to. So my intention is to put it online. You can never predict technical problems, but the intention is to have this. And this will basically be the beginning of a new playthrough on YouTube for those of you. My intention is to play this to completion. Just keep in mind, when you have 200 videos in playlist, no promises in terms of when that completion occurs. So we talked with Denzel about the weather. We're going to open up the cloistered garden and see if we can make some more progress through the house. So we've got a health. I can use my health to do other things, but I want to see what else is going on first. So we're continuing to read the journal, find out a little bit more about ourselves, and we've got our new Curia period book, the Leonine Tantra. In the most notorious translation of the Leonine Tantra, Ashley Phillips is listed as the translator, but their existence is explicitly denied in the prologue. This confusion is characteristic of books which mention the great hooded princes. I'm just going to set this one aside here. The scrolls, which by the way, I do love the description here. Scroll, a book with a very long page. Those ones I kind of like to have in their own slots. So one thing I will mention, some of you may have played this game early on in terms of the, some of you may have played this game early on, so there will be some changes that have happened which are actually quite helpful for people in terms of understanding what's going on. So first of all, if you are interested in the history of the house, it did say that this was a Curia period book, so we can actually learn a little bit about the Curia period by reading this description. In the 18th century, a secretive cabal of scholars established the Curia of the Isle to manage Hush House, making it a haven of knowledge until 1896, when a disgraced librarian brought the house to penury. You will find out who that librarian was, by the way. But on top of that, there's already the language, so we know that it's written in Sanskrit, the holy tongue of the subcontinent. The door to 4,000 years of poetry, ceremony, and mystery now opens before you, if you can struggle through the lotus convolutions of its vocabulary. The librarian reads Sanskrit, but don't assume that others can. But the one other thing, so in addition to just knowing what period it's from, it does now tell you the subject of the book. So we know that if we read the Leonine Tantra, we're going to get Edicts Martial. If we read Traveling at Night Volume 1, we're going to get the Edicts Liminal. And if we read Traveling at Night Volume 2, we're going to get Sights and Sensations. And so this can be very helpful. We'll talk about how you get different skills and how to work with them a little bit later. But this can be helpful in terms of letting you know, okay, I need a lesson where maybe I have some heart or something like that. Or in the case of Sights and Sensations, I believe that is a Winter and Sky one. So if you want, you can actually plan out your path through the Tree of Wisdoms based on the books that you have. And that was something that was added a while ago. That's not just from the expansion. It's a bit of an example in terms of the updates that Weather Factory puts in. They do listen to feedback, and where they can, they do improve the game as a result of it. I didn't hear that description, Ren Bear, but that's a very nice thing that they said. Yeah, I think so. I mean, some of the changes are ones that aren't ones I personally like. There are some things that for myself I preferred the old way. So for instance, I liked it when they would delete the save after you committed a history, because it really reinforced this idea that your time in Hush House was sort of this special and unique experience. And you'd find out. So a really good example here, Johnny Sioka, sorry if I pronounced that incorrectly, mentioned that they don't have the Leonine Tantra in their game. And there's a lot of books in this game. Like, I don't really recommend going into the files, particularly if you're new to the game, but there's just so much. And the game will make you make decisions that are, like, your skills are sort of rival in terms of the Tree of Wisdoms. Committing a skill in the Tree of Wisdom, in one branch of the Tree of Wisdoms, means that you cannot commit it to that other skill, and that's a permanent decision that you make. And so one of the things I really liked about the old system where people, where the save would be deleted at the time that you finished it, would basically mean that people would be talking with each other about their journey through Hush House to find out maybe some of the other things that were in the game. But I also understand that people really want to complete things and they want to, be able to see all of the details and try and get all of the endings. And so ultimately, in response to that feedback, they did loosen it up, and that you can basically keep your save forever and you can reload. But yeah, obviously it's really interesting. Like for me, it's something that I personally wouldn't have done myself. But in the end, I do think was one that made people happy. And I mean, in the end, I get to play the game the way I want, right? So I don't personally plan on returning to a save once I've completed it. But it's nice that people have that option. I'm going to make a little bit of money here with fixing and mending, just mostly because I don't know what's waiting behind the cloistered garden. We can always restore this later. There's not much work on offer in Brandkrug, but I can find 6 pence worth of odd jobs. Okay. St. Brendan's Cloister. The sisters and brothers of the Abbey built these gardens in the 13th century at the height of the period we now call Solar Gothic. Walk here a while and breathe the peace that they left. So this is open air. The birds and the seasons can both freely visit this place. Also, we have a garden. Sea holly in summer, blue crown in winter. So the gardens of Hush House hold plants with many virtues for those with the wisdom to recognize them. So in this case, we could try and garden, but we actually need to know how to garden. And so we require a skill with the nectar aspect. All right, I've mastered this and gathered the lessons it concealed. So we gained wolf stories. I've gained more understanding of wolf stories. This has moon and scale. And then Ragged Crossroads. I've gained more understanding of Ragged Crossroads. Use this card with Consider. So this is kind of one of the last components of my character that we haven't got inside of the game yet. And this is going to be the skills. Now, this is a game, it's about a library, right? Libraries are about sort of the acquisition and the sorting of knowledge. And that is represented in the game through its, I'll almost call it its experience system. If you can just give me a quick second here, I need to take a note. I think after the next hour, I'll take my first break if everybody's okay with that, but an hour is plenty of time. So, the way that it works, if you think of a role-playing game, right, normally what you think about is you you hit a goblin on the head and you get some experience points, and you then turn those experience points into scholarship. And that's fine because it's a decent enough model, right? Like role playing is amazingly popular. Baldur's Gate 3 sold like a hojillion copies. People love D&D. There are so many games that kind of owe their existence to people playing something like Dungeons and Dragons around a table, and eventually growing up to become full developers. So, but this game does have an interesting way of sort of doing its own experience system. So you don't automatically get a skill by reading a book. What a book will give you are lessons. And I do see a question from you, Whisperfire. I'm just going to finish this thought here and then I can come back to that. So you start off with the lesson wolf stories. I've gained more understanding of wolf stories. Use this card with consider. It has moon. It has scale. It's a memory. It's a persistent memory. So this is worth mentioning. So persistent memories survive the dawn. When the season called Numa passes, they will depart with it. Numa comes to Brandkrug in 1 season out of every 9, but exactly when is never certain, and years may pass without any sign of Numa's mists. And finally, it's a lesson, 1 step on wisdom's staircase. So there's a couple of other questions in here. So hi. So Johnny kind of got it right. It's kind of both, but Traveling at Night Volume 1 and 2 always start off in the Keeper's Lodge. And there will be 3 books in the Keeper's Lodge. In this case, the Curia, the Baronial, and the Nocturnal Period book. Just like there will be 3 Baronial and 2 Curia inside the rooms here. But when you consider the book, they are drawn from a deck. So to strictly answer your question, the positions are the same in every playthrough, but what book is in each position is actually different each time. It's not fully random, because you will be drawing from the Baronial deck, and then you'll be drawing from the Curia deck, and then you'll be drawing from the Nocturnal deck. It depends on the book that you're considering, but you're not guaranteed. So in this case, the Leonine Tantra was something that I specifically got this playthrough because that was the one that I drew. And in another playthrough, if you go back like on my YouTube, for instance, and see me consider that Curia book, it's almost certainly not going to be the Leonine Tantra. So yeah, the number of books in each room is going to be the same. The specific books, in most cases, will not be the same, but I will tell you that the Keeper's Lodge is not the only one that has a fixed book position. I don't want to talk too much about the specific books that you'll find later, though, because they will have some relevance to the story. You definitely learn something about where certain things are found in Hush House. And Whisper says, I came to the stream late, but I'm curious to know what kind of librarian did you get? You got the artist, and a friend of yours got the Twiceborn. What did I get? So that's a good question to ask, because we found that recently. And I think there's some people who've recently joined the stream who might want to know as well. So we've got the Sandscarred Journal. I am the librarian of Hush House, and this journal will record what arose from my crime and my curse. The archaeologist's dearest wish when they came to the house was to record a history where their crime could be forgiven or redefined. You can complete the game by recording any history. You might wish to begin your studies with a Skolakosophy wisdom. So in this case, we've got Memories the Archaeologist. I opened a tomb and found too late that it was a prison. Plague that I released is now my shadow, or perhaps I am its reflection. It is too late to set matters right, but it is never too late to protect the future from the past. In Hush House, I can do no harm. Perhaps I can even make amends. So we got the archaeologist in this one. We got that by picking Shapt and Metal at the beginning. I think the archaeologist was actually the second one I got. I think the first one I got was Twiceborn. Okay, so let's take a look at what some of the rooms that I can open are before. I know I was going to talk about lessons, but I do actually want to take a second here just to see how I might use the rest of the day. So the Long Tower, the first floor will require 3 Lantern or 3 Winter, so things are already getting a bit tougher for us to be able to move up. We've got the Walled Garden, which would require 4 Edge or 4 Nectar. So we're close to being able to work with that, right? We've got an edge. We've got 2 edge that comes from Denzil, and we can get 1 edge that comes from the metal. We would just need to find a way of getting that 4th edge. And then we've got the first True Threshold. This would take 3 knock or 3 rose. So again, this is something that we don't directly have access to. We could be able to boost somebody up with 2 knock from the Shapt, but I would actually need to have somebody with one knock to begin with. I should actually also read the descriptions here. So we've got the first floor. Long tower looks like it's been abandoned much longer than 7 years. In the nocturnal period, the inhabitants probably spent most of their time on the seaward side of the aisle. I will need help to restore the room above. The walled garden, iron spikes march along the top of the wall. The gate is rusted shut, but what I can see through the bars is as ruinous as I might expect. And I've reached the threshold of the house proper. The librarians of the Curia were scholars of note. Some were potent adepts. From here, I should proceed carefully, observing the proper forms, making the appropriate offerings. The villagers and other locals know the ways of the earth and sea hereabouts. Their assistance will be invaluable. All right. I think there's probably some relevance to that little songbird, but I remember one of the Numa texts that that deals with this, but I don't think we'll get to that well, we'll see. Okay, so I talked a little bit about sort of experience and how skills are developed and such. In the case of this game here, what you do is you read a book. A book will give you a lesson, right? Much like they do in the real world. Now, if you want to first learn, get the skill, you just simply consider the lesson. So wolf stories use this lesson to acquire a new skill. It's also occurred to me that I'm going to need... I want to find something to do with my health. I can obviously turn it into money at the Sweet Bones, but that's not the most exciting way to handle it. Another leaf on the Tree of Wisdoms. So wolf stories, sometimes we eat the wolf, and sometimes the wolf eats us. So next thing I can do here is the Ragged Crossroads. Again, more understanding of the Ragged Crossroads. Use this card with Consider. So we'll do the same, acquire the Ragged Crossroads, use this lesson to acquire a new skill. But it's going to be a little bit different when we try to level it up. And I think I'm going to talk to Denzel and see if I can get lucky with something. I'm always welcome at Denzel's smithy. Denzel rarely works for free, but he won't take payment for helping a friend. Denzel the blacksmith will lend me his strength for the day. Now, there's a couple of things that I can do with Denzel here. So one, I've been hanging on to the Solace for a while, and that'll give me Sky and Heart. So if you think of it, you can say it's like, okay, well, that's all well and good, but we've already kind of talked about how, we don't really need that here. So why am I pointing this out now? Well, remember, we're still trying to open up Mr. and Mrs. Kills. And in this case, because Denzel has the introduction aspect, if I talk to him about Solace, then that's going to allow me to speak to the Kills and get that area opened up. The other thing that we can do is we can talk to Denzel to get memories for ourselves. Speak to Denzel, he might even reply. As I used to say in my youth, the day is done and so am I, but I've earned my pay. Now, we're early on enough in the game that I really shouldn't be using the elements of the soul just to make money, so I'm going to restore the Shapt in this case. And what I can use the Shapt for is just to catalog a book. I can do the same with the metal and such as well, but I wound up picking Shapt. Okay, another leaf on the Tree of Wisdoms. The Ragged Crossroads to understand why 4 paths were not taken. So we've got this pattern that we've developed, right? We say, okay, we consider a lesson, we get the lesson, we move on, right? But when you have skills, you usually don't start with you start with one skill, but you usually just don't stay at that skill, right? I think some of you may be about a month into your own schooling, or at least starting a new year in a school. You'll do principles of microeconomics, and then maybe you could move up to intermediate, or Calc 1, Calc 2. You get better at something, right? Very rarely are you a master the very first time you try and do something. So what happens if I use consider here? I can't do anything with this on its own. Perhaps I wanted to consider a matching skill so I could increase it. So examine, appreciate, catalog. Once you have the knowledge of something, you need to apply a little bit more to be able to level it up. So in this case here, we would want a lesson. Now, one thing that's worth noting about lessons is that it just has to match one of the aspects. It has to have lesson, and it has to have either edge or winter. So while it can be quite sensible to just use the available lesson to advance it, so in this case, we use Ragged Crossroads to be able to advance Ragged Crossroads. If I had something that had winter or edge, so for instance, Edict's Martial, as you might guess from its color, also has an edge aspect, I would be able to use that lesson to level up Edict's Martial. So that's not a difficult thing to understand. It's maybe just counterintuitive when you're first learning this leveling system. So in addition to the lesson, you need a memory that matches a certain number of those aspects. So right now, because we're just trying to level it from 1 to 2, it will only take 1 memory. However, as you get further along the path, you need more and more knowledge to be able to advance sort of the frontiers of knowledge, or to rearrange the boundaries of your ignorance, to use a term from Culta Simulator. So right now we would need some kind of a memory with winter or edge that we don't have. And finally, we need to put some of ourself into that effort, right? You need to apply yourself to your understanding. And in this case, we would need winter or edge. Well, seeing as I don't have whist, which is the one that has winter, this really means that I need my edge, I need my metal to be able to do that. So metal is a pretty good candidate for restoring at the Sweet Bones if it comes down to it. Oh, am I? Yes, we're still working at the Sweet Bones. He does a lot with silence, this man. So we're just going to keep chatting with Denzel for a little while. Right now, I'm just trying to generate a memory that would be helpful for trying to level up Ragged Crossroads. Whether or not it works is a whole other question. Is there a level cap for your skills? I'm guessing that it would be 9. I got this idea by observing the Tree of Wisdoms. So is the level cap for a skill 9? Yes, I believe it is a hard cap at 9. However, there are a couple of ways that you can get a practical benefit of more than just the level 9, and that was something that's added in House of Light. You will be writing manuscripts in this, and you can actually get a higher level manuscript if you do an appropriate combination of things. We'll hopefully get to that. Okay, he does a lot with silence, this man. So this fear is exactly what I need. So in this particular case, what we can do is we can apply the fear to Ragged Crossroads, and we'll be able to level up Ragged Crossroads as a result. So now the question is, do I want to try and do anything else with Denzel? If I can, it would be nice to try and get him to open up one of these other areas. Or alternatively, we could try and get him to open up the kills. So I think what I will do in this case is I'm going to talk with him about the solace, just so I can have that ready to go. I can discuss a memory with my assistant. I'm also going to get my metal ready to go, so better now. It is spring, and the landlady has served me a slice of her stargazy pie, with the pilchard heads poking cheekily through the hot crust. And like I said, we want to level up Ragged Crossroads, so if I consider Ragged Crossroads... Oh, hang on, I don't have my... sorry, I didn't have the... didn't have the metal yet. So we will study this nocturnal book with our shaft. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's nocturnal period after the turn of the century. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. All right, and that's usually the get on with it warning, but we're in pretty good shape. So I'm going to use the fear to level up the Ragged Crossroads. We'll get Denzel to open up the kills. And we may have an impulse left over by the end, but I'll probably keep the satisfaction. All right, let's stop by the kills. Cradles and coffins. A mutual acquaintance has induced the Kills to invite me for a fish supper. If I'm lucky, fish supper may mean Mrs. Kills celebrated gallets. All right, the Admonitory Automata Project. Footage of experimental devices experimental devices under development in the Kukurbit under Governor Collar's supervision. So this is a can of film, and you thought books were flammable. Readable only in the broadest sense. Find a projector to play this. So we definitely can't read the film. We're going to need to find a projector, which is later on in the house. Let's think. I don't think there's anything else for me to do, so we'll wait on the outcomes of these actions. Mr. Kill pumps my hand. Just me and thee and the missus tonight. Well, there's a client in the back, but if thee don't bother he won't bother thee. The Kill's household is now available. And we got satisfaction for that. Some appetites are easier to satisfy than others. So this would be an example of something that will help me open up the Orchid Transfigurations, but again, that's an 8 Grail mystery, so it's going to be something that's something that I need more work on. Okay, better now. There's not much else for us to do over the course of the day, so I will level up the Ragged Crossroads though. So we use our metal. We use the metal because it has the edge. We use the fear because it has the edge, and then we add the lesson for Ragged Crossroads. And this is ultimately how you'll wind up leveling up skills. We'll be able to bring this up to level 3 by the end. Same writer. All right, my bed, the lodge, stout, rustic, snug. We'll take the satisfaction. Now that night has fallen, I can rest and perhaps dream on the day's doings. Now, I will commit the wolf stories when I can. I'm just going to take a minute and wait for Ragged Crossroads to get leveled up. Okay. We'll do it in the morning so we can speed it up. All right. So the reason why, obviously, I've been keeping something overnight is we do lose the memories in the morning. And so it's just nice. I don't have an immediate need for the satisfaction, but it would be nice to have an idea, or it'd be nice to just have something in reserve in case I need it. Now, if I want to bring in the kills, right? So we've got Mrs. Kill, the midwife, is tall and gloomy. Mr. Kill, the undertaker, is slight and wry. For 10 years, she has drawn villagers into the world, and he has shaped cradles for their departure. But she can also whittle, and he can also paint. So one challenge that I'm running into here is that in order to actually make use of the kills, I need Grail or Winter, and that has to be an element of the soul. So even though I was able to get an introduction from Denzel, I don't actually have the capabilities to use either of them. I need either Arab, which will have Grail, Arab or Core, or Whist, which has Winter. So we'll talk a little bit about how we can get those later. The other thing we want to think about is how we're going to be able to, well, first of all, we want to catalog books, and we want to think about how we're going to be able to read some of the books that I do have. Before I go any further, though, I think it would make sense to see what the weather brings, and then we'll make some plans accordingly. Okay, rain. That's interesting. We may be able to do something with nectar. Not quite how I would have done it, but yeah, I think we can. Okay, so I think no matter what, I'm going to use Denzel today. I'm always welcome at Denzel's Smithy. Denzel will offer help for free as a friend. If you give him a coinage, he'll perform the service of division. And for our movement through the house, I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to focus on a lot of cataloging right now. So one of the things that I'm just keeping aware of is that the rain on its own doesn't really help me read any of these existing books here. Now, if I have a book with, say, a higher edge side, if I have a book that maybe needs some moon, that might be more realistic. But I think at the moment, it probably wouldn't be a bad idea to just sort of see what I have. It wouldn't be a bad idea to see what I have in terms of challenges that I need to overcome. Yes, assuming that you have the element of the soul, that's true, Whisperfire. Although, of course, the question always comes down to what specific aspects do you need? Because it's true that Denzel and Reverend Timothy have some particularly helpful capabilities. So, for instance, having Reverend Timothy would give me access to both the Long Tower and the First True Threshold. Whereas in this case, having access to Mr. and Mrs. Kill gets me access to the Long Tower, the first floor in this case. So, but I think this really just kind of comes back to what we were talking about when you make those original decisions as far as the elements of the soul are concerned, right? It's going to dictate your playthrough, and you've probably picked elements of the soul that you think are interesting. And so generally, you're going to wind up making some choices that are probably more consistent with what you want to do in the game in the first place. So, as with anything, I imagine there's probably strong views as to what the best approach is, but I also suspect that there's multiple views as to the best approach. I don't have a preferred one other than for story reasons myself. Okay, so let's start by cataloging. And I'll use my consider verb for this as well. If I was thinking, I probably should have used my health to bring Mr. Kill in, just because I'm not actually able to use... Oh no, my health would be needed for something else in this case. Actually, technically not. Yeah, I don't have a good reason for... using the shop to bring in Mr. Kill, but that's fine because we can just restore it. Okay, so I'm going to start just by talking with Mr. Kill and getting a nice little foundation of memories here. Speak with Denzel, he might even reply. And that's just going to be while I cycle through cataloging the various books here. Saba, you do not need to start a new game for this DLC. Some people may find it advisable to continue a playthrough, and some people are wanting to just go in for a plain start. Now, I started a new game because I wanted to also give people a chance to understand the game starting off, but I'll just give you an idea here. All of the decisions that you have made for the further stories are part of your save. So if you load up House of Light with your existing save, all of those decisions that you made for the further stories are going to be committed inside of the game and you're good to go. You are going to need to get the writing case, and you're going to need to earn the cards from the visitors by satisfying their curiosity, but that was going to happen when you started a new game anyway. But one thing that you may find helpful in terms of keeping your existing save is that you'll already have access to the kitchens, whereas if you start a new save, you need to actually go to the kitchens to be able to do your various ingredients. So the general guideline that I've been given for people is if you want to get to the DLC content right away, it's probably advisable to use an existing save. And if you just enjoy, opening a new wrapping and starting a brand new run, that's fine too. There's nothing stopping you. But this has definitely been built to, it's been built to allow people to enjoy the new material in their existing saves. And it's very deeply woven into the game, so you do actually need to make some progress in the game to be able to see everything that's inside this expansion. It's absolutely huge. Yeah, no worries. Nope says, I only have time to play tomorrow after work, but the urge to call in sick is very, very strong. Well, I am actually taking time off work to do this, but that was sanctioned, so I do encourage you to not to play hooky, but my coworkers actually find the concept of streaming very strange and cool. I don't know about cool, but I do consider myself very lucky to be able to do this. Um, so if you satisfied your visitor's curiosity, basically if you gave your visitor a book, the thing to remember is that you have actually had an influence on the further story. I'll maybe take the time. So some of you may not have been familiar with this game before, but when we go over into a new season, we're actually going to have people visiting the library, and this is one of the ways that you get to find out about the world, because you're in a, you're in a library which is some distance from a fishing village in Cornwall. It's not exactly like you're going to be getting a lot of news from the outside world, right? Your closest point of contact is the post office, which has the only telephone in Brandkrug. And so these occult visitors that comes to, yes, exactly. There are occult visitors that visit Hush House, and you'll actually learn about the special role that Hush House takes in the setting of this game. The setting is called The Secret Histories, and again, that encompasses Cultist Simulator as well as The Lady Afterwards, that tabletop experience that we were talking about before. And there are things that are happening, and because things are happening in the wider world, you, the librarian, are providing material for people to advance their interests in the world. And this means that as the librarian, you can also decide not to help them. You miss out on things if you do that. They won't pay you, or they might be, they may just leave without leaving a calling card. But it's your choice to decide whether or not you want to provide assistance to any of these occult figures in the world. But one of the things that kind of happened with the base game, people were commenting on how, you would help these people, but you wouldn't get a postcard afterwards, right? You wouldn't necessarily know how things turned out. So I'll sort of show you the form that it takes. This Tree of Wisdoms is different from the way it was when it first came out. You'll notice that there's little constellations inside of the map here, and all of these correspond to a story, a further story. So as these visitors come in, and as you satisfy their curiosities, they're going to be influencing those specific further stories. Now, if you've already been playing a game, you'll be able to click on the ones that you've already had visitors for, and it will tell you who you helped. And then you're going to be able to talk to those people when they come again, or when you invite them if you have their calling card. And you'll actually be able to direct how that story finishes. You will have greater influence because you can bring them back and you can help them out even further. And that's something that was specifically added for the expansion that was released today, House of Light. So that's just it. So when people are saying, just to clarify for people, the further stories, as long as you have provided a book to a visitor, you have almost certainly helped progress a further story. Now, nope. I'd be interested in knowing other people. I believe the Steam page says that the game can be completed in 40 hours. I have taken longer to complete it myself. It is quite a long game. It definitely can be completed. The only way that it can't be completed is if you take your journal and you throw it in the fireplace, and it warns you, right? Do I really want to burn a book? Do I really want to burn this book? This will destroy your journal, which will make it impossible to complete the game. You'll be stuck, but you can do it if you really want. I'm not doing that. I don't burn books. But yeah, I'd say probably the developers would say 40 to 60 hours. I think that probably underestimates the time that it takes, but you can also speed up the game. And I imagine that probably playing the House of Light expansion is given a couple of things that'll allow you to make some progress a bit faster if you want, namely through inviting people. But there's also new endings. So the Lighthouse Institute here, there's a whole other set of things that you can do in House of Light. And so with that in mind, it's not just that you can do more inside of the game, but there's just like more to do at the end game. And so I imagine that in addition to just the wanting to do more stuff like the salons, I expect that the game is longer just simply because you're probably going to want to pursue some of those Lighthouse Institute endings rather than just the base ending. Can you click the stories in the tree? So I can't right now, but that's because I haven't done the stories. What would happen is that, so this one's Latyrian. So this is one that in one of my other saves I completed, and so that will become brighter and I can click on it. But if you haven't done that particular story, then you shouldn't be able to click on the constellation. All right, Deaths and Their Evasions. Father Stanislav John Schaller writes of the means and limitation of passage between the orders of the Mansus. No long names hours. Unusually, Father John has written this book in Fusine for, he says, especial secrecy. So this is quite a difficult book to read. This is a 14-knock mystery, and it is written in Fusine, a dry language. And notice, in this case, it does not say that the librarian already knows it. So one of the skills that you can learn in this game are, in fact, new languages. So I'm just going to set this aside. We've got The Crossing to Noon. The mystic Garcia Sauri gives a picturesque account of the adventures of Franklin Bancroft, Prince of Wines, and Ava de Wolf, the Pale Lady, on their way to the hidden island of Noon. So that's the Curia period book. So this one, not the easiest, but we're at least starting to get closer to something that I'm capable of working with, right? So we've got Wolf Stories, which has 2 moon. We have Trist, which is 1, so we've got 3. We're starting to kind of get in the ballpark of some things that we might be able to make some efforts on. I did say, by the way, that I was going to commit Wolf Stories, so this is another thing that's kind of interesting about how leveling up works in this game. So Wolf Stories, sometimes we eat the wolf, and sometimes the wolf eats us. So Wolf Stories can be committed to one of 2 branches in the Tree of Wisdoms. So there's a pendant for the pendant on the Weather Factory Etsy store that has this. But it's broken down, so you've got the different branches of the Watchman's Tree, and this would be the Bosque, Scolacosophy, Nyctodromy, Hushery, Illumination, Ithistry, Horomachistry, Birdsong, and Preservation. And then those have sort of higher branches themselves. So you can see here we've got the Night Arts, we've got the Bright Arts, we have the Arts Unregarded. And then we can also associate them with aspects. So we've got Grail, we've got Heart, Secret Histories is blotted out, we've got Forge, Lantern, Edge, Knock. There's a few different ways that you can sort of represent the world, and depending on how interested you are in the lore, these may be more or less interesting to you. But from a mechanics point of view, and also from a story point of view, each skill can be assigned to one of 2 different locations. One of them will be, so in this case, one of them is Scolacosophy, and one of them is Birdsong. I think I'm actually going to hold off on committing just because I normally like to put languages in the earlier levels, but if we wind up being limited in terms of our progress, I'll hold, I won't hold myself too strongly to that. But there is one interesting thing which isn't always obvious to people when they get started. So one of the things that you can say here is like, okay, how do I get more elements of the soul? So with Wolf Stories, right, we've got the Wolf's Beginning. The received version of the Book of Suns tells us that the Wolf Divided was born from the Sun and Splendor's division. We know from this that the sun can be reborn only if the wolf joins the sun's other selves. Only if the wolf's hunger is assuaged will it join its other selves. And only the flesh of its other selves can assuage the hunger of the wolf. A second dawn would herald the last day. This is the grim lesson of Scolacosophy. Alternatively, Birdsong, the wolf's return. The sanctioned version of the Book of Suns says that the wolf divided was awoken by the sun's division. We know from this that the wolf was its own hour even when the sun was whole, so we glean and we guess the sun might be healed, and the wolf returned to its slumbers. So we glean and guess that a second dawn would bring peace, but the wolf will fight to prevent it. This is Birdsong. So this can form an interesting dividing line in terms of what people play this game for. So obviously it's a really interesting setting, there's lore, it's not immediately obvious what this is talking about if you are playing a game of this type for the first time. But what you can get, even if you don't know what the Wolf Divided is, these are 2 very different versions of events, right? There's the received version of the Book of Suns, there's the sanctioned version of the Book of Suns. One essentially says that the wolf needs to consume everything before it stops being hungry, and the other one says that we can heal the sun and make the wolf go to sleep. So these mean different things. But on top of that, they also give you two different outcomes. So when you assign something to the Tree of Wisdoms, you get a element of the soul. So if we go for the wolf's beginning, we get Arab. And if we go for the wolf's return, we get Trist. And so in addition to having some lore and sort of deciding what your character sort of thinks is the most primary, there is a... you become stronger, basically. It's kind of like getting a new attribute in the game. But like I said, I'm actually going to hold off on doing that just because it would be nice, if possible, to get a language before I commit it. And there are some things that we can do before we commit fully to going down this path. Now, I'm curious if I'm going to be able to get anything done with my health. So I think I'm going to focus on cataloging again. In this case, we'll take another baronial period book. And we'll also see what Denzil gives me. Denzil's going to sort of decide whether or not I'm going to be able to level up Ragged Crossroads, because we need 2 memories, one with Winter, one with Edge. But we're also early in the day, right? It's still dawn. At this time, the Sisters of the Abbey would raise their voices in praise of the Madrigad for the office of Aurora. Okay, A Shape in Smoke, Ambrose Westcott's exposition on tobacco blending and the oracles of the pipe. This is an 8 forge mystery book. It gives us pyroglyphics. Now, oh, right, sorry, we don't have forge, so these are still tricky no matter what I do. And again, one of the reasons I'm kicking myself a little bit about what I did with Denzil is that I can't actually use my health to catalog a book. I can use the health to catalog a book at a desk, but unfortunately Ava's desk doesn't accept health. The room in the Long Tower does, though. So one way that the salons will solve this, Johnny, is that you can actually get more lessons from salons. So if you are one of those players that does actually wind up using lessons to level things up rather than memories, what the game will do is it will allow you to, excuse me, you can do those conversations with the new visitors to be able to generate them. So also, like, I should clarify for people as well, if you're feeling intimidated by something like the Tree of Wisdoms, now my opinion is there's no way to screw this up. There may be objectives that you specifically want, like maybe you want to get to level 9 of all of these or something like that, but there really isn't a way to do this wrong. If you're interested in doing something, then I recommend that you go ahead and do it. I can tell you from personal experience that I have, in fact, opened the entire house without committing anything to the Tree of Wisdoms. So it can be done. It's not necessarily easier to do, but the game will not put you in a point... I've shown you the one case where the game will put you in an unsolvable situation. That's if you burn your journal. So the game warns you about the one thing you can do to stop yourself from finishing the game. He does a lot with silence, this man. I think I'm going to talk with him about the rain. And what I'm going to do here... So I'm going to convert the health. What I'm doing right now is I need elements of the soul to be able to catalog the various books. So I think in this case here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use my health to earn money at the Sweet Bones, but I'm going to do that so I can restore my metal and shaft and so on to be able to catalog more of these books. So there's not much work on offer in Brandkrug, but I can find 6 pence worth of odd jobs. One of the challenges you can sometimes run into early on in this game is that if you have a number of sort of high difficulty texts, or if you wind up with a reel of film or something like that, you're not immediately able to read all of the books that you have access to, and that's fine. That's not necessarily a deal breaker as far in the game, but it can sometimes mean, like, when you want to do something, you're spending more time examining rooms. And if you don't think that this game is about examining rooms, which is completely understandable if you're getting started, you can sometimes feel like you're not making any progress. But there's useful stuff inside of these rooms. You can spend some time examining the various objects, and they will tell you useful things. So, but for now, we're speaking to Denzel, who might even reply. Another thing that I could be doing with my elements of the soul if I wanted is I can actually make the Dawn Lion and Cater and Hero second flush Assam. I'll probably do that, but I did want to catalog the books before I went too far. And that's just because, you know, I want to sort of know what I realistically can get read. So, Letters from a Fugitive, Lars Westergren, explorer and murderer, spent 7 years escaping justice through his knowledge of byways and shortcuts in the bounds. Throughout that time, he wrote regularly to his daughter, possibly in part to taunt his pursuers. So let's put that back down here. We're making pretty decent progress, but I do need to get some more elements of the soul back. As I used to say in my youth, the day is done and so am I, but I've earned my pay. And what I'm going to be doing here is I use this health so that I can earn the money. And then what I'll do here is I'll restore the metal and the shaft. And basically, one way you can sort of think of it is that if you use something that gets you the sixpence, you basically earn yourself 3 elements of the soul back. So in this case, I want to try and convert that money that I earned with my health into something that will allow me to catalog the various books. And metal will allow me to do that. Okay, he does a lot with Silence This Man. So the regret is useful to us because this has a winter aspect. So if we get something with edge or another item with winter, we'll be able to level up Ragged Crossroads. I'm going to need 2 because we're taking it from level 2 to level 3. And if I don't, that'll be a shame, but we'll do our best. Now, the other thing that I want to do, I did give Denzel the nectar. So in this case, we want to open up the walled garden. And if I serve the dandelion wine, so plates, cups, and glasses, so that if I want to offer someone wine, I needn't give them the whole bottle. Serve appropriately. Pour out. Poured out. Homemade flower wine. So this has 2 nectar as well as a lantern. So in this case, I can give Denzel the dandelion wine, and because I already talked to him about the rain, he's going to be able to open up the walled garden when the time comes. But right now, he's useful to me for memories because we can use him to level up the Ragged Crossroads. All right, Stolen Secret's interesting, but it's not relevant to what I need right now. And I will want to serve him the dandelion wine sooner rather than later. Better now. Okay. I think in this case, I'm going to bring back a tryst, and this is just because I can use the tryst at Lady Ava's desk. Hindsight, perfect. Okay, he does a lot with Silence This Man, so we can now bring up Ragged Crossroads. So hindsight, some things we can only really understand when they're gone. Right? And regret, every choice has its shadow. So these were 2 winter aspects. We can now combine this with the Ragged Crossroads lesson, and we need an edge, which we have with metal. I'm no expert, but I'm no dabbler either. And so this will give us access to more difficult to read books. So for instance, our edge is going to be moving up to 4. And keeping in mind that we were able to get something that had 1 edge already, so that means that we're up to 5. And then with our metal, that will bring us up to 6. So we're not quite at the point of being able to read the Leonine Tantra, but we're getting closer than it might seem. And of course, depending on some of the other books that we find in catalog, we may decide that we have other priorities. So the books that I'm most interested in right now, we've got The Ragged Crossroads, which has 4 Edge and 3 Winter now. And then we've got the Wolf Stories, which have 2 Moon and 1 Scale. And so those particular aspects I'm going to be able to boost up a bit higher than I would some of the other ones. And that's going to mean that if I get books of those kinds, they're a little more interesting to me just because I'm more likely to read them. Although, again, there are going to be some other things that will change that as well, such as, say, what the weather is or other factors. Some of the weather can actually be quite powerful in terms of being able to read certain works. So when you talk to a character like Denzel, there are some things, so there's a subset of topics that the characters will talk about. So for instance, there's a memory in this game called Name Day Riddle, and the Name Day Riddle just doesn't show up if you talk with a character, at least as far as I can tell. But we've seen that we can get Solace, Hindsight, Stolen Secrets. All of those are things that can come from the characters when we talk with them. So this is one of the ways that I handle a character like Denzel. If I'm not going to use them right away, I will usually talk with them all day just to try and generate some memories that might be helpful towards achieving some of my goals. So let's catalog another book. So we've got one more here, the Curia Period book, probably written around the time of Hush House's Curia Period, roughly the 1700s to 1800s. We've got a Foresight, which is nice but not immediately applicable for me. And I'm going to talk with him about the Dandelion wine just so we can get him up to 4 nectar. I can offer my assistant something to drink. This is true of any beverage that you give, by the way. So when we make the coffee and the tea, or I could feed him the Pillis oat bread, he'll gain the aspects that those food items had. All right, now I have an idea of this book's nature and its contents. The Debate of the Seven Cups, Distillations of the Spirit, recorded by an alchemist who identifies himself in the foreword as but Sir Thomas Browne's reflection. So that's a 10 Moth mystery. Not the hardest mystery in the world, but probably a bit beyond my capabilities right now. So again, we're still waiting for something that can really... we can really sink our teeth into to start generating some memories, but this would be consistent for a start for Book of Hours. Now, I've not left myself a whole lot of time. I think I should be able to catalog a book, but I'm definitely running a risk here. Okay. The only risk, when I say risk, it's just I don't want to be cataloging overnight because then I just won't have the element of the soul for the next day. But if it happens, it happens. And we will save a memory, but I figure I might as well finish talking with Denzel. So we do have fear. Nope, I am going to take a break. Just I'm not quite at the hour for it yet. So under memories, we've got a few that I can keep, right? So we've got the Stolen Secret because it has knock. We've got the Satisfaction because it has heart. We have Solace because it has heart. Hindsight because it has scale. And Fear because it has scale. Now, there's not an immediate need for any one of these, right? We're not going to be able to read any of the books with the resources that I have immediately available for me. So I think I'm just going to stick with the Satisfaction from the Fish Supper. And then we'll open up the Walled Garden. There's not a whole lot here that I really need, but it's nice to have as an option. And then we'll speed things up. Okay, so yes, we were able to get this catalog before. So the Seven Faces of Icarus. In the early 1530s, the last abbot of St. Brendan's, called Roaring Richard, set down his conversations with the illiterate local cunning man, Red William. Now this is an interesting one for me to run into. So this is a 4-sky mystery. This is definitely the sort of thing that I should be able to read under normal circumstances. But my particular legacy that I've chosen, the archaeologist, does make it a little more difficult. So remember earlier on that we had that gale, and that gale gave me 3 sky. So really with that, I would just need to add 1 more sky. And while I don't have the Faust, which would give me the sky, we do have Barren Silence's astrolabe. The only catch is the only way I'd be able to use Barren Silence's astrolabe is if I had a desk that would allow me to open or to use sky. And I happen to know that this desk does allow me to use the sky, but I would need Lantern or Lantern or Winter, and the Lantern character is Reverend Timothy, and the Winter character is Mr. Kill. Mr. Kill can only be hired with Winter, which is Whist, and Reverend Timothy I need to actually get the introduction for. So I do have a couple of ways of getting all of this sorted out, but this is an example in terms of how you can have... I'd say we've got a fair amount in terms of our resources, right? We've maxed out the skills that we have available to us. I've got elements of the soul. I've got, I think, 5 of them right now. But we need a specific subset of things. We need things to happen in a certain order to be able to make the most of them. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait to see what the weather brings before I make a decision in terms of what I'm going to pursue. But I think now would also be a good time for me to take my break. I think it's been about 3 hours or so. So I'm going to try and keep it short, but one of the things that I try and do for these is I try and pace myself. So I've got some secret tea that I've been drinking, and then I've also got I've kind of got a few snacks and so on. But I'm trying to avoid sugary stuff. I'm trying to avoid things that'll keep me going for the long run. So first of all, for those of you that are wanting to know more about the game, I will be back. I'm going to try and keep it shorter, but I do need to make sure that I get something to eat. For those of you that are already convinced, or maybe some of you that already own House of Light, now might be a time to start playing the game yourself. But one way or another, I'm going to be in this for the long haul. So for those of you that just want to hang out and watch some more of the expansion, we'll be back in a little bit, and I will I'll put up a break sign. But my apologies. I wish I had somebody as backup to kind of keep you all entertained. But I think the best thing for me to do is just rip off the Band-Aid, try and keep it as short as I can, and then we'll be back for some more House of Light. So I'll see you all in a little bit. Olaf, my dear friend, it is very good to see you. There's a few of you in chat who are regular viewers, excuse me, of my stuff, so it's always nice to be able to shout them out. um, but yes, thank you everybody for your patience. So Brian Pow, if you're still around, I don't think Johnny's answer is wrong, but I'll maybe unpack how the game helps you a little bit. So if you, I think the question you're kind of asking is if it takes me a really long time to make some progress. So for instance, let's say um, for one reason or another, I find myself stuck at the first true threshold and I'm not really making, um, hello Whisper, good to see you too. Um, basically if you're at a point where it's like you've been taking a really long time to get to the first true threshold, is there like a pop-up window that comes up and says, hey, did you think of maybe bringing Reverend Timothy in and talking to him about the Shapt? So that's not going to be in there. But there are actually a few different ways that the game will give you a hand. So first of all, the loading screens do actually include tips. And they do specifically have some tips that are designed to direct people's attention to things that they may not have noticed. So for instance, one thing that happened inside the game was that people didn't necessarily seem to realize that you can zoom in this far because, the previous game that they didn't necessarily let you zoom in this far. And it's actually quite relevant to being able to open up the first room of the house in terms of zooming in. So there's an actual tooltip at the start of the game which says, hey, you may not know how far you can zoom in, just so you know you can zoom in really far. So that's one form in which the game will give you some hints. There's also going to be little comments which are in sort of square brackets. So this one gives a little bit more history, but generally if you see square brackets, the game's kind of telling you, hey, you might want to know there's something extra you can do here. So a great example of this would be if I pay a half crown. Miners offer scale, forge, and a little moon. Alternatively, add a soul card to find any rarer guests who might be seeking employment. So that's a nice little way that the game sort of says, hey, you may not have known, there's something else that you can do here. And so if you want to get an extra, like a special hireling, this is the option that you have there as well. So that's another way that the game helps you. But the last one, and the one that I think is probably most important to your question in terms of how the game helps, is that as you read books, the books will very often have things such as, and these two characters lost their names but discovered their name day riddles, and you can use, you can find your own name day riddle by combining such and such and such and such at these places here. So, and unlike the game that came before, Cultist Simulator, you can reread the books. In fact, rereading the books is recommended for several reasons. So, again, I want to be clear. The help that this game gives you is not going to be in the form of a pop-up that says, it seems like you're having trouble opening this room, try doing XYZ. But what it does do in sort of I'll say an immersive way, the books that you read will talk about some specific things that you might be looking for. And my own experience, I don't watch a lot of streamers play this, but I have watched a few, and some of the streamers I really like are people who have actually not beaten the game yet. And what they tend to run into in terms of difficulty is that there will be something that they've run into early on in the game and have not realized its significance. And then they run into the thing that requires it. And it's a little bit more about them remembering that they had access to something. And so what's nice is that the game will give you at least one new book a season if you buy it. And so you have this slow accumulation of knowledge, like embodied knowledge in the form of a book. And those books are likely going to try and guide you towards how to make certain things that will help you get through the house. So it's again, I don't want to try and suggest that Johnny's wrong in what he's saying, but I wanted to try and give you a little bit of an idea in terms of the forms of help that the game gives you, rather than just sort of give a hard answer, yes or no to that, because I think everybody's going to have a rough idea in terms of what they need in terms of help. All right, so I think I said I wanted to see what the weather was, so we're going to take a minute here. More rain. All right, so not my favorite. I don't think I'm going to be able to make a whole lot out of that. I don't think, but yeah, no worries, Brian. And I will say too, so if you're on the fence in terms of the game, or maybe you have this game and you're trying to answer, like obviously I'm here on the Steam page, but one of the things I really like about doing this, and I do this on my own channel as well, I love answering questions for people. So if there's something that's not clear that I'm doing, absolutely, I don't feel that it's an interruption to answer specific questions. So if there's something that I can do to help you make an informed decision as to whether or not this is for you, don't hesitate. If you ask me basic questions that were covered at the start, I don't expect people to have been here for 3 hours to understand why I'm doing certain things. Okay, so the rain isn't really going to do a whole lot for me here. I think it still makes sense for us to have Denzel, and I'll use the health for that. I'm always welcome at Denzel's Smithy. Denzel will offer help for free as a friend. And I think my focus now is going to be on cataloging books. So I can use the metal in Ava's desk. Catalog a baronial period book. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's baronial period, roughly the 1500s to 1700s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. So 2 more. And then, of course, if we don't have the knowledge that we need, if we don't have anything that we can study, I'm going to have to reconsider my approach, and maybe we'll find another way of getting what we need. I would be surprised if we get stuck here, though. I think we have a few options available to us to read certain books. Denzel rarely works for free, but he won't take payment for helping a friend. speak to Denzel, he might even reply. All right, the Practic Garden. In the early days of St. Brendan's Abbey, the brothers practiced the arts of war here. So it was that in baronial times, the garden became a favorite of the martial, quarrelsome de Wolfs. So there's a couple of interesting things in here. First of all, there is the garden, see blessed pears in summer and autumn, in Numa, the shining pear, Pyrus auricalcinus. And we have the Practic Garden dummy. Since the Napoleonic War, he has been punched, thumped, stabbed, and shot by amateurs, by professionals, and by tipsy guests after dinner. No wonder he looks so cross. So again, this is another example of a workshop or workspace. So just like the telescope, there is a limit in terms of what we can apply. In this case, it will take edge, scale, heart, and winter. That's for the soul, skill, and memory. It will also take an element of the soul and a memory. So in this one, I would be able to put 2 memories. Now, there's something about skills that I haven't shown yet, but this is mostly because I've been trying to use them for cataloging books and just kind of getting a lay of the land. But oh, we also have the Tangle of Thorns. So if I can find another 2 nectar, which of course we could through the dandelion wine, we can actually use Denzel to open up another room. I could also, theoretically, if I accessed Mrs. Kill, we could use the Grail that way, but we don't have the Grail, so I think we'll probably just go through the Tangle of Thorns. Oh, well, yeah, so if I had, if I could give Denzel 2 Grail, that would have worked. So I think I'll just prep by serving the wine. Pour out. Pour it out. So we have one more. Although dandelion wine's not that hard to come by. Remembering too, I also have the option of brewing the tea and the coffee later too, so I've got a few options available. A Light in the Inkwell. Musgrave, 4th of the De Wolf line, writes tentatively about the Covenant of Brankrug and the legacy of the sacred inks he called Incasta Revelatonia. You saw a photo of AK and Lottie's cat, Sulochana, and I can see where the cat got in this game got. Yes, so there's Sulo and Chi. Or is it Chi or Ki? Because I guess if it's Kion. But anyways, there are 2. For those of you who don't know, the Weather Factory, in addition to having 2 human founders and members, also there are 2 fuzzier ones. And one of those cats, actually, I'm trying to remember if it's one or both. There's definitely one of them that appears in the game. And it's another reason, by the way, to sign up for the newsletter, because there will be the occasional cat photo, which I hear is moderately popular on the internet. Okay, so this is an 8-lantern mystery. We don't have Fosk, so it's not something that we can immediately handle, but I do still think we have kind of a fighting chance of making something happen with this once we get a little bit of progress. And then Prophecies of Glory, also an 8-lantern text. Essentially, if we can read this one, we can read that one. I think I might have switched these around, but that's fine. They're all in the same place. So I'm going to use the Tryst in this case, just because I can use the shop to bring Denzel back. And at the very least, I know that we can open up the Tangle of Thorns, but we might try and set our sights a little bit higher. Oh, I didn't realize they had a Facebook as well. I'm not on Facebook a whole lot, so yeah, I follow the Twitter/X account. I follow the newsletter. I do sometimes stop by on the Reddit where I can, and I've actually really been enjoying. They do have a podcast called Skeleton Songs, but I've been really enjoying the weather forecast. The weather forecast videos they've been doing lately. It's been really interesting to see developers talk about sort of the conditions of the industry and make a sustained effort to try and see how certain releases are going to go. Senior Producer and Keo. Thank you, Boom Stab Kicksplode. I can never remember I always remember one or the other. It's kind of like 4X, how you can always remember three of the four, but I think anybody who's made a 4X game can never say all four of the explore, exploit, exterminate, explore, exploit, exterminate, expand. Um, so the two cats are my version of that. The Barrowchild's elegies. The Barrowchild, a Gaulish adept who won a place in the ranks of the Ordo Lamea, enumerates the great shadows laid to rest in the tombs of power and discusses their various conditions. So this is a 10 winter mystery. Now this is one that's a little bit of mixed news to get. So in one sense, it's like, ooh, 10 winter, that's a hard one. But with the Ragged Crossroads, we already have 3 winter to work with. So the thing that makes me a little more discouraged on this one is really just the absence of Whist right now, which again, we can potentially solve by committing some things to the Tree of Wisdoms, but we have some other options available to us before we move on. So what I'm going to do here, we're going to keep talking with Denzil. I think it also wouldn't hurt for us to try and restore some elements of the soul. So I think what I'll do here, I'm going to use the shop to make some money, so I'll use that to restore the elements of the soul. And then from there, what might be a good idea is to maybe take stock and see, with my hirelings and with the various options available to me, what rooms or what books do I think would be the most likely candidate next. I can also sort of arrange the books in a certain way to say, okay, what do I think is most likely? In fact, I can do that right now. So 6 rows isn't that hard. 8 forge. So yeah, deaths and their evasions is going to be a tough one. Right, 7 faces of Icarus. I'm really just waiting for the right weather. All right, Storm. He does a lot with silence, this man. Orchid Transfigurations is going to be a little bit of a harder one. Yeah, I might as well keep these here. As I used to say in my youth, the day is done and so am I, but I've earned my pay. Crossing to noon, I guess, is a little more likely than some of the others. As is the Leonine Tantra, so Shape and Smoke maybe, Letters from a Fugitive. Nope. Okay, more foresight. I think now we can talk to him about the rain and the wine. And until we open up another area, there's not a whole lot that I can do with the elements of the soul other than sort of produce things like tea. Now, I will do that just because it's one less thing for me to do. But this is going to be sort of the first time without... So I don't want to say that I'm stuck, but I want to give you, just to give kind of a bit of a marker, with the current resources that I have available to me, this is the first time that I feel like I don't have a direct path to achieve my next step. I'm sort of either hoping to get lucky, or I'm going to need to change one of the plans that I had earlier on. So, and that's fine. That is part of playing this game. It's not something that should be, discouraged, or it shouldn't be something that makes people feel like they're not able to enjoy it. But I just wanted to sort of highlight that, like, right now, all of the things that I can immediately do that I learned from the start of the game and sort of my natural progression has led me to be able to work on. Those are now gone, and I'm a little more focused on just basically seeing how I can try and keep some of the momentum going without either putting the playthrough on hold or without, say, committing wolf stories at a time when I don't necessarily want to. I will if I have to, but I just think I have other options available. So Let's, I don't think there's a whole lot that I can do with the memories right now. So I think what I'll do is I will open up the Tangle of Thorns and see where we go with that. A flower garden now overrun with thorned weeds and briar rose. Oh, damn it. I'm sorry. I just spilled some water. I'm going to have to be back in a second. Sorry, folks, my desk is drenched, so I'm going to try and keep it short, but I do need to deal with this. Okay, sorry about that. One more second. So yeah, sorry about that. I realize, well, I can see the numbers. But yeah, it's going to be a little hard to move the mouse for the next little while. I don't know how many of you are Zachtronics fans, but I'm pretty sure I just ruined a deck of cards that I just got from them. But these things happen. I don't want to delay the stream too much from that, but let me just make sure that I've got the chat back up, and we'll be good to do more Book of Hours. Not my ideal to suddenly stop the stream to deal with a spill, but it did hit some of the hardware, so I need to make sure that I actually still have the tools to do the stream. So sorry about that. Okay. So I think I may wind up using the metal a little bit more. But for now, we want to see what we can get out of the Tangle of Thorns. And then I think tomorrow, well, we'll try and make whatever tea and such we can. But tomorrow we're going to start thinking a little bit more about what I can make using my skills. Assuming I don't have an immediate use for whatever's in this room. Oh, thank you. Right, better now. So I really need to make the most out of the time. So let's start by, we'll make some coffee, online coffee, a packet. If I cast an object into the fire, it will be transformed, destroyed, lost. If the item is brewable, add a soul card to brew it instead of destroying it. Brew over the fire, bring the water to the boil, permit the potential here to express itself. So this takes 30 seconds. We should be able to make the Cater and Hero Second Flush Assam as well as the online coffee. Knowing my track record, I'm now going to move the books to a safe place. I'm hoping my mousepad dries out by the end of the stream. It's an experience trying to move this. So I'm going to try to minimize the complaining about that. All right, the Scent Garden. This too dates from the time of the Abbey, but in summer. Neither sisters nor brothers were permitted to spend more than a single hour here, lest the temptation of savors overwhelm them. Yeah, it's not obvious. I think it's the fact that you can potentially burn up the tea that probably is one of the bigger challenges on that one. But I think, I mean, it's especially with the new DLC, and I mean, I think some of you may notice that I'm trying to get to the kitchen a little bit earlier than I normally would. How do you order more coffee, tea, and other supplies? Wonderful question, Whisperfire, and you will actually see. You'll actually see that in a little bit. Now, X, I'm actually not the developer, but I will let you know that one of the founders of Weather Factory has actually very specifically been working on user interfaces and has been actually interacting with other game developers and speaking very kindly to them on that. So one thing I will offer in terms of advice is that something like that is a very general statement, and some might even consider that to be a slightly insulting way of putting it. I don't actually think the user face is that bad personally. But what I think would be more helpful in future, because the developers have been very receptive in terms of people's comments, is that if you can talk about some things that specifically get in the way. So, a good example of this might be, have a good one, Johnny. So for instance, when Hi says, That's one that I missed out. I just found out yesterday how to brew. This is actually a really good thing that you can tell a developer in terms of how to improve their interface. So it's like, hey, I've got these packets of tea and they say brewable, but it wasn't clear to me that I could actually get them brewed, right? I burned up my tea rather than brewing it. And that can give them an indicator, oh, okay, so when we think a player understands that you use an element of the soul because that's things that you do with your soul, somewhere along the lines that isn't helping. And what that does is it allows them to actually focus on the things that people are struggling with. And as a result, that's how we wind up getting better user interfaces. But yeah, I mean, in terms of the next game, I don't think the user interface is going to change too much on this one, but I do recommend if there's something specific that you're struggling with in terms of the game, there is a very active community. I know they're on Reddit, and I know that there are a few different places that you can interact, even the forums. If there's something you're struggling with, there may be another player who can help you. But the other thing is that the next game I do know that that's some specific attention that the developers are putting in. Yeah, no problem. Okay, so we talked about the scent garden, but we didn't talk about what's inside of it. So we've got a few different places where we can do some gardening, assuming I get the skill for that. We have the hurricane lamp. So this is a light. It has got sky and lantern aspect. And we have a pretty good drink. The only catch is that it is it's actually it's one of them, and it's high quality. We'll want to use it in a lot of different places. So skin shuck mead, a murky, sweet-smelling liquid crowded with sediment. So it gives 2 scale, 2 nectar, 2 heart, and 6 moth. This would be very, very strong in terms of being able to boost up a visitor, but we probably don't want to use that until we really need it. So then there is the Ruinous Hall. Now this is not an easy one for us to open. It requires either 5 heart or 5 scale. But it is worth remembering that we do have scale with health, and we'll also have scale with the minor. Sorry, I'm just having some chocolate. I'll answer your question in a second. I'm just a streamer. So I played the developer's earlier game called Cultist Simulator. It's a roguelike sort of card game. It's a bit like Book of Hours, but it's definitely quite a bit harder in terms of the fact that it will give you some pretty clear fail states. But I've followed their games for a while, and I've really enjoyed streaming them. So for a few streams now, they've invited me to come in and broadcast the game whenever they have a major event. So in this game, there is a new expansion called House of Light that's been released. And in this case, they pay me to kind of come on and play the game and show them. So the only affiliation that I have with them is the fact that they are paying me to be here. But I do answer the questions honestly. Like, they haven't told me to say a specific line or something like that. So I'm just a streamer who likes playing this game. I'm not a member of the development team. I'm very grateful that they do, because I realize I'm not the only person who would potentially be eligible for that. Okay, so one of the options that we do have here is the scale. So remembering that we get 2 scale from the minor, if I had a way of getting my health back on time, I'd use that. But what we can do is we can hang on to the fear overnight, and then we can use the combination of health, fear, and a minor to be able to open up the Ruinous Hall. So we have a little bit more progress ahead of our... am I streaming somewhere? Yeah, I mean, I'm streaming at home. So basically, I'm just somebody who, like, I have a day job. I don't stream for a living. But basically, I just have a streaming setup, and then if developers want me to cover some of their material on their Steam page, I'll do that. Again, it depends on the developer. Usually there's some kind of money that exchanges hands, but I will do games because I'm interested in games, and that's certainly how I started this one. You are correct. I am Canadian, and the developers are in the United Kingdom. Well, I don't know where they physically are right now, but I know they're based in the United Kingdom. All right, the Dawnline Coffee, a pot, coffee from beyond the great deserts. So this is good for 2 lantern. Now this is worth remembering, right? Because we still have the Long Tower first floor that we want to get to. So if I can combine that with something like, say, Foresight, I can actually turn that into... Actually, I wonder if I've got enough time with Denzel to... I'm going to try something reckless. Always welcome at Denzel's smithy. Denzel will offer help for free as a friend. If you give him a cold coinage, he will perform the service of division. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to pour a cup of coffee. Pour out. Pour it out. So I'm going to give him the Foresight first because that will give him the 1 lantern. And if I can give him the coffee immediately following, then he'll have the 3 that he needs to open up the first floor of the Long Tower. I don't think we're going to make it, though. I can discuss a memory with my assistant. This will use up the memory, but boost the assistant's abilities for the day. Not even close. Should have made the tea. Now that night has fallen, I can rest and perhaps dream on the day's doings. So that's fine. It's not going to take too much to be able to bring Denzel back and try to do what we did with the Long Tower, but we know that we have the Ruinous Hall available to us. Well, it's the reason that's actually not that big of a... Oh. Good. Thank you for the follow. Just give me a quick second here. I should not have that enabled while I'm streaming. All right. I'm not too torn up about that. So all I really lost was the chance to brew the Cater and Hero second flush of Sam. But it is the reason why I used the memory first, because that memory was going away no matter what. But if I'd given up the Dawnline Coffee, that's 1 cup that I'm not going to be able to use elsewhere. So overall, that's not a big loss that I experienced. All right, we'll speed things up a little bit, seeing as I've already preserved the fear. Now, I do want to rush a little bit in terms of the miner, and that's because we only get the miner in spring. So in this case here, we'll use, I don't think 6 pence is enough. We'll have to use the half crown. In spring, the local miners often travel to the Feast of Lights below. If one breaks his journey at the Sweet Bones, a shilling will buy his labor for a day. Now we also know that we're going to use Denzel, so we'll hire him right away using the shaft. I'm always welcome at Denzel's smithy. Denzel will offer help for free as a friend. And we'll sort of see how the rest of the day goes. Again, a lot sort of depends on the weather and such. So Whisperfire, I'm not trying to avoid answering that question, but the specific form that we use for that will actually arrive in a new season. So there's a form that you get that goes into Sundries that will show you, that will give you the Cater and Hero form. It's just a little easier to show, but essentially just waiting, and it'll wind up in your inventory. All right, so again, we're going to do what we tried to do yesterday. We're going to talk with the miner about fear, and then we will talk about health, and then we'll use Denzel to generate some memories. I can discuss a memory with my assistant. This will use up the memory, but boost the assistant's ability for the rest of the day. Now, one thing that is useful here is we do have the wolf stories. So in this case here, if I wanted to try and combine some moon things, right, we've got 4 moon now. Now, if I had a tool which would give us moon, or an ink that would give us moon, we could potentially build something. Unfortunately, I'm just shy of what we need, and it won't be fixed by the telescope. The telescope will accept moon, but unfortunately I just don't have another element of the soul or a tool for the moon. But it's an example of how we can try and build some things. But again, we'll give it time. We're getting to a point where we can start making some things. I think I will use the shaft. Well, there's 2 things I'll do with the shaft. One of them I'll start by making some money, because I don't need to make the tea right away. And then I'll use that money to restore the other elements of the soul and just get some of the other tasks done for the day. I'm going to keep the tryst aside because we might be able to do something with wolf stories. And then I'll keep the metal aside for the same reason. We might be able to do something. Actually, I can already do something with ragged crossroads. Right? So libidic tincture, focus my own local resources to create a small quantity of a stable edge ingredient. Ragged crossroads with prentice level edge creates libidic tincture. Or for a scholar level recipe, add something with a memory aspect, and I will have the makings of a significant edge memory. So it might be worth talking about this a little bit. So there are 3 levels of challenges in Book of Hours. So this is an example of how the crafting works inside the game. You don't necessarily know how to craft things at the start. The way you learn is either through experimentation, or sometimes you can read a book and a book will tell you how to craft something. So in this case here, the first level of an ingredient is going to be the prentice level recipe. And that's essentially something that, as long as you have 5 of the given aspect, you're going to be able to pass that. So the next level would be the scholar level challenge. So scholar level challenges are going to need 10 of the relevant aspects. So most likely in the case of Ragged Crossroads, it would be edge or winter, but not necessarily every challenge matches the aspect of the skill that you're using. But what it's going to need is it's going to need some kind of ingredient as well. And this is usually a broadly defined ingredient. So an example in this case, for a scholar level recipe, add something with the memory aspect. What this means here is that if I had 5 edge and I put something with the memory aspect in, then I would be making the significant edge memory. I know specifically what this recipe is referring to, but I figure we might as well talk about it when we actually have access to it. The rarest and most challenging are the keeper level challenges. And as it says here, available only to the wise, the great, or the most fortunate of idiots. So in this particular case, what it means is you need 15 of a given aspect, which is already quite challenging for us, right? We're still in the early stages of the game. But on top of that, instead of needing a category of input, so remember we said previously if you add a memory, well, a memory could even include these clouds here. What the keeper level challenges require are a specific ingredient. So an example of this would be, if I want to make X, Y, or Z, I'm going to need ingredient A. And it can't be a liquid. It has to be this specific liquid called ingredient A. If you want specific examples, I'm happy to give them, but I figure we can deal with them when they actually emerge. So, correct. You need both. You need both the number in terms of the aspect. So I would need 5 more edge. But even if I had the 5 edge, I would need to add a memory. But in the case of the memory, that's a really easy one, right? I can add clouds. Clouds has the memory aspect, even though it's not contributing any edge. So 10 edge isn't actually that hard to get further on in the game. So usually the ones that require memory are pretty easy. It's more just getting to that point where you have enough. But we'll deal with all of that when the time comes. Now, I don't quite see the value in getting the libidic tincture yet. I think there's other things that we can do with my characters. So right now, I'm going to get the 5 scale from the miner. I'm ready to lend my limbs, boosts heart scale and nectar. And we're going to sit on the metal and the tryst right now just to see what we can get from Denzil for assistance. And then depending on the memories that I get, we'll either make something or we will we'll just keep going through the different rooms. Thanks for explaining crafting. I'm not clear on it, so it helps. Yeah, I mean, it's not the most intuitive system, right? Like it's an abstract game, so the idea of going to a telescope and saying it's like, okay, well, I'll just add wolf stories and tryst and maybe some clouds, like you don't know what to expect. But yeah, it's usually just a question of kind of, when I say read everything, like it's easy for me to say stuff like that, but really the challenge with reading things is that you do also kind of need to know at the time what to look at. So I always kind of like to tell people where I found this stuff out, because of course I've played this game without any knowledge and I know what it's like to be lost in it. So the way that I found this stuff out is just reading the challenges here. So everything that I explained is written inside of this text here. So for basic recipes, provide 5 degrees of the relevant aspect. For scholar level, for more challenging recipes, provide 10 degrees of the relevant aspect. Every scholar level recipe also needs an ingredient with a specific aspect. And finally, for the most challenging recipes, provide 15 degrees of the relevant aspect. Every keeper level recipe also needs a very specific ingredient. The perfect ingredient may even mean that you need less aspect. And one of the things that they're talking about there would be, so actually I'll give you a scholar example here. So let's say that in order to make that 10 edge recipe, I included the fear. Well, the fear already has 1 edge. So in reality, I just need 9 more edge rather than, I'm still getting 10, but because I'm using a memory that already has edge inside of it, that makes it easier for me to do that. And very often what will happen with the keeper level challenges, if you put something like, if you have Solomon's Preparation, that gives you 4 winter. And if it just happens that Solomon's Preparation is an input for a keeper level recipe, well, now you're not worrying about 15, now you're really worrying about 11 because you already have an ingredient that's giving you quite a bit of what you need. But not all of the recipes work that way. In fact, there's a couple that are quite challenging specifically because they use an aspect that isn't the same as the skill. Okay, so we're ready to open up the Ruinous Hall. This place was bright and busy once. It can be again, but it'll be grueling work to make it so, not suitable work for a librarian. And now we're ready to talk with Denzel. And again, we're not going to give him the coffee until we know we have what we need to open up the first floor of the Long Tower, but I have every reason to believe that we will succeed. As I used to say in my youth, the day is done and so am I, but I've earned my pay. So we're going to get the shop back. It is spring and the landlady has served me a slice of her stargazy pie with the pilchard heads poking cheekily through the hot crust. And we can afford to speed things up a little bit here just because I'm really waiting for the delivery of a few specific items. So this is a nice one, right? We've got the Ragged Crossroads. We could even combine Tryst to get the Levitic Tincture. The Servants' Hall. Hendrik de Wolf, 1st Baron Brankrug, was granted Hush House after the dissolution of St. Brendan's by Old Coppernose, King Henry VIII. In an act of unusual generosity for that tight-fisted king, the grant came with the title of Baron and the right sicut regale, like a king, the quasi-independence traditionally accorded to marcher lords. Hendrik was clearly determined to live as befitted his new rank, and he expanded the house accordingly to support sufficient staff. So there's a few interesting things in this particular room. So we have the loom, and there was the golden threads they wove, and in the moon's house fast they tied them, from the lay of Helgi Hundingsbane. So we've got the inscribed clock, a gift from Sir David Green to a favoured retainer. We've got the widow's candle, lighted in remembrance, misshapen fruit, salvaged windfalls, lumpy but tasty. This does count as fruit and sustenance. Warmly colored yarns, a blushing nest of possibilities. By the way, fruit, the womb of a plant. Does anybody know who called it the womb of the plant? Midnight mark, a blemish left on a page or a skin by a careful incision or a judicious sting to preserve a little of the power of night. Moth orchid scented candle, widow's candle, pigeon statuette, a beautifully enameled little image. The maker's mark is AW. But the reason why I say there's interesting items in here is we have the slim parcels. So this is a cache, something that we can open. And then we also have one of the new additions for House of Light. The bronze knife, a long knife of age-darkened metal with a teak handle inlaid with bone. It could be a hunting knife, although it's certainly no older than the 19th century. It is not clear why anyone might have chosen to make a hunting knife out of bronze in the 19th century. So this has a number of very helpful aspects. So 1, edge, grail, nectar. 2, winter. It also counts as a tool, which surprises me because that actually makes it quite a powerful tool. So I can actually use this with reading. It also has the aspect knife. This is the line of division, wolf. But this also has the important, kind of the important property that it's, I believe, an ingredient or a utensil that I can use for cooking. So you can use the bronze knife to, although I noticed the aspect is different, so I want to double check that. But at least in my earlier playthroughs, I've been able to use this to do some cooking. And this is the first ingredient, or the first item that allows me to do that. All right, so we've got the ruined kitchen. Now this isn't as difficult as it looks. Finally, signs of a fire, but it looks as if, fortunately, the chimney breast collapsed before it could spread too far. It can't be why the house was abandoned. In any case, the kitchen will need skilled labor to restore it to a usable state. So as far as opening up the ruined kitchen is concerned, we've got Denzel, which has got 2 forge. We've got metal, which has 2 forge, so that's 4 in total. And remember that if we get the foresight, then that gives us the remaining 2 that we need, the 6. So in this case, we wouldn't be able to use something like the bronze knife because it doesn't have a forge aspect, although I am definitely wanting to consider some of the other regions now, right? So with Denzel, we already have 2 edge. I could combine him with memory fear, which would then giving the knife, excuse me, giving the knife to him, that would be enough to open up the Grand Descent. But again, I don't need to rush this stuff. We've got plenty. The only thing that I would maybe want to rush would be anything that requires me to use the miner, because they're going to be gone at the end of spring. Ah, Revelation. That actually... That's all I really need. So exalt with a memory. I can discuss a memory with my assistant. This will use up the memory, but boost the assistant's abilities for the rest of the day. I think I'm going to leave aside any tryst. I'm going to brew the tea now. Brew over the fire, bring the water to the boil, permit the potential here to express itself. Better now. And I'll restore another shaft because I have a feeling we're going to be using this quite a bit. Okay, Cater and Hero, second flush of Sam. Tea from the land of the real unicorn, imported by Cater and Hero. So first thing I'm going to do here is serve. Nope, don't renounce. Serve. Or out. That's 3 seconds. Poured out. So the reason I did it for this one is that it has 1 lantern, and we really only need the 1 lantern here for the long tower. So I'll just put the coffee on the table. We will talk with Denzel about the tea. A nice drop. I can offer my assistant something to drink. This will increase their aspects. They'll also be glad of the refreshment. I think it's a pretty good chance that we're going to be able to get Denzel to open up the Grand Descent as well. Okay, so Oh, Denzel is absent. The smith is absent on librarian's business, but I already knew that, didn't I? I was wondering how they enforced that. Down to the Greshams. So, this is good because this is going to give me access to some more books. So the Long Tower looks like it's been abandoned much longer than 7 years. In the nocturnal period, the inhabitants probably spent most of their time on the seaward side of the isle. I will need help to restore the room above. So we'll open that up. I believe this should now open up the smithy again. Speak with Denzel. I'm always welcome at Denzel's smithy. And I think I'm just going to keep the shop as it is. I think I probably am not going to be able to get Denzel to do more than one opening. Actually, with that in mind, it may make sense for me to just use this shop at the Sweet Bones now, because I'm already going to be using this sphere for something else. I'll hang on to it just as an insurance policy, but I think probably I need to focus on a few other things. Okay, actually I can do both. So exalt with the memory. I can discuss a memory with my assistant. This will use up the memory, but boost the assistant's abilities for the rest of the day. Now what's nice here is that I need the 4 to be able to open the Grand Ascent. I can use that the knife for that. And then I can use the metal and the shaft for other things. So we'll start. Again, it's all well and good to discuss this stuff, but I really need to implement it. Yeah, so we'll talk to him about the knife. I can lend my assistant something to help increasing their abilities. I think maybe just for the interests of demonstration, I will use I'll use the Ragged Crossroads to make the libidic tincture. Focus my own and local resources to create a small quantity of stable edge ingredient. And then with the shaft, I'm actually going to open up one of these parcels. So crack open the container, delight in your discovery. The Long Tower, Solomon's Study. In 1818, the Very Reverend Solomon Husher became third librarian of the Curia of the Isle. He took rooms in the Long Tower as his quarters. Husher's tastes were Spartan. Although the Curia generally liked a little more luxury, no one ever quite dared to redecorate the place after his disappearance. So in this case, we've got 2 Curia period books for us to read. We've got Whispering Sand, White Silver Sand, in which the voice of the waves lingers. This is glass, lucent and fragile. Even sand may someday be the eye of rock. Material, something with the potential to become something, if I put it in something. And lantern and moon aspect. Yeah, you could definitely, I mean, it's a little cheesy for me to do, but I definitely have abused this in the past. Naveen Parchment, pale as the first wisp of mountain cloud. Perninculate, my favorite ink. Deadly, use gloves to read text produced with this pigment, an ink of power, sometimes called an unsanctioned ink. So this has 4 edge, 1 grail, and 4 scale aspect. So this is a little bit like the ink that we used to write the letter. Of course, it's a much more powerful ink. We have the Chalice Candle, Widow's Candle, 2 Widow's Candles, and Solomon Husher. This bust is the palest white marble. So we know who Solomon is from the description. And then we have the second floor of the Long Tower, a slightly more challenging one for us to move up to, but essentially Lantern and Winter. So if I get a revelation like I did with with Denzel, then we can feed him the coffee and we'll be on our way up to the second floor. Okay, so he's got his 4 edge now. Now this is one thing that's worth mentioning as far as the items are concerned. So notice here that we gave him the bronze knife, but he didn't keep it. So tool, one reason the apes beat the Beatles. So in this case, you can keep reusing tools. It's one reason why they're quite powerful. So you can use them to You can use them to read books more effectively, just like the astrolabe and the mirror scope. You can also just give, oh yeah, actually, come to think of it, yeah, it's even easier for me to open up the lantern stuff now that now that my head's out of the clouds. But yeah, the fact that this actually gives 2 nectar, again, that was the one that surprised me because it's something I've definitely run into trouble with nectar in the past. So that's going to open up some more possibilities. And the fact that it's reusable is really nice because if you feed someone something, obviously it goes away. So we'll focus on the task at hand. So we weren't able to open up the ruined kitchen tonight, but we were able to get the grand ascent, the ground floor. Now we don't need to do that right away. We can talk with Denzel and see if we can get a memory to take overnight. He might even reply. Night has fallen, dawn will come soon. So I think we do get to keep the hindsight. We might even be able to use that for something else. So dream on a memory. Now that night has fallen, I can rest and perhaps dream on the day's doings. As it clarifies, the tincture vibrates judderingly. This is called growling. Libidic tincture, a much more potent preparation, can be extracted from the remains of a labite, but labites generally frown on the technique. So I don't really have a place for this right now. I'll just keep this on the shelf in Solomon's quarters. Or not quarters, but... and something especially tasty. So this is Ross Cragen Whiskey, the favorite tipple of Sir David Green, 8th librarian of Hush House. So this is interesting for a couple of reasons. Number one, it does have forge, which means I can use it to augment Denzel for some things that we would want to use Denzel for. But more importantly, it has rows. So given the fact that we only need 3 rows, if we get something like that intuition, we can feed someone Ross Cragen Whiskey and then give them the intuition or whatever rose aspected item we find. And that just means that that's another door that we can open. So even though we've not committed any skills, in fact, we haven't gotten any new skills than the ones that we started with, we haven't read any books other than our journal, we've been able to make quite a bit of progress in the house just by making the most of the resources that I currently have available for. But I do actually want to get to the grand ascent, so the stairs here are clear, but the air here is thick with old magics. I should move carefully, and I should not go alone. Still no sign of any fire. Why then was the house abandoned? Sorry, just 1 second. I've lost my... Yes, so you can use visitors to open up rooms. Sorry, just a second here. So you can't interact with them in the sense of being able to talk or to be able to give them things. But if you have an existing visitor after the sun is down, you can still use them to open up rooms. Also, if you were reading a book and it asked you for a visitor, you can do the same. Okay, I think we are good. And I also think we're in a new season. The grand ascent, ground floor, the staircase that served as the spine of the house, Baron Walter's great project executed by the master mason Gregory Wheellock. So we've got the delightful repose placed by the curia of the isle to allow rest before an ascent, or after a descent. The paradise palm, an unquenchable vitality. Hokebald. Ambrose Westcott liked to name his hunting trophies after former rivals whom, he said, his trophies resembled. And Dr. Serena Blackwood, no one is in the picture, only an empty garden. So we have a few different rooms that we can try to open up. So we've got the ruined kitchen already. We have the dimly lit chamber. That will require 5 lantern or 5 rows, so that's a challenging one for us right now. But we could also try to go further up the grand ascent with 4 forge, 4 heart, 4 sky, or 4 winter. So that one, there's some possibilities for. Especially now because I'll have the hindsight, but We'll see. Now, regardless of what happens, I can definitely see myself using Denzel, and I can't really see myself using the health, so we will... Oh, crumbs. I didn't mean to do the manual labor, but there you have it. So we will use the shaft instead. I'm always welcome at Denzel's Smithy. Denzel will offer help for free as a friend. If you give him a gold coinage, he'll perform the service of division. We'll see what the day brings. Okay, more clouds. And there we go. Okay, so we are into a new season. Summer, the Grail at her greatest. A gift from Dr. Blackwood, a package from Dr. Serena Blackwood, who once also served as librarian here. Librarian, I remember very well how remote Brankrug is from the world. In Alexandria, I have both a telegraph office and more company than I can easily stand. You will, I think, make better use of this than I. Denzel rarely works for free, but he won't take payment for helping a friend. So if I want, I can actually just give him the forge and... actually, I don't think that would be a bad idea. A writing case, a sturdy brass-cornered writing case which has been of service to at least 3 librarians of the house. Use your writing case in a desk with ink to invite visitors to a salon. To invite villagers, add your writing case as a discussion subject when you visit them in Brankrug. So this is one of the new features of House of Light. The writing case is going to be how you keep everyone's addresses. I'll just kind of keep this by my journal for now. But there's going to be a couple of things that we need to have happen before I can really make the most of it. You do start off with 1 address already. This is for the DLC, yes. I don't know, so I will just clarify, because I was a beta tester on the DLC, I'm not 100% clear on what features are part of the DLC and what parts are just part of the update to the game. But I would say, I mean, first of all, if you see it advertised in the, on the Steam page, chances are that's going to be a paid feature. But I don't want to, in general, I'm going to err on the side of saying if something's in the DLC, it's part of the paid feature. So I imagine the writing case is that. But again, just because of the unique circumstances under which I engage with some of these mechanics, it's a little unclear to me what's from the update and what isn't. But first of all, you get to find out everybody's addresses. So Serena is at the Cecil Hotel in Alexandria, and we will be using this to invite more people. So this will be, here's a really good example of where this becomes helpful. One challenge I would often run into is that I really liked being able to help people on their quests. I wanted to be able to help them, fulfill whatever they came to the house for. But this would often mean that I would not be able to learn a language because I was too busy helping them and they would go away before getting the language. So what can happen now is that I can help them out. They'll give me a calling card, which I can then add to the writing case. And then I can go to the writing case, I can invite them back to the house, and then I can get them to teach me the language. So this is a way where the interactions with visitors is no longer, do I help them advance the story or do I get a language from them? You can actually accomplish both. And it's not costless, but it's not something where you sort of feel like you're running counter to what might be interesting in terms of the story to be able to achieve something mechanically. Okay, so the reason I gave this to Denzel, no matter what, I want to open up the first floor of the Grand Descent. If I get Foresight, Sorry, I keep snacking. If I get a foresight, I'll get him to open the ruined kitchen. But at minimum, I'm going to be able to open up another floor. And in a few seconds, current affairs, what's happening in the world beyond Brancrude? What visitors will the season bring? Excuse me. Okay, so that was a mistake with the health, but I'll just use this as an opportunity to bring back the shaft. It is summer. I'm sitting on the bench outside the Sweet Bones, eating crumbly cheese and nettle wrappings and good black rye bread, soaking up the sun. Develops in the world beyond Brancrude, drawing a new incident, and the affair of the Royal Endeavour. The new king has sanctioned the use of the crown's wealth to fund... Excuse me. The new king has sanctioned the use of the crown's wealth to fund a visionary new industrial project, one that will transform our economy and furnish the kingdom with a sense of patriotic mission. Parliament, dazzled, has already passed the Royal Endeavour Act, mandating the construction of the necessary facilities, although the details remain in some respects vague. All right. Hindsight. We already have that. Let's start cataloging these books. So we will take the Tryst. And I think for this one I'll just take the Shapton catalog. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Curia period, roughly the 1700s to 1800s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. All right, Mr. Fraser Strathcoyne. Philanthropist, collector, former librarian, a complicated man, but not a cruel one. So Fraser, the visitor, the affair of the Royal Endeavour, visited Hush House on business connected with the Royal Endeavour. He's already inspired someone with a higher agenda. He's a visitor, the primary route by which books enter and leave the library. The arrival of a visitor may be cause for a variety of emotions. He prefers scale, food, and drink. He has sympathy for the Carapace Cross. This one understands the possibilities of the Carapace Cross. Alliance, awakening. He knows Ramsund, understands this lively language well enough to read or teach it. He's an occupant, and he's interested in either lantern or scale, and this means that he's most likely going to ask me about lantern matters when it comes time to talk to him about the affair of the Royal Endeavour. However, I'm currently occupied with Denzel, and I plan on sticking with that for a while, so we probably won't talk to Fraser Strathcoyne for a bit. Okay. Sunset Celia and the End of Days, an obliviate adept identified only as the Emiliano, rants desperately about the part Sunset Celia played in the Intercalate as the proxy of the sun. I'm going to move that over there. And we have the Codex Acephali, sometimes called the Book of the Clean Skull. The book contains accounts of enlightenments available through the gradual surgical removal of the lobes of the brain. So again, that's a level 10. Not an easy one for us to understand, but we still have it in the list now. All right, this is the foresight I was looking for from Denzel, so we'll talk with him about that. I can discuss a memory with my assistant. This will use up the memory, but boost the assistant's abilities for the rest of the day. This also means that I probably want to restore my metal, and I want to bring Denzel back, because that means we'll be able to open up the first floor. Better now. Right. All right, again, ruined kitchen. Finally, signs of a fire, but it looks as if, fortunately, the chimney breast collapsed before it could spread too far. It can't be why the house was abandoned. In any case, the kitchen will need skilled labor to restore it to a usable state. So I'm not talking with Fraser Strathcoyne right now just because I have these opportunities to improve Denzel. But we will make sure we talk with Strathcoin before the end of the day. Speak to Denzel. He might even reply. Okay, so this is an interesting one with the intuition. Remembering that we can open up the first true threshold. This would actually be... I think there's a reasonable claim for us saying we should ignore the grand ascent right now, and we should actually take advantage of the rows, because I'm not going to be able to take this overnight. So I'm going to talk with Denzel about the intuition. We will serve the Roscragen whiskey. And I guess that means I need to bring back the shaft. Pour it out. It's going to be a tight window, but I think we should be able to make it. All right. Kitchen, King's Luck Pie, a beef pie with pears and cinnamon and secret ingredients, is the traditional dish of the house. It was first cooked, they say, for King Henry, when in great secrecy on St. Piran's Day he came to Cornwall seeking the king's metal, tin, to restore his alloy. It probably didn't happen, but the pie did. So in this case, we've got quite a few things that we're going to be interested in here. So first of all, food and drink. So we've got dandelion wine, Lambrigg Brosselende, and Schloss Jannings. They have different aspects. So Schloss Jannings has got high edge. The Lambrigg Brosselende has high nectar, and the dandelion wine also has high nectar. We were using that earlier over here. On top of that, we've got honey. The blood of the hour called malachite, also and furthermore wonderful on toast. And cuckoo honey. The Blubberende were rogues and trickster heroes among the carapace kinds, ingenious, brave, prolific, untrustworthy. In Numa, their children might yet bring their gifts to ordinary hives. We have got a libidic tincture, so we already made one of those. We've got more tea, Caterin Hero, Second Flush Assam. We've got pickled mushrooms. You'll learn to like them. Now, pickled mushrooms are another item which match the some of the aspects we were talking about before. So remember, we had first course, generally eaten as a light snack or before a main course, but they also count as a side dish, generally eaten as a light snack or alongside a main course. And it has edge, nectar, moon, and heart. And you can actually make these. I don't have any mushrooms to make them with, but this is actually one of the ingredients that you can make as part of the new DLC. We've got an egg, a hen's egg, delicious when cooked, alarming when dropped, isle water, a pitcher of isle water, and a bunch of grapes, a juicy blush purple. Most importantly, though, kitchen bowls, cake time. So, heart, nectar, thing. It's kitchenware. This won't look wildly out of place beside a saucepan, and it's a tool. The servant's kitchen range. It's good luck for the villagers to bring little gifts of food to the librarian. That's already become a tradition. But sometimes the librarian wants a hot meal, and these days the librarian is the only entity in the house that can cook. So, this counts as a workstation. So if you have something with grail, heart, nectar, or scale, which for me is just, it's just my health. There isn't anything else that matches that in my inventory right now. But you can actually use this to just craft ordinary things. In fact, I do tend to use some of the kitchen ranges to make different types of inks in certain circumstances. But it will also accept quite a few different ingredients. So it'll accept anything with the beverage aspect, flour, fuel, root, cooking ingredient, and sustenance. Oh, sorry, and leaves. It won't accept anything that's fatigued. And then you can add the kitchenware slot. So kitchenware will accept kitchenware or knives. And it's usually the combination with kitchenware that allows you to do some cooking. And because I don't have my health available, I can't actually show any cooking right now, but we'll get into that fairly soon. And this is definitely something I was kind of trying to rush towards. Now, rush is a relative term. Obviously, we're about 4.5 hours into the stream. But this would be one of the first clear cases where you're getting into some material that's specifically a headline feature of the DLC. Of course, if you give it enough time, you'll also get the writing case. So we kind of got both of them around the same time. But I figure the writing case on its own isn't very interesting if you don't have any addresses for them. So the cooking is probably a little bit closer to the things that people want to see. And I'll do my best to cover that as soon as I can. Let's also see what other rooms we can open. So Ravaged Foundry with 6 Forge and 6 Scale. And we've got the Wrecked Pantry, which would be 7 Heart or 7 Nectar. That's going to be quite a difficult one for us. And the Dimly Lit Chamber, we already had access to that, provided we had 5 Lantern, 5 Rose. So I think we're still going to stay the course and try to open up the first true threshold. Okay. A nice drop. I can offer my assistant something to drink. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying not to snack too much, but the big advantage here, this wound up being a pretty good day for us. So I wanted to open up the first true threshold because I had the opportunity with the the intuition. So we'll open this now. I've reached the threshold of the house proper. The librarians of the Curia were scholars of note. Some were potent adepts. From here, I should proceed carefully, observing the proper forms, making the appropriate offerings. The villagers and other locals know the ways of the earth and sea hereabouts. Their assistance will be invaluable. Well, that's only going to take 10 seconds. While I do that, in 6.6 seconds, we're going to be able to bring Denzel back, and we only need to give him the medal to be able to open up another floor of the Grand Descent. And then from there, we'll be able to talk with Fraser Strathcoyne about what he's come to visit the house for. So speak with Denzel. I'm always welcome at Denzel's Smithy. The entrance hall, the beginning of the house proper. The Curia used to issue gloves and slippers of soft leather to protect the books and premises. Visitors were often asked to remove their shoes. Pause a moment and listen to the histories. So you may notice there's quite a few different objects in here. And this is a room where, if you take some time and some elements of the soul, you can actually learn quite a bit of the history of the house. So we have Saint Melissenth, visionary, philosopher, alchemist, most revered and most heterodox of the Isle's abbesses. An inscription in Latin reads, "The cross died not, but passed within." Abbot Thomas. Thomas was one of the first abbots here, just before the beginning of the Solar Gothic period. This bust is much more recent, the 19th century bronze. The inscription reads, "Speech the first sword." Lignum Vitae Blanc. This is actually a very helpful tool. So Mr. Kill will actually take wood. So this will give you 3 edge, 3 nectar, or 3 scale. And anything that will accept either a material, a wood, or a fuel can get 3. So this is, if you can find this is very helpful, but it's not always the easiest to get a handle on. And yeah, Whisper Fire, I've definitely gotten very lucky in terms of being able to use Denzel a lot. But it's the way I kind of wanted the playthrough to go. We haven't been able to do a lot with books, but I've at least been able to open up more of the library, which means that I'm sort of buying myself opportunities when the time comes. Abbot Geoffrey. It was Abbot Geoffrey who gave Natan of Regensburg sanctuary here and decreed the building of the Barber's Tower where Natan and his family could dwell. In 15th century England, only a determined and well-respected abbot could have persuaded the brothers to shelter a Jewish physician. We got some paintings. The Boy Prays, Crowcross Sands at High Tide. Sister, Priestess, Oracle, Queen. A very old image from the Dawn period with a simple inscription. Leaves in the Wind, a soothing but undistinguished work in oils. Someone evidently was good at trees and wanted you to know it.
Lady Rowena, for as long as there has been a Hush House, there have been stories of its enigmatic protectress. So, winter aspect. Lady de Braus, sometimes known affectionately as the First Ava, Lady de Braus never visited the Isle, but it was her generous endowment that allowed the abbey to thrive and grow in the 13th century. All of these are figures that you will be reading about with the books, by the way. So this is not just, nice flowery things to include inside of the game. These are actually some figures you will maybe want to know more about by the end of the game. Hendrik de Wolf, 1st Baron Brankrug, known for his pious, merciless justice, granted Brankrug Isle in 1536 after the dissolution of St. Brendan's. And Valentine de Wolf, 6th Baron Brankrug, known for his eccentricities. In the sky he sought his friends, an inscription reads. And we have the possible path to the Weed Choke Garden. This actually won't be that hard for us to gain access to now that we have the knife, because if we use the bronze knife, that's 2 nectar. If we use health, that's 1. So we should be able to open the Weed Choke Garden tomorrow. All right, let me just make sure. All right, we're getting Denzel. In fact, I was wondering if I might be able to open a package, but I think I'm just going to leave things as they are. Collaborate with metal, inspiration, and determination. Boosts forge and edge. And again, we're doing this so that we can open up the Grand Descent. Once we spend those 30 seconds, we're going to talk with Fraser Strathcoyne to make sure that he gets what he needs. Our course is fixed. The windows are tightly closed, the carpet surprisingly clean, but my skin prickles at the watchful presence in the stairwell. We will need to placate it before we go higher. All right. Librarian, I have urgent business with you. If there is an incident card active, you can discuss it, or just leave the slot empty and offer a consultation. On the Royal Endeavour, the High Executive for the Royal Endeavour has approached me for assistance with some of their more esoteric requirements. Try a book with as much mystery lantern as their lantern interest. Now, we really only have 2 lantern books right now, but we'll make do, right? We want to keep the patron happy. I can provide what they need, but some of their requests have piqued my curiosity. I would like to refresh my memory on the solar context. So in this case here, there's a couple things that I can do. So in this case, it's looking specifically for a book, but it's told us that we need the lantern aspect. So one of the things that you can do to find all of your lantern books is if you mouse over Mystery Lantern, it will actually highlight the books. Now, one easy pitfall in terms of the way that the icons work, right, is you'd think that to be able to answer the lantern question, you would use the lantern aspect. The catch is that the books don't have the lantern aspect. The books have lantern mysteries. So there is a difference in terms of what you need to access. Also, normally the cover will normally handle it for you, but every once in a while there's something that's a little inconsistent in terms of coloring. So this is a sky mystery, not a lantern. In this case here, it's the 2/8 books. So what do I think is more appropriate? Prophecies of Glory or A Light in the Inkwell? And I think I'm going to say Prophecies of Glory. Battleships, aerostats, locomotives. What do all these things have in common, librarian? I'll tell you. Names. Thank you. Good day. So in 1 minute, he will finish his research. We've already got Denzel working away at the Ascent, and we only have 1 memory to take overnight, so we'll just put the hindsight. Now that night has fallen, I can rest and perhaps dream on the day's doings. All right, the Grand Descent, the first floor. By long tradition, each Baron Brankrug had their image set in a niche in the Grand Descent. Later, the Curia of the Isle continued the tradition for their librarians. So that's a useful piece of information, but again, let's take a look at the rooms that we potentially can unlock. The smoking room. A tarnished brass sign on the door clearly reads, Smoking Room. Rags of very old smoke sway restlessly, hazing the room beyond, what remains of the protections Van Loren once placed on it. And yet, still, no sign of a fire. We also have the Grand Ascent, the second floor. It is unexpectedly difficult to raise my foot to the last step before the landing. Leaf shadows drift across my sight, and the windows hiss and rattle. I have heard that Gervinus van Loren, last librarian before me, was skilled at the forbidding of ways. So this will take either 4 Grail, 5 Knock, 5 Nectar, or 5 Winter. This is actually definitely going to be one that's sort of challenging me with my existing resources. But obviously the rooms with lots of forage are going to be the one that probably count as the more interesting pursuit. Now, notice here when it says that they had their image set in a niche in the Grand Descent. If you look carefully, you can see, right, first Baron Brandkrug, second Baron, third, and then it goes up to librarians. And we actually have a few people who would count for this, right? So we've got Hendrik de Wolf, first Baron Brandkrug, known for his pious, merciless justice, granted Brandkrug Isle in 1536 after the dissolution of St. Brendan's. Anish with a plaque, who returned loyalty for loyalty and curse for curse. Valentine de Wolf, 6th Baron Brandkrug, known for his eccentricities. In the sky he sought his friends, an inscription reads. So this has already told us what their role is. We don't know about Serena Blackwood, we just know that it's carved from alabaster, and here it says Walter de Wolf, this bust is carved from serpentinite, a striking local stone, and then Solomon Husher, this bust is the palest white marble. However, if we read the description of the Long Tower, Solomon's study, in 1818, the very Reverend Solomon Husher became 3rd librarian of the Curia of the Isle. He took rooms in the Long Tower as his quarters. Husher's tastes were Spartan. Although the Curia generally liked a little more luxury, no one ever quite dared to redecorate the place after his disappearance. So you may not necessarily think it's like, okay, well, what does this have to do with anything, right? Like, right now we just know that there is, there is this tradition of putting the busts in the different niches, but it's an indication, right, where we started off in the game and we ran into, what is it, I guess, five different busts? 5 different busts that we didn't necessarily have any real information about, right? It was just something nice hanging out in a room. Well, sorry, then there's also these other busts here. I'm really just focusing on the ones that have labeled who they are. But now we've actually found a use for them. And this is definitely something that comes up a few times in the game, where there will be things that you encounter before that have a sudden new meaning. So we'll place the ones that the game has already told us where they should go. So there's Hendrik, Valentine's number 6, Anish with a plaque who knew cages. And the 3rd librarian, Anish with a plaque, whereof we cannot speak, thereof we must remain silent. Okay. There's a couple of things that we just got out of this, right? So we have a bronze spintria. Occult treasures are purchased with occult coin, spintria. Bronze spintria usually display the act of shaping on their reverse side. So bronze is worth 2 of what's known as a tally price. We'll see what tally is worth later. We've got the Affair of the Royal Endeavor. So I don't remember if this gets highlighted when you first start with it. I've actually never done the Royal Endeavor with the new system. I would have thought it's this one, but just double checking that I'm not. Yeah, so I think probably it's going to need to complete before I do that. But if you mouse over, so Acton Strathcoyne, the procurement committee of the Royal Endeavour was, it seems, one of Fraser Strathcoyne's many clients, and so he came to Hush House to research their requests. Battleships, aerostats, locomotives. What do all these things have in common, librarian? I'll tell you. Names. So what we can do is we can also add Strathcoyne's address to the address book, or the writing case. So this is the full list of people that you can call in. Note Strathcoyne's address for what you might call an occult correspondence. And there's one nice thing that you get out of that. Will they come when you do call for them? So each time you add someone to the writing case, you get an occult scrap, which is a pretty special memory. So secret histories are layered beneath the one we know, like the notes in a rare wine. The librarian knows this well. So this is a memory that gives 2 knock, 2 moth, 2 rose, and it's a persistent memory, which means that you don't need to worry about it going away when the season, or when the day crosses over, when it becomes dawn again. It's also an omen. Those who know see; those who see know. All right, let's take stock just before I go a little bit further in the day, because I think there's a number you can sort of see, right? Like, we were just before we had this really amazing day in terms of just being able to unlock so many different rooms. We were kind of talking about how we're at the limits of what we were capable of doing. So our number of elements of the soul hasn't really changed, but I definitely have a few more avenues to go down. So it'd be nice to just take a minute to take stock and see what realistically can I try and get done over the course of a day. So the long tower, the 2nd floor. Now, this shouldn't be that difficult for me to handle. The winter makes it a little challenging, but I think we have a few ways around that. Probably the best answer is going to be just wait until I get some kind of revelation and use that to open up the next room with coffee. The weed choke garden we basically get for free. So if I give the health and then the knife to Denzel, he's going to be able to open that right away. And this is one I want to open reasonably soon for reasons that'll be apparent in a moment. Now, the smoking room isn't the easiest for me to open, but given the fact that we were already able to get that room with the 6 opened up, we should be able to handle the smoking room. And then the dimly lit chamber is a little more uncertain. We do have the Strathcoyne whiskey, but we don't have the Fet, so it's going to take us some effort. Wreck Pantry I'm not really holding my breath for, but the Ravaged Foundry I think we can probably handle as well. Another thing that I did neglect to mention, and I don't want to spend too much time on it here, but I was going to say you do get different hirelings depending on the season. So in this case, we actually have the traveling barber. In summer, the barber comes to keep the villagers kempt. A shilling will buy his services. Barbers offer moth and a little rose. Alternatively, add a soul card to find rarer guests who might be seeking employment. So if we wind up in a situation where we're talking with Denzel and we get another intuition again, what we can do here is we can use the intuition, we can use the Roscragan whiskey, and then we hire a barber. We combine those two, and then we'll get our 5 rows. So I'm not ruling it out as a possibility. I just, I also have the occult scrap here, but I don't want to use the occult scraps. Are not easy for me to get get my hands on. So I'm gonna keep that for myself for now. So no matter what happens, we are definitely going to talk with Denzel today. So I'm always welcome at Denzel's Smithy. Denzel will offer help for free as a friend. If you give him occult coinage, he will perform the service of division. I'm going to also make some money at the Sweet Bones, and that's just because I want to renew some elements of the soul a few times today. So there's not much work on offer in Brandkrug, but I can find 6 worth of odd jobs. Now this is really convenient. So now I don't need to use the health. I actually can just use the rain and the knife. Talk about the weather, more useful than one might expect, especially in Britain. I carried a memory like a flambeau safe through the mazes of night. This will complete once dawn has come. Let's take advantage of the weather while it lasts, and now we'll give him the bronze knife. I can lend my assistants something to help, increasing their abilities. And I want to get this out of the way as soon as I can, because it would be nice to bring Denzel back and get him to work on the... Actually, I guess I can use the health in this case. It is summer. I am sitting on the bench outside the Sweet Bones, eating crumbly cheese and nettle wrappings, and good black rye bread, soaking up the sun. Okay, so before we go any further, we're going to open up the room with Denzel. So from what I can make out of the garden beyond, it must have been very peaceful, but now it's neglected and overgrown. And again, this was more of a target of opportunity more than anything. In this case, we'll use the health to talk with Denzel again. I'm always welcome at Denzel's Smithy. And now we're going to talk with him just to see if we can get any relevant memories. He might even reply. So again, if we wind up with something like the intuition, that's the best for us. But if the, even if we wind up with something, so even fear, right? More scale than the hindsight, and we do have the ravaged foundry, which would require scale. The only thing is we don't have the miners, so it's not as useful. So the reason I'm doing this is I do still have these packages I want to open. So we will open this one. I'm sorry, I did forget to try out the kitchen. I don't actually have something I want to cook yet, but I wanted to at least show it. All right, and this is going to be another thing that's relevant for the DLC. So here we have the Physic Garden. The Nuns of the Knot planted this garden of healing herbs in the Dawn period. Natan of Regensburg and Gideon de Wolf both expanded it, and the Curia of the Isle tended it. Even the branch and the Bureau made use of it in the grim days that Brandkrug served as a prison. So again, an area full of all sorts of wonderful things. We've got the comfortable garden chair, amateurly varnished, characterfully stained. We've got the restful garden chair, sit here and listen to the trees grow, or the leaves fall. Preferences differ. We've also got some garden plots, so we can pluck cat's claw in spring, trumpeter's lily in summer. Rarer plants might flourish in Numa. And we've got more Roscragon whiskey, the favorite tipple of Sir David Green, 8th librarian of Hush House. Have a good night, Whisperfire. And 2 glasses of Roscragon whiskey. But what's most interesting about this room is the new bell. So a picnic in the Physic Garden. The peace of flowers, the murmur of leaves. Here, one might have a picnic, but only in spring or summer. So we were talking a bit about cooking. But the cooking exists for a specific purpose, and that purpose is to host the salon. So in this case, what you do is you prepare some food, you invite some guests, and you kind of nudge the conversation along. It depends on what your guests want to talk about. But basically, you can bring up to 5 people. In this case, we can bring in a visitor or a villager. The rest would be visitors. So you can have either a villager and 4 other guests, or you can have 5. Ordinary visitors come in, and then there's the secretary persistent. But that's obviously once you have a secretary persistent. But what you would do here is you would invite people along. That's what the writing case is for. And then you put food and drink out. And then assuming that you meet all of the conditions, so people want to eat specific things, assuming that you've met all of the conditions, then you host the salon, and that will wind up giving you some more lessons. Yes, PJ Birdie. Sorry if that was ambiguous, but I'm here doing my usual Book of Hours thing. I hope you're well. All right, so now that we've got this, so we're not going to host a salon just because we don't really have that many guests to bring over and we haven't cooked any dishes yet, but it's just nice to kind of know how we're going to handle that. So next up, the infirmary. So again, if we have the opportunity to get the rows that we need, we'll use that. Or the heart. I mean, there are definitely opportunities to get enough heart to move up. Yeah, I think our focus is going to be on a lot of forge things moving forward. Also, we can still unlock Crowcross Sands through the tidal flats, but again, we don't have anybody with the winter. I guess we can maybe do that at the end of today. Oh, but there's the foresight that we need, so we're going to talk with Denzel about that. This is another good day for us. Inspiration and determination boosts forge and edge. Better now. I think think I'm going to try restoring... Well, no, I can't really restore the health because I'm going to want to hire Denzel in less than 25 seconds. Yeah, well, we've actually been working the metal pretty hard already, but I'm happy about it. Yeah, I think I'm going to leave... Well, no, what we'll do is we'll restore the health, but we'll restore that so that I can make a little bit of money. All right, what ship lost this? The label is smeared to an unreadable fog. So we can probably afford to open this up. Crack open the container, delight in your discovery. Okay, so we've got our 6 forge, our course is fixed. So we have, excuse me, one of 2 options here. So we can open the Ravaged Foundry or the smoking room. In this case, I'm going to take care of the Ravaged Foundry just because it's the higher requirement of the 2. This room has not only been abandoned, but vandalized. Someone has smashed the place up and scrawled W signs on the wall in blood and soot. We'll need skilled assistance to return it to use. And then from here, because we know that we have the hindsight which we can use, we will bring Denzel in one more time. Is there a reason you optimize days so much early on? You could just grind money and use higher assistances and less... maybe. But I do like... I don't know, I'm mostly just playing in the way that I guess I like playing in a way that... Sorry, this is going to sound like really wishy-washy, but it's really just kind of playing in a way that's interesting to me. So it's a little bit like in Cultist Simulator, when people... I think people have a bit of a strategy that they've settled around of like working as a day laborer and like getting there, like getting swole, and then and like moving on to like Glover and Glover. And the thing to me, so one, it kind of runs counter to the character that I'm playing. So if I'm playing like the bright young thing, like I imagine the bright young thing would possibly die before doing physical labor. And this might also be like me. So I did used to work, like I used to work in film, and that, like it used my smarts to a certain extent, but like that was a job that really expected me to be able to like move stuff and fix stuff. And I now work in something that's a lot more closer to knowledge work, and I definitely prefer the knowledge work. So as a consequence, that is sort of reflected in some of the things that I do inside of these games. And likewise, in terms of Book of Hours, I kind of like the feeling of making some progress in the game. I kind of like the idea of being able to make all the pieces fit together in a certain time, in a certain place. And sometimes it's a reflection of the character, and sometimes it's just a reflection of a preference on my part. But I don't at all want to suggest that I think that this is some sort of optimized play style. It's usually just me inheriting a little bit of how I've played previously, and then also just me playing in a way that I think is kind of interesting. So the way that I play tends to result in a few different rooms being unlocked at a decent enough pace, and then I hire the assistants once I sort of feel like my existing resources are done. Also, the one thing I'll say, I know it was a simple question, but the other thing that I like about this style, which I don't do a good job of selling people on, is that I actually really like things that constrain the number of decisions that I can make. If I'm given too many options, I do tend to be paralyzed by the number of options. And so in this case here, limiting myself to the elements of the soul that I have and focusing a lot on things like forge stuff, for instance, just makes it a little bit easier for me to get through. So hopefully that clarifies. Okay, so we really only just need to talk with him about the hindsight, I believe. Let me just double check that I've got that right. Actually, hang on. I think I've made a terrible mistake. So what did I think I was trying to do here? I wanted to talk to him about my hindsight, but why did I want to talk about hindsight? So this is the second floor of the long tower. And I can talk to him about the hindsight, and I can talk to him about the bronze knife, but I'm still short one. So what did I think was the big breakthrough? Oh, wait a minute. Right, it was the tidal flats. Okay, well, we're going to keep talking with him then, because the outside option is just go to the tidal flats. But we may be able to do something else. Now this is just money. Ah, online coffee. I mean, we didn't use it the last time, but I'm happy enough to have a spare. Revelation. Always worth double checking that I'm not missing out on an opportunity. So if I had more time, this would have been really helpful. So if I take the blacksmith's assistance, if I talk to him about the revelation, then I give him the Dawn Lion coffee, and then I give him the mirror scope, I would actually be able to open up the lantern room. Well, actually, we can still open the second floor. So yeah, we are going to do that after all. So I know I can get at least one of the goals that I wanted done. I may be able to go even further. And here we've got the foundry. This room was set aside for metalworking by Hendrik de Wolf. There's always been a smithy in Brandkrug village, but Hendrik wanted to make sure that he could have his pistol balls cast and his prisoner shackles mended, even if the villagers were feeling rebellious. When Ambrose Westcott arrived, he had little use for shackles and less for pistols. He refurbished the place for his metallurgical experiments, a bad place to be in summer, a good one in winter. So we've got a few different things here that are pretty interesting. Sorry, I keep saying pretty interesting a lot, but then this game is very interesting, so I don't feel too bad about it. So first of all, we've got a new room we can try to open. It's a challenging one, the Deserted Well, but this would, if I've got the 7 Moon or the 7 Nectar, we'd be able to open that. And this one's helpful because it will allow me to renew elements of the soul in a pretty consistent way. We've got 2 boxes to open, a box of rarities and a box of oddities. We've got a saw, which will help me with edge. Well, I guess we already had something to help me with edge, but this will help me with more edge. Also a square, the Mason's Pride. That's a forge tool. Regensburg Balm, it's a liquid, an invaluable herbal cure introduced to Hush House by the physician Natan after his exile from Regensburg. We've got spanners. When you need them, you need them. Another forge tool. Solomon's Preparation. Solomon Husher would take this every night without fail before sleep to close his ears to the sound of the waves. But on the 9th of January, 1838, a heavy snow fell on Hush House. When the other residents dug themselves out, Husher was nowhere to be found. He had left a resignation letter and an undrunk measure of his preparation. And of course, because his last name is Husher, the appropriate name for Solomon's Preparation is Preparation H. Finally, we've got the bucket of seawater, flecks of foam float on the surface, a bucket of ashes, long cold, but they faintly remember the fire. And we've got the librarian's stool, a sea-colored, star-ornamented stool. And while I haven't been making a lot of use of them, this is actually another sort of workspace that I can work with. So we've got knock, edge, scale, and forge. And it will take metal and fuel as inputs. So glass, metal, stone, and then liquid and fuel. And what's nice about this one is, except for my tryst, basically every single element of the soul that I have can be used in the foundry. So as far as a workshop is concerned, it's one of the more useful ones for me, although again, it sort of depends on what what ingredients some of the things need. But I think... Okay. So again, the one thing I know for sure is that I'm going to use the Dawn Lion coffee. If I can use the mirror scope, so much the better. I can offer my assistant something to drink. All right, night has fallen, dawn will come soon. So we weren't able to pass that. Now I'm going to hang on to the hindsight because we are going to be able to open up Crowcross Sands with Denzel tomorrow. As I used to say in my youth, the day is done and so am I, but I've earned my pay. Down to the Grussians. This has boosted their aspects appropriately. Freezing air, even tendrils of fog drift from the tower top. I should probably seek help from someone who knows the local traditions for dealing with restless spirits. So regardless of what happens, we're definitely going to bring in Denzel. Now, I don't think I have much use for the health right now, so I'm going to bring him in with my health first. And always welcome at Denzel's Smithy. And I've carried a memory like a flambeau safe through the mazes of night. So the plan here is going to be, I'll talk with Denzel to get the hindsight. We're basically just going to open this up right away. Then we're going to talk with him again to try and get a nice collection of memories coming in. I'm also going to restore the health at the Sweet Bones, because at this point I think it doesn't hurt to keep churning through the Sweet Bones. Oh, and it's a sunny day, so that gives us a nice lantern memory that we can use with the dimly lit chamber. So we're definitely going to use Denzel at least twice today, if not more. Okay, so first things first, we'll restore the health. We'll talk with Denzel about the hindsight. I can discuss a memory with my assistant. And at some point I will open up the containers for the boxes, but it's just not as high of a priority right now, seeing as I've got a couple of other things that I'm working on. So for instance, the Long Tower, Solomon's Quarters, generally reckoned the chilliest room in the house. The Long Tower was usually called the Winter Tower until Julian Cosley, Magus Epistler, reputed Long, dwelt here briefly in the 17th century. Solomon Husher was the second known to sleep in the room. Evidently, they didn't mind the cold. So, more widow's candles. We have Islewater, a glass from Brandkrug's Deep Springs. We've got 2 baronial period books and 2 Curia period books. We've got the Foundation of the Sun. Long ago in this country, one did not build a church without first sacrificing a white bull to the sun in rags. Solomon Husher brought this tapestry with him from, well, wherever it was that Solomon came from. And finally, Guestbed Solomon, Julian Cosley and Solomon Husher, both great sages of winter, slept in this bed, although not simultaneously. No one, the story runs, ever managed a serene night's sleep in it since. Use a matching soul card to move your belongings in and make this your bed, or place a matching visitor card to encourage them to stay a little longer. So in this case here, this does require the winter aspect, which I don't have. But if I do have a winter visitor, I will be able to put them in that room. Also, I think I forgot to talk about Fraser's address. So Strathcoyne House, Midsummer Norton. To make an invitation to Fraser sufficiently enticing, you will need at least 5 scale from skills, memories, inks, or anything else. So I'd probably rely on the wolf stories, and then I would need to make a scaly ink to really seal the deal. But we'll worry about that later, because I don't really have the need to invite Fraser yet. Although it would be nice to get the Ramson sooner rather than later. Okay, so again, we're going to open up Crowcross Sands right away. This is just an easy thing for me to do. Brandkrug is a tidal island. At low tide, you could walk there, although we probably shouldn't. Oh wow, I didn't realize that would go right away. Cool. So we'll talk with him about the shaft right away. I'm always welcome at Denzel's Smithy. And this one we're going to use right away, so we'll talk with him about the sunny day. We'll feed him some more coffee, so let's actually pour that out. Pour out. And then we'll give him the mirror scope. That gives me the 5 lantern that I need to open up the dimly lit chamber. So that's 2 rooms that we just bang out immediately. This is why I haven't been cataloging the books, incidentally. So poured out. Oh, and we're done. So I'll probably want to, actually I can use the Tryst for that. So brew over the fire, bring water to a boil, permit the potential here to express itself. Denzel rarely works for free, but he won't take payment for helping a friend. Talk about the weather, more useful than one might expect, especially in Britain. So again, we're talking about the sunny day. We'll talk about the Dawn Lion coffee. Better now. And I think in this case, I'm just going to turn that into money, and we'll just sort of spin it around. Steam and scent both rise. It's ready. It's got a nice little collection of beverages here. Let's take advantage of the weather while it lasts. So give him a cup of coffee. I can offer my assistant something to drink. And the mirror scope, bewildering and occasionally useful, we'll give that to him for the 5th. I can lend my assistant something to help, increasing their abilities. I think I'm going to prioritize the dimly lit chamber just because Rose is a little hard to get my hands on. Oh, come on. There we go. All right, and we're ready to open another room. The smoking room. I know we read this before, but doesn't hurt for a refresher. A tarnished brass sign on the door clearly reads smoking room. Rags of very old smoke sway restlessly, hazing the room beyond. What remains of the protections Van Loren once placed on it, and yet still no sign of a fire. So once again, we want to get Denzel. Well, sorry, let me just double check why I want Denzel. I want Denzel because he can... No! Wrong room! It was supposed to be the dimly lit chamber. Oh well. I'm going to bring Denzel in because he might potentially get another lantern. I'm always welcome at Denzel's smithy. And then if it seems like we're not able to get anything done with the day, we'll just catalog one of the books. It would be nice, if I can, to actually get some of these books read. He might even reply. Okay, so the hindsight, I might do something with it. Better now. I'm trying to think. I can definitely justify. So we'll catalog the book with the health. So notice, by the way, originally I couldn't catalog a book with health because that was in the consider verb. One of the differences with having a desk, so Solomon Husher commissioned this from Lockwood Fen Boggue, blackened and half fossilized by centuries underwater. Here at this desk, he wrote his doomy allegory of winter and its romance with the sun. When he blotted the last word on his manuscript and rose from his work, the timber had turned pale as fresh-cut maple, or so the story goes. So in this case, because it's a desk, I'm actually able to use the health in this case. And Hanya asks, have you watched the speedruns for the game? I opened the leaderboard for the first time now. It must be the What If Flash Was a Librarian. No, I've not seen speedruns for the game. I've always been intrigued by how they would go because I think there are some things you can do to make things faster for yourself, but I also think that there is a certain amount of randomness to the game that would make some of the speed runs a bit difficult. Like essentially you'd be relying on a couple things breaking your way to get a new record, but it'd be interesting because I do know that there were, I know there were speed runs of Cultist Simulator, which is clearly the opposite of how I play myself. But it's great that people are that enthusiastic for the game. that they would dedicate the time to a speed run. I may take a small break. I'm just feeling a little woozy from the kind of the time. I'm definitely going to be going longer, but I think at the end of today for the game, I'm just going to take a minute to maybe refill my tea and such, and maybe see if I can try and clean up a little bit of the mess from earlier. But again, if anybody has any questions or comments or wants to know a little bit more about the game, please speak up. We've definitely got quite a bit to go through. But if there aren't any, I'm definitely ready to keep going for the game on my own. All right, the Westcott Room. By God, sir, we shall have no cigars in the library, and we shall have no house without a smoking room. Dr. Ambrose Westcott, 1734 to 1797. And here we have Ambrose Westcott. This bust is cast in brass. Ambrose did most of his work downstairs in the foundry and the kitchen, or upstairs in the laboratory that later became the Flood Gallery, but it was at this desk that he composed The Temptations of Architecture and wrote long cross letters to the Times about the flaws of the British Constitution. We've got quite a few books, so 5 Curia period books, 2 baronial, and 2 solar period books. I believe these are the first solar books that we've run into in this playthrough. A small candlestick, simple elegance, a glass of Domaine Reveline. The Revelines abandoned their lands, and yet someone is still making their wine. Cyprian's lamp, a curio brought back from one of Serena Blackwood's trips to Greece. A tall candlestick. We have a cranial tchotchke. We all of us come to this condition in the end, but not all of us are fortunate enough to be lovingly buffed and fixed carefully to a stylish wooden stand. And the Mansis. So for those of you that didn't play Cultist Simulator, you'll hear lots of references to the Mansis and the House of the Sun. This is the place that it's talking about. In fact, if you play Cultist Simulator, you actually get to see this specific image in the game as a representation of the Mansis. But in this game, you don't visit it. So, the Mansis. There have been many attempts to depict the House of the Sun. This, by the visionary painter known only as the Magyar, is the best known. It's signed and dated. If it's really the original, it must count as one of the great treasures of the house. So this is one of the indicators to me that, and the developers have said as much, that this is not a game that is intended to have homework. So if you have not played Cultist Simulator, you will have a different understanding of the world than someone who has played it, but definitely it's not a requirement to get the most out of this game. I think both games have new ideas that people kind of need to be able to think about and come to terms with. And essentially it's a question of different things that you'll be learning as opposed to, being a Cultist Simulator expert and then just kind of tearing things up in Hush House and sort of feeling like you have all of the answers. And this is one of the sort of markers here that there are different things present in Hush House that will actually fill you in on some of the things that might some of the people who played the earlier game would be familiar with. We've got Ashertine. Lies written in Ashertine tend to fade or be misspelt. It's legible in the dark, an ink of revelation. Quite a powerful one, too, so that's 6 Lantern if I feel like reading one of those more difficult Lantern books. Vase of Carnations, a bright flowered ornament, and the Strategist Lamp, purchased by Governor Collars from a complicated general after the Great War. Also, Philemon. Ambrose Westcott liked to name his hunting trophies after former rivals whom he said his trophies resembled, Tavish and Finian. The next room would be the web-snared room. The cobwebs here are thick as ivy, clinging to the walls and furniture. Black-furred bodies rustle stickily. Van Loren was creative here. Many of the spiders are probably only seemings, but the webs are real. It'll be long and tiresome work clearing away the webs. So this is going to be a bit of a challenging one for me because I don't have heart, rose, or sky aspects through my Elements of the Soul yet. But hopefully with the number of books that I'm going to be cataloging, we'll be getting some things to give me some new skills before too long. But again, we're going to... I'm trying to remember if there was something that I wanted to do with Denzel if today didn't work out. I don't think there is. Vincent's Minglings. Okay, this is a good one. So this is a 4-forge mystery. This is definitely something that's achievable for us. So I'm going to put this on this shelf, and it'll give us spells and braziaries, which gives me a forge. That gives me a forge skill. So Wolf Stories gives me Moon and Scale. Ragged Crossroads gives me Edge and Winter. Bells and braziaries are going to give me Forge and Sky. And I'm not quite ready to catalog yet, but I'm probably going to use this metal to catalog before too long. I'm just trying to think if the regret gives me anything that I need. Not really, but I think I will keep this overnight because the one forge will be helpful for reading Vincent's Minglings. So I'll try one more time with Denzel, and if we don't get something... Actually, I suspect we won't get something that I need, but we'll see. Yeah, not too important there. So we will... I'm going to take the Westcott desk, and I'll catalog another book. We'll still talk with Denzel just because we don't have much else to do with him. But I think what's going to happen here is I'm going to use the regret, and we'll rest on that tonight. Night has fallen. Dawn will come soon. He does a lot with silence, this man. So yeah, I think the regret's the right call here. And an introduction to the histories. This is a 4-winter text, so we should be able to read this with the Ragged Crossroads, and this gives me snow stories, so another skill. The 17th century mystic and antiquarian Claude Hersault describes divergent incidents in 5 major histories. So we'll have 2 books that we read in pretty short order. Okay, so if you will forgive me, I know we're starting to drop a little bit in terms of the viewer count. I mean, it's still more than at the very start, but I don't know if this is just dinner time or if this is sort of the usual pattern for Steam. But for those of you that are ready to enjoy some more House of Light on your own, again, and the purpose of this is to support Weather Factory and their new expansion that came out. I do definitely encourage you to buy and play if you haven't already. But as for me, I'm definitely going to be streaming quite a bit more. I do want to get some of the cooking done, and I do want to try and engage a bit more with some of the new expansion material. I was a little unlucky getting Fraser just because he has a higher requirement in terms of inviting back to the house than most of the other guests. But we'll make do. But at this point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a small break. I'm going to try and keep that around the 5 to 7 minute mark or so. And this is mostly just I want to refill my tea. I do actually have a little bit of fruit, and I think it would be nice to. It's just been a bit since I've had something to eat, so I kind of like to enjoy that. It's pears actually, so I don't know if they're sea blessed or not, but yeah, I encourage you, especially if you've been watching us since the very beginning. First of all, thank you. But I think it would be good just to make sure that you're taking care of yourselves. So now would be a good time to get up, have a stretch, maybe get a glass of water. I'll be doing the same, but I am conscious of the fact that some of you do want to see more of the game, and I definitely want to do so in short order. So I will see you all in a little bit. The good news is there's no ads to run because Weather Factory is paying for all this. So I will see you all as soon as I can. Okay. Um, full disclosure, I did not finish my fruit. Oh, wow. Sorry. Somebody actually just pointed out that there were, or not just pointed out, but somebody, sorry, one second. Somebody did point out that there's a discount because of House of Light on the Etsy shop, I actually did not realize just how deep that discount is. So for those of you who are already fans of this, it turns out it's like 25% off. I think it might be everything. There's definitely some interesting ones here. So the tarot set I know is a really popular one. I've actually got the fortune-telling playing cards, but the Lucid Tarot coloring book, and then I really like the notebooks personally, but I always like notebooks. Thank you very much, Hanya. But yeah, so full disclosure, I didn't finish my pair yet, so I might occasionally lean off camera to nibble away. But I do want to keep the stream going. So, but yeah, we actually have a couple of books that I'm going to be able to read now. Now that creates a little bit of a dilemma for me in terms of the playthrough. Just because I'm going to be dividing my attention between reading the books and also cataloging the various books. But that's also good, right? It's nice to have lots of different things to do. So, let's keep going. I also have 3 different beverages in front of me, so I should probably pick one and stick with it. Okay. So regardless of what happens, I'm definitely going to be reading the different books. So, we've got Vinzant's Minglings, The Metallurgist and Skysmith. Everett Vinzant speaks of the sacred alloys, the alloys eternal, the alloys sufficient, the alloys intendant. So, oh, actually, before I do that, I need to wait for the, I need to wait for the memory. Or do I? Yes. So we'll speak with Denzel. I'm always welcome at Denzel Smithy. Denzel rarely works for free, but he won't take payment for helping a friend. Okay, and it's a sunny day, so there's going to be a couple things that I do with that. We're going to open up the dimly lit chamber. Welcome back, Whisperfire. Oh dear. All right. Well, first of all, enjoy your 4 heart and 4 sky. And second of all, please stay safe, because I know things get a little. I'm sure you'll be fine, but I know things get a little crazy. All right. Rest and refreshment, summer. It is summer. I am sitting on the bench outside the Sweet Bones, eating crumbly cheese and nettle wrappings and good black rye bread, soaking up the sun. So we're going to talk with Denzel about the sunny day right away. More useful than one might expect, especially in Britain. Hang on. Yes, because then we're going to feed him the coffee, and then we will give him the neuroscope. Pour out. Poured out. I've carried a memory like a flambeau safe through the mazes of night. Okay, so let's get going in terms of the different books we can read. So again, Vinzant's Minglings. So here we'll add the Regret. So we've got 3 of the required 4. But this is where tools become helpful. So if I take the square, the Mason's Pride, so this goes in the tool slot. You can also accept ink. So we've got 4, which we needed for the 4 mystery. I can master this mystery, enough forge to match mystery forge. And we'll do a similar thing with the winter book. We'll take the introduction to the histories. This is going to be a little tricky just because I do actually need to make sure that I have, so in terms of the desks that I can apply this to, I actually forgot that I do need an element of the soul, and I don't believe I have one that is compatible with the pale desk. Fortunately, though, we are bringing back the heart. But yeah, what we would do here is we'd probably take the Ragged Crossroads, introduction to the histories. So this is 3 of the 4 that we require. But the good news is that the bronze knife has the winter aspect. So really, we just need to add the relevant soul. The only catch is that we don't have... oh, but you know what? The tryst would work here. So here we'll take the Ragged Crossroads. Now we add the bronze knife. And then we take Introduction to the Histories. Here we go. I can master this mystery. Enough winter to match mystery winter. I still wonder how inks help with reading better notes. I mean, you can kind of make the same argument if you think of like the astrolabe or the mirror scope, right? Like having, I know it's very on brand to have like a chess set. Yeah, I was surprised too, Hanya. This is surprisingly powerful. I didn't appreciate that it was a tool. I always thought it was just a knife. But yeah, the fact that it gives you Winter 2 Nectar, Grail, and Edge, it makes it a ridiculously powerful item. So, although I don't recall if there is a knock tool. We'll see. We still have plenty of the house to explore. Where was it going? But yeah, okay, so we've got two different books. Well, see, I always use it in the beta. I would always use it for making food. Oh yeah, sorry. The question was like how does an ink help with reading? So it's a little bit like when you make a manuscript in this game. If you make a manuscript using an ink that matches the aspect that you're trying to write, you do actually get a more powerful manuscript. So whether you want to think that there's something sort of supernatural going on, or whether it just happens to be that, it's an idea, it's a representation of your sort of head being in the right place. There's a few different ways you can sort of justify it. Because I'll be honest with you, right? Like we talked a little bit before, I know people really like Obsidian for note-taking for this game and things like that, but even though I have a tablet that I wrote notes on, if I'm completely honest, if I'm really true and I say the notes that stick and the notes that I spend the most time with, it's absolutely my physical notes that I write when playing this game. And like I wish I was not such a stereotype on that, but I really I really do just pay more attention to the ones that I physically write down, even if they look like absolute insanity in terms of the specifics. Yeah, that you're more or less kind of where I'm thinking with this Crystal Cat. The only thing is that I know some people may not necessarily want to just assign the aspect side to it. So it's one where I try where I can to have a couple of different ways of supporting it. But I mean, it's obviously this game kind of means it means whatever you want it to anyone really. Sorry, I just realized I want to make sure I've got the right notes here. I may have misplaced something, and I don't think it's a deal breaker for me. Getting through everything, but I'd just like to. Oh dear. Yeah, okay. Have a wonderful evening yourself. Thank you. Okay. I'm trying to decide when the right time for cataloging books is. I think probably the better thing for me to do is just try and keep a decent clip and then restore the elements of the soul as needed. Let's take advantage of the weather while it lasts. A nice drop. I can offer my assistants something to drink. This will increase their aspects. They'll also be glad of the refreshment. Ambrosial. Ambrose Westcott's inventive, one might say pioneering, or indeed buccaneering, essays into kitchencraft. So it's an 8-forge text. I should probably be working out a better system for placing everything For now, we'll just stick it on the pile like usual. So the spices and savors is actually a particularly helpful skill in this DLC because it enables a certain type of cooking. But we'll worry about that when the time comes. I'm going to leave this shaft aside just because we're probably going to want to renew Denzel before too long, like a magazine subscription. All right, so now the health is available. I can bring Denzel in when required. Let's get him talking about the mirror scope. And then from that, we'll use the shaft to catalog another book. So catalog a Curia period book. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Curia period, roughly the 1700s to 1800s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. The Geminiad Volume 1, a fragile manuscript illuminated with twin shapes of sad and luminous beauty, and with all the phases of the moon. It might be as old as the 7th century, but the language Fusine is much older. Its cover is tooled goatskin decorated with garnet. So what I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to move the Geminiad and Deaths and Their Evasions off to the side here. And this is because these are Fusine texts, so they're written in a language I don't fully understand. And then I'm going to move the ones with 10 off to the side. Basically just trying to order them by difficulty. All right, that's a little more like it. Okay, so Denzel is ready to go. He's a super lantern reader. So we'll now open the dimly lit chamber. Van Loren's old protections hang heavy in the air here, clotting the air with shadows. I will need counter-influences to unwind them. And we will bring Denzel back with our health. I'm always welcome at Denzel's Smithy. And we should probably be renewing the shaft at the Sweet Bones. Speak to Denzel, he might even reply. So I've kind of ignored Crowcross Sands, but that would normally be something that would get me some items from the beach. Okay, an introduction to the histories. The 17th century mystic and antiquarian Claude Hersault describes divergent incidents in 5 major histories. The prologue warns at length of the iniquities of one Julian Cosley, a former colleague who Hersault now describes darkly as a worm of worms. It seems Cosley advised Hersault early in the writing of the book, but Hersault later became suspicious. Hersault identifies blood, silver, design, and the worms as the central axes of each of the histories, and claims that the so-called second history is the true one. Now for that, we've got the Snow Stories lesson, and we also have Hindsight. So this is the first book that we've actually read all the way through, and this is quite powerful for us. Because right now, the way that I've been generating memories has been, I talk with whatever assistant I have, usually Denzel, and then I just kind of hope for the best, right? I was just keeping on spamming Denzel until he would give me a fear or a hindsight or whatever else I need. And now that I have a book, again, much like you would use a book in the real world, there's knowledge that you can extract from it. And that knowledge comes in the form of lessons. So I now understand something which I can apply, but also in terms of just a reference work, right? Like I've got a dictionary basically in arm's reach, and if I need to understand some of the highfalutin words that these crazy British people use, I'm capable of doing that, and that's what books are there for, right? Now, this is where it also gets a little fun, because there's lots of different ways of organizing a library, and everybody's probably going to have their own opinions on this. I'm going to do this more so by convenience right now, but in this case, one of the kind of quality of life features that they added was labeling. And for this particular library, and I've done this a couple of playthroughs now, I'm just going to organize the books by memory, and that's just because it's easier for the purposes of a stream to be able to put them in places. I have done other organizations for the library, so I would do them based on sort of the era, like what they're describing. I'd put all the DeWolf books in one place, and all the, the histories, the stories of Alexander, we'd put that in a different place. So there's a few different ways that you can do that, but this one we're going to focus on memories. So So this is the hindsight shelf. It now gets a little label. I'm going to put Introduction to the Histories. So as long as I use an element of the soul, I can keep rereading Introduction to the Histories, and I know that I'm going to get a hindsight from that. So that means if I need scale or if I need winter, I can now have basically a package that I can open in the form of a book. I'm also going to clear out the shelves, so we're going to move the ink and the paper to the fireplace. Okay. And we can actually learn the snow stories right away. I'm not going to use that lesson to level anything else up, so we will consider it. Acquire snow stories, use this lesson to acquire a new skill. And then we've also completed Vinzant's Minglings. The metallurgist and skysmith, Everett Vinzant, speaks of the sacred alloys, the alloys eternal, the alloys sufficient, and the alloys intendant. Everett describes the voices and powers of mortals and immortals based on their composition by analogy to the sounds and strengths of bells based on the metals of their casting. Vinzant warns that the mingling of metals too great a nobility can produce the alloys incestuous. He suggests very cautiously that the means used by the sovereigns of the leashed flame to produce their heirs may have analogous issues. For though the crime of the sky might be circumvented, yet the law remaineth the law in spirit as in letter. So bells and braziers, and foresight. Okay, and foresight's a particularly helpful one for us because that's going to enable, did I already open all these rooms? I guess I did. All right. But yeah, we definitely had a couple of cases where I wanted to open up some rooms based off of foresight. So it's something that I can imagine myself using in the future. Now, I do feel that some of the story elements and some of the lore and all of that is something that's just a little bit more fun for people to approach. But I also sort of understand that in some cases, people can, especially when this is the first game of this type that people will run into, it can just sort of feel like people just pull this stuff out of thin air. It's actually almost a little bit like if you're in an English class, like a literature class, and people, like it almost feels like the prof or the teacher is trying to like get you to pull out some sort of like, what did this poet really think? And it's a fantastic way to get people not interested in literature. And sometimes this stuff can sort of feel like that. So I'm just going to draw your attention to a couple of lines in here. So the servants' hall. Hendrik de Wolf, first Baron Brandkrug, was granted hush house after the dissolution of St. Brendan's by Old Copper-Nose, King Henry VIII. In an act of unusual generosity for that tight-fisted king, the grant came with the title of Baron and the right sicunt regale, like king, the quasi-independence traditionally accorded to marcher lords. Hendrik was clearly determined to live as befitted his new rank, and he expanded the house accordingly to support sufficient staff. So one thing that we get out of that, we have a few different eras in terms of hush house. We know that from the 16th century to the 18th century, the de Wolfs were in charge, and the person who put them in charge, we now know from this room, was Henry VIII, Old Copper-Nose. We know a little bit more about Henry VIII. King's Luck Pie, a beef pie with pears and cinnamon and secret ingredients, is the traditional dish of the house. It was first cooked, they say, for King Henry when, in great secrecy, on St. Piran's Day, he came to Cornwall seeking the king's metal, tin, to restore his alloy. It probably didn't happen, but the pie did. So there's a couple of other associations we've made here, right? So secret journey from the king. We have an association with the king's metal being tin. The king wants to restore his alloy. If you know something about Henry VIII, you may also be able to map these to some specifics, and also the idea that Hush House used to be a monastery. But again, even if you're not taking that history in, there's already a couple of ideas that are relevant here. So if we go back and we get the description here, Everett describes, or let me get the full title. So the metallurgist and skysmith, Everett Vinzant, speaks of the sacred alloys, the alloys eternal, the alloys sufficient, the alloys intendant. Everett describes the voices and powers of mortals and immortals based on their composition by analogy to the sounds and strengths of bells based on the metals of their casting. Vinzant warns that the mingling of metals of too great a nobility can produce the alloys incestuous. He suggests very cautiously that the means used by the sovereigns of the leashed flame to produce their heirs may have analogous issues. For though the crime of the sky might be circumvented, yet the law remaineth the law in spirit as in letter. So definitely, I mean, there is a game that is a Henry VIII simulator called Fit for a King. It's not by Weather Factory. It's just another game. That was actually quite amusing. It's kind of like Ultima if you wanted a Henry VIII simulator. But it's definitely interesting history to read. And the thing that I want to say here, there's no deep secret on its own that you're getting out of this, right? But one thing that can be helpful for this game is that some of these books on their own are sort of like, why on earth are they talking about this? And it would also sort of be, you know, depending on the types of books that you've read in the past, right? So I did a little bit of classics in university, and specifically classical philosophy. So I read pre-Socratics and up to the Hellenistic period, and that would mean Neoplatonism. And Neoplatonism does actually have, that definitely had some bearing on later occultist thinkers. But in some of these cases, these are people who are not speaking directly about some of the topics that they're talking about, especially when it comes to more overtly sort of occult works and such. And so, you know, in one sense, you can have, okay, you know, they kind of talk about metal. I don't know why King Henry's so big on, you know, on tin, but apparently they thought it was important to mention this in the they thought it was important to mention this inside of the kitchen, and okay, Vinzant's minglings, something about bells and the sounds that they make of alloys, and okay, we've got an incestuous alloy. Like, this can just be a bunch of random stuff together. But the way that you kind of start, and again, like what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to think to myself, you know, back when I hadn't read any of this stuff at all, when I didn't have the whole picture, like, why did I not become one of those people that's in a subreddit saying is like, how did you guys figure this all out? And I don't think that's a bad thing, by the way, right? I think that's a good question to ask. But what helped me is just when you start seeing something being referred over and over again, right? When the fire keeps getting mentioned, or the fact that they're talking about the new king and the fact that it's the 1930s, these sorts of things are usually the game sort of pointing you to something that's interesting. And the fact that we're talking about a few different kings over a few different centuries, and the fact that there are analogies between sort of bloodlines and metals, these things might have some sort of connection. And that's some of the fun of this game, right? It's not necessarily that, you know, you open this room and you feel excited about the things that are inside of it, but rather as you progress through the game, and the books are randomly distributed, so you get to see the whole picture from these different perspectives, and you learn different pieces of information at different times, they do give you a different perspective on what's going on, and that can be as much of the fun of the game as it is the, you know, the process of putting the cards in the right places. So where I can, again, I don't want to make the stream entirely about like the skeleton key to understanding Book of Hours. I think this is a game that you can really just enjoy across a number of different dimensions. But I also think that because this is a unique kind of game, it can sometimes help to sort of point people to a couple of things of, hey, you know, they seem to be reinforcing this point quite a bit. I wonder if there's maybe a reason for that. And that's the thing that allows people to sort of go one step further, that without being told what to think, that they're able to say, oh yeah, you're right. Actually, let's think about that for a little bit. Let's see if we can follow this thought a bit further. And to me, that's where some of the most satisfying elements of the game come from. Okay, so I think with Denzel, we're really just farming him for memories right now. I've already got the bells and braziers and, oh, I don't remember the other one that I got, but I don't really see us opening any more rooms today. Maybe, maybe not, but I think right now getting some more memories is what I need. And then I actually don't mind drawing down a bit of my money to get things at the Sweet Bones. Maybe we'll restore the metal because I can. let's see the room that I just opened. So we're going to have a lot of cataloging to do here. The reading room. Visitors were usually permitted this far into the house and no further. In the days when the librarians commanded the services of the fine-takers, visitors were sometimes even left unsupervised. So we've got 3 nocturnal period books, 4 Curia period books, 4 baronial period books, 5 solar period books, and 3 dawn period books. I believe these are the first dawn period books. And these are, of course, actually, you know what? It's probably easier if I just consolidate. Or maybe not. I'll consolidate as much as I can. Got quite a bit to work on. But yeah, so there's no shortage of books for me to catalog, which of course I'll be using lots of elements of the soul for that. And really, there's no time like the present, so we've got Westcott's desk, might as well get to work. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Curia period, roughly the 1700s to 1800s. If I examine it, I could learn more about what knowledge it might contain. Books from this period are only rarely contaminated. Now, one thing I just wanted to highlight that I haven't done yet, I was kind of expecting to slow down on my progress in the house, and one of the things I was going to use my elements of the soul on was to actually start investigating some of the different items inside of the house, such as the bust of Walter de Wolf. We'll still do that, but I want to do that when I actually don't have other things to do. Does look like we'll slow down a little bit in terms of moving through the house. It looks like I'm going to need some more aspects. So probably what the day will look like is I'll bring Denzel in so we can talk with him about memories. The rest of my elements of the soul will be used to catalog some different books. And then once we have an idea in terms of where we're at with the different books, then I can, I can make some more decisions. Have I encountered any contaminated books yet? If you did, then I missed it. No contaminated books yet. If I get hit by that, I'll just sort of take my lumps, but I'm not too worried about contamination anymore. I more or less have a pretty solid game plan for dealing with contamination. I do like that they've made contamination something that you can transmit to books, because I thought that it was a little too advantageous to have a malady. But I'm not that worried about maladies either anymore. Snow stories of wind, woe, and winter. So this is good for 1 moon and 2 winter. So on its own, this doesn't give me anything that I don't already have. Wolf Stories gives me 2 moon, and Ragged Crossroads gives me 3 winter. But we can work with what we've got. Now, Bells and Braziers. This will give me Forge and Sky. And the Sky is going to be particularly helpful. He does a lot with silence, this man. Now I have an idea of this book's nature and its content. So Oblations and Iron is a good example of something which has been enabled. So Ragged Crossroads, we've got 3. We'll get 4 with the knife, and then if I add Hindsight, we're able to read that right away. I actually don't think it would be a bad idea. Seeing as it gives me Inks of Containment, I think we should probably try reading it right now. Nope, I can't do it. Okay, so I'll just sleep on the Hindsight, and then we'll read it in the morning. So right now I'm looking to acquire skills where I can. Bells and Braziers, that resonance which lingers from the hammer's touch. So good for 2 Forge and 1 Sky. And then it will also be committed to different branches of the Tree of Wisdoms, but we're not really worrying about the Tree of Wisdoms until I have a few more languages. All right, a storm. There are storms great enough to shake the moon from the sky and one's thoughts from one's skull. So just to give you an example of what just a little bit of progress with the books gives me. So if I combine the storm with Bells and Braziers, and then I bring in the astrolabe, so now we can take a look at something like Traveling at Night Volume 2. Now that's 6, right? So we're not where we need to be quite yet. That's a pretty substantial improvement from before, when really we were waiting on the gale to be able to make any kind of progress. So get a couple of skills in your arsenal and you're actually going to wind up making significant progress in terms of all of the other books. Yeah, so I don't know if you saw this a cat marionette, but so first of all, welcome. I hope you enjoy this as much as I do. But yeah, the bronze knife is ridiculous. I did not realize it was a tool because I'd used it as a knife for such a long time. But Edge, Grail, Two Nectar, and Winter all in one package. All right, let's keep talking to Denzel, see if we can get any memories, although we're going to be keeping the hindsight. I think what drew you to Cultist Simulator originally is because eventually the board looks something like a tarot card layout. I'm getting that same vibe with this game too. Oh, that's interesting, Whisperfire. Yeah, I mean, so the one thing that's different in this game is that, like, Cultist Simulator takes place on the desktop, right? So you kind of get this idea that you're directing events and you're not necessarily individually involved in as many things. Whereas this game, you do get that feeling, like, again, not just story-wise, but just through the process of having this really interesting kind of environment like this. I really do get the feeling that I'm sort of exploring this ancient house and just seeing new things as they become uncovered. And I think there's something really interesting about that. Whereas the individual cards are sort of relegated to these parts of the screen. But I mean, again, in this case, the placement, I think I understand where you're coming from in terms of this idea of the layout. Because again, this library is about this ordering of knowledge, right? There's different ways to place the books in different places. And there's different, and there's a certain meaning that it gets assigned to that, right? Like I said, I used to have my DeWolf library, and then I think I had, I think it was somewhere up here, I had like a history library or something. I'm trying to remember the exact layout that I had. It's on YouTube somewhere, but again, the layout and how you order things does mean something. Like, it's something that for you, it has a special meaning, and it's ultimately how you make sense of this very, very large story and sequence of events. So it's kind of interesting that in one way, on the surface, the games look very differently, and yet you can, the games look very different, and yet you can see thematically there's actually the kind of this through line in terms of the way you think about things, which is really interesting. Yeah, so the Tree of Wisdoms has gotten an expansion. So in this case, when you do the further stories, this is part of the House of Light expansion. You do actually get to do some follow-up with them. So you can, not only do you get to invite people back, but there's actually specific things that happen depending on who you helped as part of the story. So you get the calling cards to invite people back, but this is not just like nice to look at in terms of the constellations. They actually have specific meanings. So I've done the Lytirian, I've done the Shroud, I think I've done the Casket, and I've recently done the Labyrinth of Lions. So I'm just going to have a little bit of my pear, if you don't mind. Secret histories? What are you talking about? There's no secret histories on the Tree of Wisdoms. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Curia period, roughly the 1700s to 1800s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. He does a lot with silence, this man. They know what they did. Okay, the Watchful Tantra, notorious for its involvement in the deaths of David Jones and Meredith Blaine, two early physicists who each claimed to have the only copy and who ultimately fought a duel over it in 1840. So I'm starting to get a few unusual items. So I'm going to take the Leonine Tantra and the Watchful Tantra, and then I'm also going to take the film. So I'm going to put those off to the side. And then I'm going to reorganize what we've got in terms of the library here. So we've got Letters from a Fugitive, Shape and Smoke, Crossing to Noon, Light in the Inkwell. We'll move down here, Prophecies of Glory, and the Orchid Transfigurations. Okay, Ambrosial goes down here. We can probably put the Barrow Child's Elegies here as well. Then Codex Acephali, Sunset Celia, and the End of Days. And the debate over the debate of 7 cups. So again, it's basically smallest number to biggest number. We'll review this when the time comes. And also, oh, actually, yeah, I'm missing a knock tool. But if I had something like a pattern, we would definitely be able to read Traveling at Night, Volume 1. Okay, so when the sun goes down, we will hang on to the hindsight because we will be reading Oblations in iron with that. Now that night has fallen, I can rest and perhaps dream on the day's doings. So we'll still bring in Denzel. I think I'm going to continue this pattern that I've had of sort of using an element of the soul to get a little bit of money to restore all the others. It's one that's worked for me so far. So here we'll use the health to bring in Denzel. Denzel rarely works for free, but won't take payment for helping a friend. And as promised, we're going to use the Tryst. We'll take a oh, sorry, I don't have the memory yet. We need to wait the 30 seconds. Okay, Cloudy Day doesn't do that much for me. Are there knock tools? I honestly don't remember seeing one through your playthroughs outside the... right, yes. So, and I mean, that one's a device, so that gives you a one-time use. So I'm cautiously willing to say no. However, I used to say that about winter tools, and obviously they added a winter tool to the game in the form of the bronze knife. So because I've not seen the full house and all of the items that you get as part of House of Light, it may be that that has changed and I'm not aware of it yet. But to my understanding from the base game, there were not knock tools. Although people would very frequently mistake the key for a knock tool. The problem is that it's a knock thing, but it's not a knock tool. All right, so we don't have an immediate need for Denzel as far as opening up rooms, but we can definitely use him to generate memories. So that's going to be the main use for him. And then we will take the health and the 6 pence. It is summer. I am sitting on a bench outside the Sweet Bones, eating crumbly cheese and nettle wrappings and good black rye bread, soaking up the sun. Oh, yes, fair. I've carried a memory like a flambeau safe through the mazes of night. Actually, the typewriter has a particular benefit in House of Light, but we'll get to that. I figure it's probably better to talk about that when it comes up. Okay, so we'll take the Tryst, we'll combine that with Ragged Crossroads, and we add the knife. The fact that I can generate a bittersweet certainty is also helpful. Okay, I can master this mystery, enough winter to match mystery winter. I believe the typewriter is in the Kukerbit. I should probably take the opportunity to catalog a few more books. So I also want to open up these packages, but books are the higher priority for me right now. So we'll take the metal, catalog. I don't think, yeah, so I'm going to have to use the good old-fashioned consider. Better now. So I'm going to use this health to generate some money just to finance the rest of the restoration. He does a lot with silence, this man. On Resonance, Experiments in Ithistry by the skysmith Everett Vincent. So I feel that this probably goes beside traveling at night. Oh, you know what? I completely forgot about the 7 Faces of Icarus. So if that's a 4-sky mystery, really I should have used that memory from Denzel. Okay, Opening the Sky. An unusual recording of Varro's Opening the Sky, composed for the coronation of the new king, Henry IX. The record bears the suppression stamp, Expunge. So I'm going to put this off to the side. This is a phonograph. A labyrinth of eager grooves awaits the stylus. Readable in only the broadest sense. Find a phonograph to play this. Okay. Solace. Now there may be some kind of heart things that I can do that I'm sort of leaving on the table here, but right now I'm really just interested in cataloging as many of the items as I can and finding out what I can realistically work with. So this is one of the reasons why I don't mind earning a bit of money, just because I'm going to translate that into additional cataloging. So for now, we'll just kind of let this run by. I will have something new with this book. So Oblations in Iron, a monster hunting initiate of the hour named the Colonel, who identifies herself as Little Sophia, records the exhibits that she has rendered to the Worm Museum in the Mansus. Little Sophia has never visited the Worm Museum or even the Mansus in person, and evidently has no desire to do so. She mixes ink, which incorporates the remains of her prey, writes her records in that ink, and then burns them before the Colonel's altar. It is essential, however, to permit no drop of ink thereby obtained to enter any portal of the body, even a break in the barrier of the skin. Should any fragment of the worm remain viable, it might enter thereby, and the hunt's ultimate conclusion be melancholy indeed. Sorry, just bear with me a second here. Okay. So inks of containment, helpful one, and that also gives us a hindsight, so we will add that to the hindsight shelf. I would, of course, prefer some more variety, but I'm happy enough with what I can get. Use this lesson to acquire a new skill. Spoken like a true bird, a cat marionette. All right, more fear. So Denzel didn't really give us too much today, but I'm not gonna have a fit over it. I'm pretty happy with how the last couple days have gone. And then we're kind of halfway through the season, so we should expect maybe an offer from Oriflammes before too long. And then once we get to fall, we can potentially help another visitor. Okay. So what I think I'm going to do here, I'm going to restore this shaft. I'm going to use this one to catalog something, but that other one I think I'm going to use to make some money. All right, catalog a nocturnal period book. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's nocturnal period, after the turn of the century. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. And Honey, the Comprehensive Guide. Harvey Hattington, pilot, polymath, confectioner, writes with great enthusiasm about the marvelous work of the bee. So I'm not expecting to be able to read this anytime soon. It's a 6 nectar book. We don't have any nectar nectar skills right now, and I only have the 1 health in terms of nectar. But we'll still work with what we've got. The last decision I'm going to need to make for today is what memory do I take overnight. So I might do a small review of the books available to me before too long. So, fixing and mending, there's not much work on offer in Brandcrude, but I can find 6 pence worth of odd jobs. And the Solace is nice, but we really need a storm. We need the 2 sky to make this work. So I still think it's a good idea to keep talking to Denzel. He's likely going to be a source for more useful memories more often than not. But I do need to accept that sometimes he's not necessarily going to be giving me everything that I need. Now, intuition might have actually given me something. So let's just kind of come up with a little bit of a game plan when certain things happen. So yeah, for the infirmary, the answer with the intuition is we feed Roscragon whiskey. Actually, I'd probably maybe use one of the glasses here. So an intuition with Roscragon whiskey opens up the infirmary. I'm sure there's probably a couple of heart foods that I can combine as well. The second floor is a bit of a trickier one. So with the memories, I can get 3, but because I don't have a whisk yet, I'm sort of stuck. For the web-snared room, this one's a bit harder because I don't have the FET, so I can do something like the infirmary, but beyond that, I'm not expecting too much. Really, I think a lot of this we're waiting on storms. But again, that's fine because we've got plenty of books to catalog and some of them even to read. So again, we'll take a look at what we can keep. I'm not opposed to trying to keep the foresight, if I'm completely honest, so we'll work with that. But again, this is really more of a nice to have, and again, I'm using more of the elements of the soul to catalog books. I would have been using them to investigate the different statues now, but you work with what you've been given. Always welcome at Denzel's Smithy. Denzel rarely works for free, but he won't take payment for helping a friend. Okay, so we've got Ambrose's desk. We'll catalog that book. We've got the reading room. We'll catalog this one. And we've got normal consideration. It's a great way to use up all my elements of the soul within the first couple of seconds of the day. So again, this sunny day would normally be a cause for attention. Now, one thing that I am going to do here is we've got the 7 Faces of Icarus. So I don't have an element of the soul I can use right now, but because I do have the sky from the sunny day, I am going to use the consider verb to read this. So those are the kinds of contingencies that I want to leave aside just in case something does come up. So given all of the things that have been enabled just by being able to read a couple of books, it's nice to keep on top of that stuff when it happens, just because it does open up some opportunities. Okay, so we've got the Key of Night, the deliberations leading to a manifesto of the Worms of a Scale as recorded around 1900 in the Bar Vienna in the cellar of the Hotel Ciervo in Noon. So this has pentaments and precursors. I also haven't done the description of the nocturnal period. So by the beginning of the 20th century, an unwise librarian's enthusiasm had brought Hush House to penury. Nocturnal Branch, later the Suppression Bureau, stepped in to offer an arrangement. Hush House received funding, but submitted to yearly inspections, and also surrendered a portion of the aisle for the branch's prison. So I think we'll put that alongside the honey work. Apollo and Marsyas, this is a very helpful one, so that one's going to go on the to-read list, although it's going to be a little tricky as well, for the simple reason that I don't have any skills that have heart right now, and the only heart that I have is my health. But still, the appropriate gale, maybe get a lucky solace, that's something that's gonna help for sure. And the 5 letters on memory, so a 6 winter. So we add to, yeah, we can definitely read this one, and it gives me rhyme and remembrance. So again, you can sort of see the momentum that we've built just by being able to read a couple of books. Okay. So my consider verb is now open. So we'll take the 7 faces of Icarus. We'll use our shaft. We will take the sunny day. We'll take bells and bridge. No! I do need to use a desk. Fortunately, Ambrose Westcott's desk saves the day. It would help if I added the book, huh? I can master this mystery. Enough sky to match mystery sky. Now, another thing that I want to work on is I've got these skills, but I haven't actually been using them with the elements of the soul, so I don't know what things I can build with them right now. But again, it's more of a question in terms of where my focus has been. Okay, so this is another big one. I should have also been restoring elements of the soul at the Sweet Bones, but I've got the Memory Storm. Well, I guess I was originally going to use that for the sky text, so I don't think I have anything else to run with that for now. So with Storm, I can get up to 3 with the Astrolabe, 4 with the Bells and Braziers. So what about the heart? If we have Apollo and Marsyas. No, I do want to restore the health in this case. Speak to Denzel, he might even reply. So the storm is basically going to give me access to a more regular storm in the form of Apollo and Marsyas. All right, splitter now. Let's bring back a metal. He does a lot with silence, this man. So again, I'm really just using Denzel here as somebody who will generate something that I can rest on overnight. But now I want to combine all my heart elements. So we want to read Apollo and Marsyas. We've got 3 of the required 4. What's the last one? Cake time! I can master this mystery, enough heart to match mystery heart. And remind me, tomorrow in game, I should actually show a little bit of the cooking, just because I know it's one of the reasons why we rushed to the kitchen. I've just had some other priorities. So I don't think the revelation helps me now. Okay, the 7 faces of Icarus, and this is going to be one that you might want to keep in the back of your mind for some of the future things that we'll read about. In the early 1530s, the last abbot of St. Brendan's, called Roaring Richard, sat down his conversations with the illiterate local cunning man, Red William. Red William described 7 forms in which he goes about and under the world: viper, cat, fox, eagle, dove, boar, and crow. Abbot Richard ingeniously fits all of these into a framework of solar belief. According to Abbot Richard, each of Red William's forms is closer to the sun and is increasingly winged with virtue. Richard draws an analogy with the waxen wings of Icarus. Hypocrisy and false virtue will melt before the sun's heat, and so sincerity and untrammeled expression of the self are the utmost piety. It's worth noting that only a year or 2 after Richard wrote this book, John Tregonwell was so appalled by the debaucheries of the monks of St. Brendan's that he recommended the monastery's immediate dissolution. Okay, so we got furs and feathers to work with, and we got fear from that, so I'm actually going to take the time. I should actually shelve the book before I forget that it gives us fear. And that'll be helpful for us because that's a nice source of scale. But before we go any further, let's get Furs and Feathers, use this lesson to acquire a new skill, and we'll see what the today brings us. Okay, I'll restore the shaft. I think the shaft I'm just going to use to earn a little more money. And here we will continue to catalog the works, catalog a Curia period book. The hindsight I might use for this text, 5 letters on memory. Another leaf on the Tree of Wisdoms, Furs and Feathers, Beasts, Birds, Husbandry, Harvest. And the Book of Thrones, so this is in Frisian, so we can read this, but it is a higher level edge mystery. I guess in this case, I'll put this on top, and I'll move this one off to the side. So again, doing quite a bit of work to digest what we already have inside of the library, but I think we're making decent progress, and we are reading all the books that give us the inputs that we need. So Apollo and Marsyas, the libretto of a lost opera concerning the contest between Apollo and Marsyas and its tragic outcome. The librettist is identified only by their initials. In the original myth, Marsyas lost the musical contest and was flayed by Apollo, who later regretted it. In this version, Marsyas' skin has a further history. The skin of Marsyas gives oracles and is later smuggled to Phrygia, where the priestesses of Cybele use it for a drum. At the climax, the striking of the drum drives would-be violators of the priestess to suicidal madness. The opera ends with a wistful hymn from the youngest priestess on the beauty of mountain pines. Okay, so Memory Storm, we're going to use that to open up part of the house in a bit. And we will take Surgeries and Exsanguinations, which is actually going to open up a few opportunities for us here. Better now. So I'm going to use this to make some money. There's not much work on offer in Brandkrug, but I can find 6 pence worth of odd jobs. Another leaf on the Tree of Wisdom. Surgeries and Exsanguinations. Surgery entails the flow of blood. The flow of blood entails purification, but the door opens the other way. Also opens the other way. I don't recall. I may not have read Inks of Containment, but the inks in which the histories are preserved. And yeah, we definitely read Rells and Brageries. So this one's important because it gives me Heart and Knock. Knock works well with my Shapt. The fact that there's 2 heart there as well means that some of these heart texts become accessible to me. In fact, I'm going to take a quick second here, and it would be nice to sort through the library. So for instance, we've got Surgeries and Exsanguinations. If I can combine that with The Stolen Secret, so that's 2. Combine that with Shapt, we get 4, which means that Traveling at Night Volume 1 is something that I can read. On Resonance is a level 6. I think if we got something like a Storm, we could read that, but I'll say that's a special case. Furs and Feathers, I'm just trying to think what gives me the best scale. We probably can't really do Key of Night yet. I thought I had a heart book. Maybe not. Hey, Sophia! Here is you. I did buy a game. So it was, did you get the anthology edition or did you get the base game? I think the base game was 30% off now, but I know the anthology gives a, I think it gives you like another 5% off or so. Anyways, I really do hope you enjoy it. You will once you get out of bed. I should actually take a minute here and just say there are a few people who are nice supporters of my broadcast. And like I said, the real focus here is on Weather Factory and their wonderful game. But I do think one of the things I've really enjoyed about Book of Hours and Cultist Simulator is that there is a nice community that is built around there's a nice community that's sort of built around this game. And so one of the nice things has been some of the streamers that I've met through it. And so Prosciutto Fist is one of them, but Selfea, even though is somebody who's only going to start streaming Book of Hours, is actually somebody who I've really enjoyed. And I don't know if you're planning on streaming Book of Hours on your broadcast, but I figured at the very least I could talk you up, and hopefully that'll give you enough peer pressure to to stream it on your broadcast. And I will actually also mention this may be relevant not just to Selfea but a few of you. If it is, I know this isn't true for every game on Steam, but my understanding for the Weather Factory games is that this is how they've set it up. So you'll know that there's the Book of Hours. This is the base game, so it's currently 30% off in celebration of the House of Light release. House of Light. Now, for me, I'm Canadian, so the base price for that for me is $19.49. It's a bit more costly than their usual DLC because they took a big batch of material and put it in one big DLC, as opposed to what they did in their previous game, which is to release small DLC. I think they did like $3, $5 DLCs or something like that. So it all kind of washes out in the end. And it's also just a huge game by comparison. But what is nice is that if you're testing the waters, right? So if you want to see what's going on with Book of Hours before you commit to something like House of Light, what you can do is, I believe if you own Book of Hours and then you decide, okay, I actually like this enough, I want to go in with both feet. I believe if you purchase the Anthology Edition, it'll like discount it by the value of the base game. And so you should still get that bundle discount by finishing off what you have. Again, as always, your individual experience on Steam, like Steam will tell you what the official price is. But my belief here is that if you already have the base game and then you want to get the DLC, you can get yourself a little bit of a deal by just picking up that Anthology Edition, even if you bought the original game at a previous time. Of course, now is when the sales are going on, so it makes sense to get that discount. So, yeah, I don't want to be too mercenary on this, but obviously if there's an opportunity to take advantage of a deal, I at least want to make people aware of that. If you could just give me a second here, I'm going to nibble on my pear a little bit. I'm almost done. It's actually not Selfea. There are games that specifically disable that. So if you want to buy the bundle, you actually have to buy all of it. I don't think it's a smart thing for them to do, but it is actually something that can be enabled and disabled. It isn't actually a Steam-wide thing. It's why I'm careful to say that, because obviously if something changes, I don't want people to have to wind up buying the base game again. But in the case of Weather Factory, they've made it so that you can complete the bundle. Yeah. Well, I deliberately went out and bought some pears for the... It's rare, but it definitely happens. Okay, sorry about that. Again, the cheat code for this would just be to get like a crate of Red Bull and use that to the very end. But I would actually like to keep living and playing this game. So will there be an opportunity to explore the lighthouse during the stream today? So I can show it to you right now. The Curia of the Isle. It's actually not a bad time. So especially for those of you who might be coming in who weren't here at the very beginning, I know I talked about some of the earlier things, and I gave a bit of an overview in terms of some of the new features of House of Light. So it may not be a bad time for me to just do a small recap. So the headline feature, or like the title feature, the House of Light, is in fact the Lighthouse Institute. So behind the scenes, the Curia of the Isle is long gone. Once it helped preserve a little knowledge and a kind of safety here in Brandkrug. and established the position of librarian. Rowena, secretary persistent of the Curia, a complex entity who has long protected Hush House, is both exhausted and compromised, and so it is time for the librarian to return the favor and establish a successor to the Curia. Help visitors pursue their goals and develop their agendas. When you've found 6 suitable candidates inspired by agendas, you can suggest that they found an organization that is a worthy successor to the Curia of the Isle. If you cannot find a suitable secretary persistent, Rowena will continue to serve in that role, even as she continues to wane. So in this case, here are the 6 roles. So you can assign the treasurer, the secretary salvant, the secretary vigilant, the secretary enigmatic, the secretary nunciant, and the secretary persistent. And I will also point out that we have encountered one of the people who is in fact inspired. So if we wanted a treasurer, we could pick Fraser Strathcoyne. The treasurer would be responsible for the Institute's finances. This would be a good excuse to ask for an initial endowment, so they should be wealthy. But of course, we may want to adjust the agendas. We may want to pick certain individuals based on their abilities. So I didn't spend too much time talking about the potential candidates, but definitely this is one of the sort of the end game elements for House of Light. And the thing that's exciting about this is we've been talking about some of the different eras. So we've got the baronial period, we've got the Curia period, we talked about nocturnal. There is the solar Gothic period up here, and there's the dawn period down here. We now at least have books from all of those different periods. So you can think about almost the Lighthouse Institute as being the founding of the next sort of phase or the next period in Hush House's history. And so it's the thing that I've seen the least of in the DLC, but it's the one that I'm the most excited for. And you can actually get a little bit of an idea of how all the different parts of this expansion angle towards it. So in the kitchen, you create the dishes. The dishes are for the salon. The salon will be so that you can get the lessons and just generally improve your skills. And one of the reasons you want to improve your skills is that some of the people, as part of the further stories, will ask you to build certain, or to give you certain texts. And some of those texts are not necessarily that are going to be in your possession. And so you may want to write those texts, right? So something like 16 horns and ivories or something like that. Well, you can do that, and the salons will help you. And so from there, when you help the people as part of the further stories, they may be inspired, and you may be able to push them towards a particular agenda. And so by pushing them towards a particular agenda, you may decide this is where I want the Lighthouse Institute to go. And so you can kind of see how all these things sort of fold together. It's not that, it's the only place where you're going with all of them, but it is a really interesting place to go. And so I'm actually quite excited by the possibilities that are enabled by it. But we're going to be focusing on getting to salons first. So it is as if you were planning the future of Hush. Yeah, to a certain degree. Like it's a little bit like any kind of history, right? I don't think the De Wolfs sort of thought of themselves as beginning the baronial period, which would end in madness and death, any more than I imagine people who were living in the, like, I figure that people who are living in the 80s, like, knew it was the 80s, but I'm not entirely sure they conceived of it as people thinking like, oh yeah, the 80s, like Terminator, and like movies that have Learning to Fly that playing by Pink Floyd playing in every soundtrack, and like Greed is Good. And sorry, I'm basically you could tell I mostly just think of this through movies, but like, I'm going to guess that there was not this conception that this is what it's going to seem like, right? Any more than I think, like, I understand that people will probably talk about 2020, and I think they'll be talking about things that happened around this period. But what do I think the aesthetic will look like? Like, how do I think when people go to 2020 retro parties, like, what are they going to dress as? I don't know. I mean, I've never been fashionable. So yeah, likewise, I think in the case of House of Light, you're not really conceiving yourself as like, we're beginning the Lighthouse period. But it's kind of hard to play a game like this, which actually physically divides the house between the different eras, right? So you've got the baronial period where just about to touch the Curia period, Solar, Gothic, Dawn, and Nocturnal, it's really hard not to conceive of it that way, just because it is the context of a game and it gives you those, it gives you that kind of perspective. All right, so again, we'll just get the last little bit out of Denzel here. I may keep the storm. In fact, if I was thinking, it may have been a good idea for me to try and restore the health, but I'll settle. Okay, we'll see what we get in 20 seconds, but I think I'll keep the storm. Now that night has fallen, I can rest and perhaps dream on the day's doings. Okay, so same routine as before. I'm going to go to the Sweet Bones. I think I want to hang on to the health this time, so we'll use the shaft. Ah! Didn't mean to do that. Denzel rarely works for free, but he won't take payment for helping a friend. But if you find occult coinage, you can give it to him for the service of division. So I'm going to talk with Denzel to get him up to infirmary level. I'm slightly annoyed with myself for tripping this up. Oh, we're in autumn. So we'll have a new visitor, and I guess we didn't get an Oriflamme's offer today. Okay, so we'll collaborate with the health. I'm ready to lend my limbs. What's happening in the world beyond Brandkrug? What visitors will the season bring? Sorry, just give me a second here. I spilled some tea on... All right. And an advertisement, so your... Oh. Sorry, just lost chat as well. So, Whisperfire, you were asking about the order forms. Here we are. The firm Cater and Hero, alive to the possibility of commerce, has sent a smudgily printed catalog addressed to the librarian man. So here's our Cater and Hero order form. Cater and Hero has offices almost everywhere, not in this misty limb of the kingdom, but they will at least deliver here. Use ink to order items of interest. A few lines on an order form won't consume the ink. When your delivery arrives, it will contain a new order form. So yeah, like I said, I'm sorry it took so long, because I know you had this question a long time ago, but this was, essentially, it's easier just to show you. So I'm not going to order anything right now just because I don't quite have the need. But if you want to use the order form, you take any ink. I personally use Perenculate. Deadly, use gloves to read text produced by this pigment, and ink of power. So specifically at Cater and Hero, you can order copper wire, glue, ham, Evening Isles coffee, Dawn Lion coffee, a quire of paper, scintillate oil, oscillate oil, umbrus oil, Assam tea, lapsang tea, sugar, butter, potatoes, milk, flour, and dripping. So it's not everything that you need to cook, but there's definitely a few goodies there. I'm sorry, I forgot to do the cooking again. So I was too focused on getting Denzel up to infirmary level. Speaking of, let's catalog some more books while I can. I've carried a memory like a flambeau, safe through the mazes of night. So we're going to talk to Denzel about the memory storm, and then we'll talk to him about the kitchen bowls. That will allow us to open up the infirmary. We'll work alongside each other. Right, advice on containment. Thirza Blake discusses ways to keep wood things out of trouble and Mantis things in it. So this is a pretty low-level knock text, which is good. That's something we can further That's with now. To a pale lady is more difficult, so we're going to put that in the difficult pile. Actually, I should adjust the order a little bit. Yep. Again, we're kind of going for the low-hanging fruit right now. Okay, so I need to restore some of these elements of the soul because I wasn't intending to use the shap the way that I did. Arthur Moore, Lieutenant Arthur Thomas Moore, retired hero, pilgrim, traitor. He'll always be a soldier, but never again can he be only a soldier. So one thing I will point out, so first of all, he's also got a language that I need, Sabazine. And we talked about Fraser. So Fraser wanted scale for food. In this case here, it will tell you Arthur prefers lantern food and drink. So he will talk to us about edge and lantern matters, although because we know it's the affair of the Royal Endeavor, he'll ask us about lantern. And we'll talk to him when we can, but I'm not in any rush to talk to him because I want to get matters with Denzel resolved first. So proffer a tool, I can lend my assistant something to help, increasing their abilities. And then we'll continue to talk to him about memories just so that we can get something ready for the next phase. Speak to Denzel, he might even reply. He does a lot with silence, this man. I guess I can keep cataloging. Inem Kapingling per Garki Krippus. So that's going to be beside the Book of Thrones in terms of too difficult. We'll still use the shop to catalog books. We did get through all the Curia period books, so now we're to the baronial. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's baronial period, roughly the 1500s to 1700s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. And nothing too exciting from Denzel today, but I'll take it. Every day doesn't have to be a barn burner. As long as I just keep going through, as long as I keep kind of going through the stuff that I need, I'm pretty happy. All right, Ettery After, an anonymous erotic novel occasionally claimed to have been written by Ava DeWolf, although at least 2 duels were fought in her honor to avenge the slander. Now, I think the hard truth is that I'm actually running out of space to store all these books, so I'm going to adjust the placement. And we'll rearrange these as I'm going to rearrange these as the as our collection expands. But this is going to be the, okay, so that we've got a 6 pile here, so we can put this down like so. This will be the 8 pile. Eight. Oh, that's a 6. 8. Okay, Prophecies of Glory, Shaded Smoke, Crossing to Noon. So I think To a Pale Lady should probably go beside there. Oh, too many 8s. Okay, Barrowchild's Elegy, Sunset Celia, and Codex Acephali are all 10s, as is Debated Seven Cups. These can kind of go into this little corner here. And then I'm fine leaving this just because these are all sort of unusual examples. So none of this is set in stone. I just wanted something to try and help me with the overflow. Okay, regret might be useful. I think I'll use this to catalog. That's still sort of the primary concern. But we'll talk with Thomas Moore because I don't think we get much else from Denzil. Good day to you. May I come in? I abandoned the Empire's service long ago. That was not an easy choice, but some ties I find even harder to loose. Try a book with as much mystery lantern as their lantern interest. I should also open up the infirmary, so careless visitors have tracked in mud through the door, and the windows have been open to the elements for years. By blood, the son of my nephew is bound up somehow with the new king's endeavor. My family and I have parted ways, and I will not remind them of the shame of my desertion, but I cannot rest until I understand this business further. So we can probably just give him the same book that we gave Fraser Strathcoyne. What is happening here? I think it is no more perilous than any line in the Sun's plan, and it is much grander. We all make our choices. My choice now is to be proud of my kin and his part in the work. Thank you, librarian. I hope that you will keep this matter between us alone. Okay, The Queen's Turn, a 16th century translation of the Barrowchild's account of Lagia's turn, when Lagia, the queen unsated, was offered the opportunity to enter the service of the Hours of the Triple Knot, as long as she repudiated her brother lover Antaios. I'll put that beside the Codex Acephali because those are two level 10 moon mysteries. I think at this point, unless I want to try and get clever with cataloging, we'll say that that is the end of the day's work. And then I'll find something to keep overnight. Night has fallen, dawn will come soon. So when I take a look at the things that I want to do, we've got the 5 letters on memory, so the hindsight or the regret are a good choice. Yeah, I think we'll keep the hindsight just because it's a little bit easier to use at this desk. So dream on a memory. Now that night has fallen, I can rest and perhaps dream on the day's doings. Right, so we've got Arthur Moore's card. We have a bronze Spintria, which will be good. I do still want to invite these folks back to give me some languages because that is going to be the easiest way for me to generate some elements of the soul before too long. But I'm not going to give Arthur Moore's card to the writing desk or the writing case right away. And the reason for this is that this occult scrap that I have actually comes from the fact that I put someone's card in. So ideally, I'd find a use for this before I give it up. Now, there's an easy answer to that. So I've got surgeries and exsanguinations, which has got 1 knock already. So I can basically either use that or I can just use the Shapt and the occult scrap to read one of these knock texts. It'd be nice if I can find a slightly better use for it. I don't think we have any other knock mysteries though. So again, we'll see where the day goes. Now, the infirmary. In the 15th century, Natan of Regensburg came to Brandkrug. The brothers of St. Brendan's granted sanctuary, but they would not permit a Jew and his family to live on abbey grounds. Still, they built this tower for him to dwell in and practice his healing arts. It has changed greatly since that time, but a place of healing it remains. So, a refuge for all the world might consider impure. There's lots of neat stuff in here. So we've got a basket of towels, the wicker chair, elderly but robust, A vase of lilies, an elegant ornament. Ruby-wise ruin, a ruddy liquor wrung from flowers, even when the flowers aren't red. TRN Limited Drinking Cocoa. TRN Spices and Savors Department markets this as the secret sacrament of the last Inca. It's also beside some serpent milk. It does not look like milk, and it is drinkable, but don't give it to cats or babies. There's a watchful potted plant, not everything needs eyes. A pale mommet, a gently twitching little cloth doll with melancholy button eyes and a frill of colored ribbons. Now, what I'd like to point out here, I'll answer that question in a minute, Whisperfire. So this is a tool, but it's also a device. So a machine that will operate only once, or will only operate once. If it's an infernal device, that means it'll explode, so be careful. Inert, a device, but one that can be but not one that can be activated by casual handling. So this can survive Consider without being used up, although it will still be used up in crafting. It's also woven and Grail. So the reason why I wanted to highlight this, right, is it can be very helpful to provide a tool to improve Grail, but because it is a device, you can give this to one of your followers, they will get the 4 Grail bonus. However, you will not be able to use that repeatedly the same way that you would, say, the Astrolabe. So, Musgrave de Wolf, this bust is carved from wood. Cherry. And Miskissed Water, the faintest vapors still ghosts the water's surface. A pale stool, bleached beach. Caution, hot. And the big feature of this room, we haven't really talked a lot about hours other than in the title, but let's say hello to some of the hours. The Witch and Sister. The Witch and Sister unites what is at rest. She is sought at the water's edge and beneath the moon. She cannot be separated. She cannot be touched. She is coral, amber, pearl. The Thunderskin. He cannot be stilled. He demands the dance. He is beaten like a drum. He is heard in the wood below the world. Also note, 2 Grail, 1 heart, 2 moth. The Thunderskin, 2 heart, 2 sky. The Velvet. The glory is a question, and the moth always answers yes. The velvet's answer is no, and that is always her answer. And finally, the Sister and Witch. The Sister and Witch brings together what cannot be apart. She is sought beneath the moon at the water's edge. She is pearl, amber, coral. She cannot be touched. She cannot be separated. Grail, 2 heart, 2 moth. All right, so we already knew that we could try to open up the second floor of the Grand Ascent. We also have the Gloomy Room, which would need either 5 edge or 5 heart. Now this seems achievable to us, so I'll take a minute to reflect on that. And then the Neglected Room, which is a 5 heart or 5 grail. So not so easy in terms of the heart as before, although if we get a storm or a gale, we'd probably be able to make it. Now as far as the edge is concerned, let's take a minute to think about this. So Denzel has 2 edge. And then we can give him the metal, which would give him 3 edge. And then if we give him the fear, then that becomes 4 edge. And after 4 edge, we could give him the saw, which would become 5 edge, and then that would allow us to open up the Gloomy Room, which is the infirmary. So whether or not we want to do that tonight, that's at least an option available to us. Now, based on the season, or based on some of the things that we want to accomplish, I think I'm going to wait to see what the weather brings before I decide what to do with Denzel. Okay, rain. So this may be helpful because if I hire someone at the Sweet Bones, assistance from an orchard keeper. In autumn, the orchard keepers come to sell their wares at Brandkrug. A shilling will buy one's help. Orchard keepers offer nectar and a little heart. Alternatively, add a soul card to find any rarer guests who might be seeking employment. So the fact that there's 2 nectar, so let's think a little bit about what can happen there. So 2 nectar, we get rain, which is 4. We get the knife, which is 6. So without anything else, we're up to 6, and then I can add my health, which gives us 7. So that would give us the deserted well. That also potentially gives us the wrecked pantry. I think that's it for my nectar stuff. But I think in this case, this is money well spent. So let's pay the shilling, assistance from an orchard keeper, In autumn, the orchard keepers come to sell their wares at Brandkrug. A shilling will buy one's help. Question, what is the better way to learn new languages from visitors? Help them first and invite them back? Is that now the new way to do it? So here's the thing. I realize I never give a straight answer to this game, but it's very often the case that this game actually has some nuances that are not obvious at the beginning. So all things being equal, that is actually a very good way of getting languages, for the simple reason that, let's take Fraser Strathcoyne as an example, right? So if I didn't help Fraser, so let's say for a second here that I said I really want Ramsond, I'm going to pay the Spintria to get Ramsond, and you know, now Fraser hasn't given me his card. So what this means is that I'm now going to need to wait for the next event to be able to access Fraser again. So the question would be, what do you give up in each case? So in both cases, you pay a Spintria to be able to learn the language. So that's the cost is the same in both of those cases. If you help Fraser first, you get a Spintria, and you also get his card. So technically, you get the occult scrap now. And so you can use that to gain the language. The one thing is that you do need to actually write him to bring him back, so that will cost you the ink that you need to write. So essentially, the net cost for getting the language from Fraser after helping him is the cost of ink, which is not nothing, right? Like, you do actually need to make the ink, but it's maybe something that you can get over. So let's consider the alternative now. Let's say that we don't help Fraser. What happens? Well, we pay the Spintria, right? So we're down the value of the Spintria. We don't get the value for helping him. We also don't get the calling card. So the calling card doesn't give us the occult scrap. And then if for some reason we need to call on Fraser again, we actually need to wait until the full incident is exhausted and Fraser comes back on another incident. So all things being equal, helping someone out and adding them to the writing case gives you the most options. However, as the patch notes point, or not patch notes, but as the note at the very beginning of this DLC point out, if you like help someone, that does actually have consequences for the event. Like, it may be that you are helping someone do something that you don't want to have happen. And so, again, if you are indifferent in terms of the action that someone is taking, then in my opinion, the best thing is to help them out, get them in your writing case, and then you can call on them whenever you want. But the exception to that, of course, is a little bit like when you're committing things to the Tree of Wisdoms. Sometimes there are things that bother you at such a fundamental level and are so inconsistent with what you think is what you want your character to do that you don't necessarily want to help them. And the game has now expanded to a point where these events are not just like stories that are told and you don't know the consequences of. You do actually affect the end result. And so different things will happen depending on who has their priorities satisfied and who doesn't. So yeah, the simple answer is you're right, but it does carry with it the caveat that there are consequences now for who gets helped and who doesn't. So if you want to preserve the option, helping is usually best, but may involve other consequences. Okay, I'm going to be taking a break in probably about 10 minutes. It might be a slightly longer one just so that I can get some dinner. I also have it just occurred to me, I've got a couple of things that are time sensitive I need to make sure are handled before the end of the stream. But as always, I don't want to just assume people will sit around and wait for me all day. So, the Orchard Keeper. In Cornwall, it is quite possible to take a stride from the richest vegetation into the abomination of desolation. It has been said in mockery that Cornwall does not grow wood enough to make coffins for the people. Sabine Baring Gould. I think that's consistent. I do think you need the writing case to I do think you need the writing case to get the calling cards. I'm not 100% sure how it works with the full version of House of Light. Basically, since the beta, even when I've been off the beta branch, I've been getting calling cards. But that's because I've wound up with the writing case before I see anybody else. I think that's a quirk of my unique experience rather than it being a general rule. Okay, so let's combine the nectar, talk about the weather, more useful than one might expect, especially in Britain. I think I'm going to bring in Denzel. It was autumn when the leaves rustle. The silent landlady has served me apple pie with steamed cream in the window nook. Also, it did occur to me, I actually have the health now, so let's just take a minute here. I'm not actually going to make this because I need to use the health for something else. I'll give you a rough idea about how cooking works in this. So we've got an egg. So I can start by boiling an egg. This is just a very simple add health, add egg, and you get a dish with heart, scale, sky, and winter. So in this case, this would appeal to Fraser because it has the scale aspect. Now, I don't think adding the knife does anything in here. I think I would need butter to be able to scramble the egg. So do I have something else that I can put together? I'm kind of short on things that I can put into a dish, sadly, so this might be a short demonstration of cooking. So yeah, I've got the kitchen bowls here, so if I had flour and butter, I'd probably be able to make dough. Well, there might be something here. So if I had the bread and a knife, well, but I don't have any fish or anything like that, so I don't think, yeah. I'm pretty sure honey doesn't, yeah. The mushrooms, though, yeah. Make fried mushrooms on toast. A dish with heart, moon, nectar, and scale. Tastier with fresh mushrooms, but this will do. I'm not doing pickled mushrooms on toast. We are not savages. But yeah, so that's a little bit of an indication in terms of where the cooking goes. Again, what you want to do with the cooking is you want to make sure that you have dishes that are appropriate for the visitors for a salon. Because we're not doing a salon right now, I'm not worried too much about it, but just that's kind of an indication of where this will be going. Okay, we will talk about health now. I'm ready to lend my limbs. And let's take Ambrose's desk to consider colonial period book. We'll do that with Shaft. Oh, actually, I was going to read one of these winter books as well. I'm going to have to save that, though, because I want to use the knife with the Orchard Keeper. All right, so final step. Proffer a tool. I can lend my assistants something to help, increasing their abilities. Lady Ava's Repose, a meditation on the drowning of Lady Ava de Wolf and her two grandchildren, written in the years when the estate was abandoned by Father Theo, once the de Wolf family chaplain, one of the few to remain on the island in those desolate years. So that's actually 2 rhyme and remembrance lessons, but that's fine. I'm not too worried about that. Deoris, Book 2. In Latin, a 19th century reprint by the indefatigable Nathaniel Darcy Evers of a 14th century Latin translation of a 4th century work. So again, all of these things should be achievable for my side. Okay, so I think I was going to do, right, I need 30 seconds with the knife first. Better now. Let's tool has boosted their aspects appropriately. So, Orchard Keeper's ready to open up one of the rooms. In this case, I'm going to use the deserted well. This is because I can actually rest with a glass of water at the deserted well. So this well is choked and filthy. It'll need to be purified inside and out. And then while we're doing that, I'll talk with Denzel. And then we will also, I want to try and prioritize the 5 letters on memory just because it's, oops, I keep forgetting Lady Ava's desk. I want to prioritize it just because it's the higher level, book, so it's technically harder for me to read. Winter, a conclusion. I can master this mystery, enough winter to match mystery winter. Okay. I think I'm just going to catalog again. So that's the last of the Baronial period books. Now things are going to get a little spicier here because of the Solar period and the Dawn period books. They are more likely to be cursed. All right, more hindsight. I'm definitely not going to complain about that because that can go straight. Actually, I guess I don't need it for Lady Ava's repose. Better now. I'm going to turn this into money and then we'll restore it. The Orchid Transfigurations of Feast, a compilation of quasi-Rosicrucian allegories, supposedly by Robert Flood. This is in the original Latin. So this is a little bit of a trickier one just because I don't really have many sources of Grail. I will put this in the simple pile. So I suppose if I got a satisfaction somehow... Yeah, so satisfaction and the bronze knife would bring me up to 3. Question mark, question mark, question mark, profit. Okay, so I always want to pay attention to rows whenever that comes up. There may be something interesting that happens. So 6 rows. What would I do to make the most of 6 rows? So I could give a Ross Crag and whiskey, so that gives us 4. But I don't have any tools or anything else to really push the rows, do I? We've already used the drink, so that wouldn't work. Yeah, I think it's a bit of a pipe dream to think that I'm going to be able to make more out of the intuition. But that's fine because we are going to be working on acquiring new elements of the soul. Okay, I normally like to save it for the end of the day, but it is kind of the top of the hour where I am, so I think it wouldn't be a bad time for me to take a small break. Now, I will just caution, I don't want to spend too much time on this break, but I do actually want to kind of have something proper to eat. You know, I'll do my usual things, refill my water, get a bit of a stretch. But basically, there's a few things that I need to get done. I've been doing this for about 7 hours straight, and this is usually not a bad time for me to like actually just have a proper break as opposed to just like, you know, munch a little bit on some fruit or something like that and run off. So again, I really appreciate everybody hanging out. I love the fact that I'm able to share House of Light with all of you. I hope you're having a good time. But I'll just caution you that it's going to be a slightly longer break than before. Again, I'm not going to abuse the privilege, but just wanted to caution people that this is going to be a little bit longer, just so I can kind of take care of myself and make sure we have enough to keep going for the rest of the stream. So I encourage you all to maybe get up, have a bit of a stretch yourself, and then we will be back. If you have any questions about the game, now's a good time to put them in. I can deal with them at the time, or perhaps some of the other viewers will be able to hang out as well. Not hang out as well, but to be able to answer them while I'm away as well. But I'll see you all in a little bit.